defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Drivers are beginning to form up for KA Masters, our first race on the weekend. Heat number 1. Clay Settles on the inside, on the outside. What a great qualifying effort here for one of the two Kutcher brothers. But it will be a great start, even better, for the reigning champ, John Bonanno. Will be able to go up and into second off the bat. And the biggest KA Masters field, they're all going to play nice here for the first time through the I-70 corner. We'll bring them all down into the shark fin.
A very timid start there into turn number 2 after the dog leg. And again, that's one of those corners where if the entire first couple rows play it smart, you could at least see the rest of the field usually bottleneck, and you'll have some level of contact. But all the Masters guys, all the maturity showing. I think these guys don't want to get any more bruised than they feel like they're going to get throughout the weekend anyways. And they know there's many heat races throughout the day, and the heat races are important to qualify for the main as Sean Bailiff facing the wrong direction, full loop around, and a weekend that has not been up to Sean Bailiff's standards continues to have its woes, and that steering wheel looks to be all but straight, Xander. I think that front end's got some damage to it.
Yeah, that's not ideal to begin your Saturday morning here for the captain of the TKG Bureau Art USA squad. Meanwhile, good stuff for Clay Settles. Qualifies on the pole moments ago. Now he'll lead at the end of lap number 1. It's 8 minutes plus 2 laps here for the Stars Championship Series heat races. John Bonanno, with help from behind, will take that all the way to the lead down by turn number 2.
What a move by John Bonanno, and that goes back to what we spoke about this morning. The classes like this that have the higher rev ranges up into the high 16s, low 17,000 revolutions per minute, as we have two drivers trying to go swimming in the pond rather than being on the racetrack. That's the 225 and the 236 machine. So we have the likes of, let's see if we get a name to the number there. That's Greg Leahy and Kim Carapoletti there. So 23rd, 24th, two drivers not only facing the wrong direction, but narrowly missing out on a lot of cleaning on their go-kart there. That pond would have been the first time that we've seen drivers try to go swimming with the fishes rather than swimming with the drivers on the racetrack. Nonetheless, back up front, this group has formed to a large train now. Bonanno, Settles, Kutcher, your top three. Galonio now leading that second train back to the front. Horan, Stifler, your top 6 drivers.
This will be just the end of lap number 2. The long racetrack here, the 1.2-mile circuit, will keep the lap count down. The race session remains the same length as always, but if you're counting laps like many drivers do, you can't wait all too long. That's the benefit of the Track Systems North America front straightaway lighting system. It also has the timer on it, so they can know that you cannot wait for 5 laps to go by. You've got to make moves early on, especially if you want a shot at the win. Settles right like that on cue, takes back the point in the shark fin, and the K Masters field has probably the closest lead group yet in the series history. 5 together, nose to tail out front, and another 5 really close, led by Anthony Stifler and Tyler Prestel and crew.
Well, that's the beauty of this racetrack. I mean, it invites level of racing like this because you can afford to be a couple tenths off the pace, and as long as you're good enough in the toe and you're good enough in the important corners like this, like Cell Tower, like the double left, and you can stay close enough into the driver in front of you's wake, you can at least get the toe onto the long back and front straightaway like this, heading to the final 3 corners, turn 16, 17, 18, and then turn 19 to round the Newcastle Motorsports lap, 1.2 miles, like you said. A lot of corners, a lot of chances to make moves, and most of them are passing zones. I'm a big believer that most corners are passing zones if you make it one. We saw Clay Settles do it in a corner that's not very optimal in terms of overall lap time, but to do it in the shark fin, it actually could be advantageous for you to pull away, as we see a move for P2, as that got pretty dicey there for Chris Horan there on the Magic Motorsports machine.
At the halfway on the clock, still 2 bonus laps to be added after. It'll put us to about 11 minutes on the heat race, as this group now goes all the way back to Prestel's Cosmic there in the 217. Horan's moment is going to push him back to 7th, Prestel up to 6th, Galonia 5th. John Bonanno, first time in a moment that he's really been anywhere outside the top 3, as mentioned. He's on the cusp of losing that 3rd spot if Galonia can get by, but that was a big slide there right in the center of the cell tower. I don't feel like we're hot enough yet here, Alex, where they're going to start to lose grip. If anything, I think he kind of threw it in, hoping it would stick, and the grip did, but while he was a bit too sideways, it didn't straighten him out, and it really exaggerated that.
Yeah, it's something that I've noticed throughout most of the day yesterday and today as well. This racetrack, if you don't stay ahead of it, you can get one of those grip slides, right, where you all of a sudden you throw in the go-kart, you expect a little bit less grip than you're actually going to get. The front bites, the rear doesn't cooperate with you, and all of a sudden you get those really awkward slides, and they're not good, because you'll hear us mention, you know, you want rotation around this racetrack, but there's a difference between rotation and sliding. Rotation like that, 291, that's more than rotating. That's over-rotating. David Galonia struggling quite a bit with the rear of that go-kart. He cannot keep it underneath him at the moment right now, and I think a lot of it's just quieting the hands down, quieting his feet down. I think he's almost overcharging the corners as it looks right now, because that's twice into 2 different brake zones in the corners where he's lost the rear of the go-kart. And a lot of that is, again, you're throwing in the go-kart, you're hoping the front's going to stick, and it does. And it might catch you by surprise, and the rear, again, doesn't do what you ask it to do. It doesn't stick. And like I mentioned earlier, rotating is one thing. You throw in the go-kart, the rear gets that slight rotation, you're almost slightly counter-steering into the corner.
Oh, big hit there from
Prestel.
Tyler Prestel.
I think that might be a bit of frustration from the Cosmic at this point. Galonia struggling with the rear. Prestel saying, I'm not struggling, but since you are, I'm going to help you through the corner. And that's going to cost all of them this a lot of lap time through here. And again, good save from Galonia, but frustration now starting to brew for Prestel, for Chris Horan, and Anthony Stifler there further back in P6 now.
2 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they head around that final turn and up the front straightaway. Change for the 4th spot. Galonia now going to lose another one. Prestel through. Here's Horan. Looking as well is the 235 of Brand Estes on the Eyes Up Racing OTK. Not going to happen. Here comes Laurentiu Mardan to stuff it up the inside on the Techno. He'll get by.
Yeah, for the back. Mardan through. Brent Estes now struggling to stay side by side with Jacob Neary there on the AEM karting machine, the 245. A little bit of a hand up in the air. He didn't love that move, but again, it's one of the situations where if you're on the outside, you kind of have to expect the driver on the inside to probably not respect your go-kart as much as it would if roles were reversed. Here's a good look at Galonia and the likes of Chris Horan working together, and now that he's been passed by Tyler Prestel, that go-kart looks to be a little bit better for Galonia there. Maybe all he needed was to get past, maybe re-wake up, and again, just re-navigate this circuit. Who knows, tire pressure-wise, maybe too low, maybe too high. There's such thing as going wrong on both ends of the spectrum there, but the clock continues to tick here. 40 seconds left, so we'll get 2 laps at least, maybe 3 laps left as, oh no.
Paul Montopoli on the AMV factory team best car, totally broken right side and left side bumper, and he knows it. He'll be headed for pit lane here in a moment. A long 1.2 miles await him, though, as he has to let the field by and try to safely navigate into the scale line.
Good job there from Paul Montopoli, though. I mean, again, safely going around the racetrack as the 219. Oh, man, I've never seen so much dejection from a driver as well. The 219, Peter Cook, sitting beside his stallen go-kart there, and that's going to be his heat race done.
The AEM driver off to the wayside now. So Peter Cook out, Paul Montopoli out, Sean Bailiff pulled in at the end of lap 1, and we saw Greg Leahy colliding with Kim Carapolati as well. All out at the early part of this race, a couple losing out now here in the final moments. We'll be headed to the double sticks this time by. 2 laps to go. Clay Settles continues to lead. Back to Andy Kutcher and John Bonanno. Prestel 4th, and this group here, David Galonia, Chris Horan, and Laurentiu Mardan on the charge up the board right now. It's a good march forward for Larry, and let's see if that Techno car can crack the top 5 with 2 more chances before he gets back to the checkers.
Well, it looks good lap time wise. Last time around was about 5 to 6 tenths clear of what Chris Horan and David Galonia did. So, and Galonia knows it. He's going to have to at least let by Chris Horan here. Mardan's got a pretty good shot at it now going through turn number 3. Look for a move into the shark fin here. If the Techno Kart driver's close enough, he's going to play it smart here with a good exit out of turn number 4 and 5 into showcase. Here we go. Inside through Laurentiu Mardan. His charge forward continues. Galonia's charge backwards. His slide down the order, unfortunately for him, continues. It looks like they just missed the setup on board that Brellart machine. They'll have to regroup, recharge, and take a look at the data and the video and see kind of where things went wrong in comparison to what we had in qualifying, where he put it inside the top 5 throughout most of the practices and into the qualifying. But for Mardan, as the clock has struck 0, that go-kart is definitely a lot better than a 0. It's probably at about 100 of 100 right now in terms of Mardan's pace. He's been the fastest go-kart on the racetrack the last couple of laps around, besides the last one who was held up making a move. But he's been charging through the order, and he'd probably love at this point a top 5, a top 6 on the order here as white flag waves one more time around. You see Mardan squatting in the seat, trying to get as much out of that techno machine as possible. Probably too far to make a move into turn number 2. Banana right now is probably the closest of the top 5 to maybe make a move on Andy Kutcher, but right now, no one quicker than Clay Settles. The last couple of laps, he's putting his foot down, 1.4 clear of Kutcher.
As I was walking by to get ready here, spoke with pole sitter Clay Settles and was like, man, that was good. He's like, dude, this thing is hooked up. And indeed, putting the top cart blue all by itself in frame and out in front of the biggest K Masters field to date right now. Let's see how big he can build the margin, or if he begins to start to put it on cruise control. It'll be this single set of tires, I believe, for the Masters class through the weekend. And if so, well, he's got to make it last. One more heat race this afternoon, pre-final action tomorrow morning. But for at least the current on-track session, a last look over the shoulder here on the short chute to the final 4 turns. Clay Settles with a healthy gap to Andy Kutcher and John Bonanno. A good run, a better run out of the final turn, and the best view in the house. First to the checkered flag, Heat 1 winner.
Clay Settles, Kutcher, Bonanno, your top 3. Nothing really changed after lap number 2, but for Tyler Prestel, you got to think for the Cosmic driver there with the pace he showed in the last couple of laps, if he didn't get held up by David Galonia there for the first couple of laps while Galonia was struggling for grip, he might have had a chance at a top 3 finish. But a really good pace for the Cosmic machine after heat number 1. Chris Horan holds on to 5th there ahead of Laurentio Mardan, Galonia, Neary, Baldus, Brent Estes, your top 10 drivers to close out this heat number 1 for KA100 Masters. Further down the order, we have a couple more DNFs. We saw Bailiff unfortunately not even make a lap. Greg Leahy, Peter Cook, Paul Montopoli pulled in with the bumper failure. So the last driver to finish, Kim Carapaletti, and he was one of the drivers that was way wide through the dog leg and almost found himself in the pond. So good recovery to at least finish the race there. Unfortunately, going to be a P26 finish for Carapaletti. But here's the rest of the order. 1st through 15th down to Miguel Mir on the Orsalon.
Good run from the back of the grid for Chris Kutcher, trying to get closer to Andy. Had to start tail end, opposite ends of the grid for the pair. We saw the 279 have a breakdown in qualifying mechanically. That's what you need to position yourself nicely for the pre-final tomorrow. Another top 15 run like that in this lengthy field, and he'll still have a really safe shot to fight for a win with a good pre-final in the morning off the back of a good starting spot. But 1 for 1, 2 for 2 now on the official sessions. Clay Settles, pole in qualifying, and your Heat 1 winner.
Clay, I know you gave me some love there earlier, but I'll give it back to you here. 2 for 2, right? Pole position, heat race victor for you. Talk to me about it.
What a great race. These guys are fast. I'm hurting. I got to go back to the garage, take some more ibuprofen, and get ready for heat 2.
I know you've been complaining about your ribs. You said Old Faithful with you on the rib vest. How are you feeling? You know, how difficult has it been for you back-to-back sessions?
This is the rib tech that my dad wore in Rotax Senior 23 years ago. A little duct tape, and she's still keeping me safe. Like I said, we'll be fine. Fun racing ahead.
Is that the good luck charm for you this weekend?
Oh, the good luck charm is all the hard work we put into this. This Top Kart's rolling. Can't thank Top Kart USA and Blake enough. My dad's out here wrenching. We're having fun, man. And also thanks to Stars, it's cool to see such a big Masters crowd out here. There's some big dogs. We're hoping we can stay at the front.
Congrats, Clay.
Thank you, man.
Just like that, back onto the racetrack now. Micro Stars ready to go racing the 7 to 10-year-old age group, and Dutch Westbrook was playing the pack like a fiddle in qualifying. He had nearly 2.5 tenths over everyone when the checkers flew, and the Team Bennett driver will get rewarded for that with a pole starting spot for both heat races today. He's joined by Miami, Florida's Lennox Lockhart on that front row. It'll be Jack Katowski and Brody Stoffel on row number 2.
Samuel Chavery, Liam Francisco, row number 3. Michael Supaka and Aiden Go, a driver that literally only practiced for 2 sessions yesterday with the helps of friends and family. They were able to pitch in and give him enough money to go out there and make it to the second round of the Stars Championship Series. He put it row number 4. Caden Cladera, Dominic Nagel, your top 10 starters here for Micro Swift. Then it's down to Austin Taylor, Slate Harrell, Batista Pugliese, and Bo Stowers, your top 7 rows. Back down to Mason Brody and Zev Godshock, your top 16 drivers. Further back, Enzo Ramos and Charlie Skierpowski, Andrew Anastasio, and Lincoln Wiley, your top 20.
The field in total for the micro drivers has eclipsed the 30 marker, putting us officially at 33. Back to Brody Allegreda, who had the heartbreak in qualifying with the side pod falling off of the JHDD machine. He'll be rolling from the back on the inside of row number 17 behind Diesel Maxwell and Trey Sanders. Overall, the rest of the field should be about where they have been in terms of speed throughout Friday. But a nice and slow pace lap here at the end for Dutch Westbrook and Lennox Lockhart. It'll be a long wait through these 2 right-hand 90-degree corners to think about and maybe overthink the start down by the I-70 corner.
Well, this is one of those interesting situations where normally you don't really love to be the outside no matter where you are, but here around Newcastle going the clockwise direction, when you have the dog leg to start the turn number 1, and then turn number 2 is really turn number 1 with the tight hairpin, the outside's even tougher. If you don't get a good enough start, you could find yourself 3rd, 4th, 5th slotting in line here. So if you're Lennox Lockhart, the goal is to try to get a decent enough start. But you saw he was almost sideways there getting pushed by Brody Stoffel because Dutch Westbrook had him so backed up, and now he floors it. Look at a start from the inside row. They're going to wave it around. Yeah, I think Dutch might have jumped the gun there, and too sloppy further back for Stars' liking there. And I think it was a good call because there was a lot of dicing in the mid-pack there that I saw bumper to bumper, a little too much.
But again, look at the clock. The clock is ticking for their heat race, so they will lose some time due to this aborted start. If so, right now, I mean, it looks like we are green. The yellows were blinking as they headed on down. And out of the infield corner, they'll begin to form back up already. And I think this will really hurt if Dutch Westbrook and Lennox Lockhart keep the field this slow for the entirety of the next lap. And now, indeed, the officials realizing that have frozen the clock at 7 minutes and 19 seconds plus 2 laps. So they won't let them throw the race away because this is going to be a very slow and painful run around the rest of the Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Don't forget, too, an aborted start twice in a row. They have the discretion, Stars Championship Series does, the officials, to invert the front rows. And actually, as per the rules, it's not invert the front 2 rows. If you mess up the start on the front row, you actually go back to row number 3. We saw it happen a couple times over at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where I believe it was this exact class, too, the Micro Stars class and the Mini Stars class that happened to once, I believe, in heat number 2, where they didn't love the speed that they were going, and you go back to row number 3. So if you're Dutch Westbrook, if you're Lennox Lockhart, your goal is, to back up the field and get yourself in a good enough spot, because at the end of the day, the starts are all about being a little bit selfish. You still got to think about yourself in terms of not having to go back to row number 3, especially when you did so well to qualify on the front row. So you see a lot of these drivers weaving the tires just a little bit to get some extra heat in them, especially because they're getting colder now as they're rolling around the racetrack nice and slow. But again, this pace right here that Westbrook's doing, this is good. No need to floor it too early on before the green light is out. So again, still plenty of time to go. Long racetrack, 1.2 miles. And again, at the pace they're going, like you said, Xander, if that clock would have kept going, it would have been down to like 5 minutes by the time they see the green.
Hopefully we can get a good start on the second run by Dutch Westbrook and Lennox Lockhart. Again, it's this slow for this long. You know the kids want to get going, but they have to wait all the way until the end of the long straightaway to those big blue cones for the punch-off zone. And I think that last time, not only were they out of sorts before, but they were a little bit too eager to get on the gas. They've reset the clock back to 8 minutes. They'll get closer to the punch-off zone there. You can see the official with the controller in hand for the light system. There's your punch-off zone. And this time, it's good. Lights out. And what a great launch for Lennox Lockhart. He'll get fully clear of Dutch down into the first hairpin. And they're going to be 3, 4 wide with contact. Austin Taylor up and over. And the top of one driver, that was off the 11. One of the Nitro karts, Bo Stowers, and about 4 more collected. And what a start for Jack Katowski. Get up and go, kiddo. The 92 to the lead from the second row.
How about Slate Harrell out of nowhere? He started row number 6. He's up to P2. Lockhart back on the inside of Katowski. He's going to go back to 3rd. I got to say, turn number 2, if my eyes are correct here, I think Katowski might have given Dutch Westbrook a bumper full under braking there. That's why Westbrook fell back to 4th. But what a start for the TKG driver, as one more driver still getting out of the mayhem of turn number 2 on the bottom of our screen. But unbelievable. This is shades of Charlotte here, Xander, where Slate Harrell escapes the fray, escapes the madness, and what a perfect start for Nitro Kart and for the likes of Slate Harrell up to P2 already.
As they rocket out of the bus stop, they'll come to put 1 lap completed this time by. The Velocity Racing Sodi leads to the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart, and pole sitter Dutch Westbrook is all the way back in the second group in 4th. Here we go to put 1 lap in, 6.5 minutes plus 2 to go. It'll flicker by quickly as there's a decent start for the 29 of Brody Stoffel to stay inside the picture. Chavarri 6th, Liam Francisco back to 7th, Michael Supka 8th, about a second away, losing ground to the main group because they are dicing it up here at the edge of the top 10 while the leaders remain single file. Look at that back there, 2 by 2 coming out of I-70, and Slate Harrell realizing that and the opportunity that he's got in his hands to push Lennox Lockhart away and make it a safe second or better.
To paint the picture here, because of the weekend that those 2 drivers had leading the field back in Charlotte, Lennox entered this weekend a point ahead of Slate Harrell in the title fight right now. So these are 1-2 in the title fight, 1-2 on the racetrack at the moment right now. And so again, if you're the coach or the mechanic of these 2 drivers and really anybody in the field, you gotta let them know the championship is a long, long season. And again, 1 heat race won't make or break it, but it could hurt you for the weekend as a total, right? Because you got to add up the way you finish in the first couple of heat races. That's how you line up for the main event tomorrow. And if you have a bad heat race, it could hurt your chances for some good points on the Sunday. That's where it really matters there. So Slate Harrell inside, Lockhart good to let him go. No need to fight it too hard, because if you fight too much harder, Jack Katowski is going to join back in the mix. And then you have 4 go-karts behind them, and they look pretty quick. Westbrook, Stoffel, Chivalry, Francisco, 3rd down the 7th. Lap time-wise, you look at these guys, the quickest was Harrell. Further back, the rest of those drivers were pretty quick as well, and Lockhart smart enough to make the move back on the inside. And I thought for a moment, Xander, Katowski was going to open his hands a little bit more to let Slate Harrell go on the dirt, but he's thought better of it.
Yeah, wasn't quite there through the shark fin. A little wide for Slate. He'll keep the momentum up, though, out of the left kink. And just in a lap of back and forth action, we're back up to 5, and even a bobble there will stack them more. Harrell dropping a tire. Jack's going to take advantage. So will Dutch, and that will shuffle them to 2nd and 3rd. Not quite enough space there for Brody Stoffel to make it 3, shuffling by the number 8 car. But here comes Samuel Chavarri, Liam Francisco back into it to make it 7 here at the front. As on the scale line, unfortunately, Zev Gottschalk has exited stage left, and the young man in the number 21, Bennick, will suffer a DNF in heat number 1. It'll put him all the way outside the top 30.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, as I mentioned, right, it was a trio. Now there's 6 or 7 go-karts in this mix. It's back down to the Samuel Chivalry, because Francisco got around him. So Chivalry is the last driver in this lead group, and then you got to go about 2 seconds back to Enzo Ramos and Aiden Go, the 2 Paralins, 8th and 9th Dominic Nagel, and now the last driver in the top 10. Katowski through Westbrook. Wow, what a late lunge on the inside of Lockhart there. Not going to make it stick. That's going to bog his momentum down, and Harrell's going to go around the outside, which becomes the inside for the shark fin. And what an opportunistic move there for the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine. Harrell back to 3rd. Westbrook is going to go back down the inside here in the showcase hairpin. He's going to throw it down the inside. He'll go back to 3rd. And again, this is great stuff for us to watch, Xander, but the more you battle, the more you risk the 2 leaders walking away as Harrell back down the inside into the green corner. He's going to wash wide into the dirt. Back through goes Westbrook, and Liam Francisco's now going to go around Slate Harrell as well. Unbelievable racing in Micro Stars. Still 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time for these drivers to get back into the mix as Harrell again off the racetrack.
Slate Harrell already backwards more than what looked like would have been possible 2 laps ago. It looked like he and Lennox Lockhart might have been able to break away, but now so many more drivers are in the mix, and that next group led by Enzo Ramos and Aiden Go, they've been 3 seconds away for most of this session. They're going to be closer now, the 2 Parolin drivers. Let's see what the gap is for them to the lead across the line. Still 3.1 from Katowski, but a lot closer from the back of the pack. They're almost in the toe of Slate Harrell in the number 8. So we could be at 9 karts here before this heat race is said and done.
Aiden Go, by the way, just went purple. So just for good measure, not only are the leaders fighting pretty hard here and helping the 2 Parolins get back into the mix, Aiden Go just set the fastest lap of the entire race. So this is no fluke. These 2 Parolins are on a charge. And again, you got to remember, Aiden Go didn't practice a whole lot yesterday, so he's still getting used to the racetrack, still getting used to the chassis and the balance of his Parolin machine, and it looks to be pretty good so far here. 2 minutes to go in heat number 1 for Jack Katowski, who leads over Lennox Lockhart. And now Francisco's going to make it maybe 3rd. He's going to push his way through forcefully up to 3rd. Samuel Chavalry says, thank you very much. I'll take 4th, maybe 3rd. What a lunge down the inside of turn number 15. Chavalry to 3rd.
That was beautiful there. It looked like it was one fluid motion, but this wasn't. That was a very aggressive, reactive defensive move there, and that might draw the ire of the officials. Chavalry's got to be careful. He might have gotten away with it there. Oh, man, more aggression. Francisco pushed all the way to the back of the main group now by Dutch Westbrook with an elbow in the second to last turn, and that will, I think, do the final bit to bring Ramos and Aiden Go into the draft window as Dutch Westbrook now makes it 2 spots gained in almost as many corners. He's back up to 3rd.
Wow, Westbrook not afraid to get his elbows out. We know how aggressive he can be. Brody Stoffel now puts the front bumper to the rear bumper of Chavalry, and they're going to wreck. Brody Stoffel sideways, Chavalry spun around, exited turn number 4. Opportunistic now for the 2 Parolins. So here goes Aiden Go. They're through. Ramos through as well. These 2 up front, I mean, they have no idea what's happened behind them, but they're loving every second of it. Katowski, Lockhart, they've pulled away. Liam Francisco somehow, some way, by the way. We saw him get pushed out on the final corner by Dutch Westbrook. It's actually worked in his favor because he missed out on the chaos, and now he's back up into the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a bit of a blessing in disguise. Maybe Dutch Westbrook can rebound back all the way to the lead. He'll need a little bit of help, I think, to do that, though. Outside of the slipstream from Lennox Lockhart means that he's going to need 1, 2, maybe 3 passes or back and forth moments, and he might just get them. As we head to the line here, we take first a look back. There was, I think, a moment there. That was the replay from Stoffel getting into the back of Chavalry, I believe. Queuing that up probably to be able to take a look at shortly. But Jack Katowski to Lennox Lockhart, 4/10. Dutch Westbrook, 1.1 seconds away. And while Lennox will close in here, 3 laps to go. That's great news for the number 30.
Yeah, Dutch Westbrook, the only thing that's not great news, he's by himself, and the drivers behind him are not going to help him because they're going to battle. Aiden Go has gone to 4th, and now Enzo Ramos wants a chance at a top 5 as well out of nowhere. What a run for the 2 Parolins. Francisco's back through. There's Slate Harrell, who was kind of involved in that Stoffel incident early on. He had to go off the racetrack slightly. It put him back outside the top 7. He's going to go full sideways opposite lock on the brake zone of the cell tower corner. He'll make that move stick on Enzo Ramos. His charge back through the field is now underway as there's 2.5 laps remaining for Slate Harrell to at least get back up to the top 4. Up to your front 2 drivers. Jack Katowski last time around went purple, 1:18.3. This lap looks a lot better for Lennox Lockhart here as they're going to see the 2.6 in the air. 2 laps to go for your leaders as they fight further back for 5th.
2 more laps around for more decisions to be made even behind them. You see the change in the end of the top 10. Mason Brody now moving forward on the Nash Motorsports machine. He's up 5 now, 5 spots up. Andrew Anastasio is up 10 into the 9th position in the number 43 for Mike Doty Racing. And Michael Supka, albeit down 1, is still holding okay in that 8th spot, and with all the chaos behind him, he remains at the front of that pack. But Lennox Lockhart, with a lap and a half to go, has command of the field.
Yeah, Lockhart must have gotten around him there on the entry to turn number 2, the first real big break zone around this racetrack. And so now he's got a lap and a half to try to maintain that lead. And again, this is good for Lennox in the points, right? You put at least one driver between yourself and the next one in line. Slate Harrell, his closest competitor right now, is fighting for that 5th spot here in heat number 1. Francisco, Aiden Go, Slate Harrell. This is a really good scrap there for 5th. That's 5th, 6th, and 7th down to Enzo Ramos. And like you said, Michael Supka, what a run for him through the field. He's been pretty quick now. His charge back through the field has continued. He's up to 8th. It'll probably halt there because he's got a 4-second gap to make up to Ramos. As white flag in the air, Katowski almost lost it out of the final corner.
What a moment there for Jack Katowski coming onto the front straightaway. Absolutely lifting the right front tire up, and again with another corner having to lean on the outside rear. Well, it really hurt him in turn number 2. Dutch Westbrook now might be able to attack before the end of the lap, and he is going to be still too far back because of Katowski's gap to get to Lennox. And that's still a bit of a long shot even still, because the fight is really on right here. 4th, 5th, 6th. Slate Harrell, Aiden Go, Enzo Ramos back and forth. Harrell back into P5 while Liam Francisco it runs away in no man's land up the road in 5th.
Watch for a move here down the inside. Yeah, Aiden Go. He's made that move 3 laps in a row. Not committed enough this time around. We're 3 wide through the double left now. Harrell's going to hold on, Go, and then Ramos having to regroup here. 4 corners to go here for Slate Harrell to at least have a charge back through to the top 5. Looks over his shoulder. Doesn't have to defend into turn number 16. 3 more corners to go for them. 2 more for the number 14, Lennox Lockhart. What a drive. What a smart drive for the Velocity Racing Sodi Kart USA driver. He wins the first heat. Katowski over Westbrook over Francisco. Who gets 5th? Slate does. Slate Harrell over Aiden Go. Enzo Ramos ends in 7th.
Enzo Ramos and Aiden Go just a bit too late to be able to get away from the chaos behind them, but still an improvement. 2 up for Aiden Go, 10 spots forward for Enzo Ramos. Brody Stoffel able to claw his way back to the 8th spot in the process, setting the fastest lap of the session. What a burner there for the number 29 of Brody Stoffel to recover, and you'll barely notice that he had the race that he did. Brody, Caden Cladera in a near photo finish with his teammate Grayson Knifick. Then Michael Supka in 12th as he slips back down in the closing stages. Bryson Barnett, Austin Taylor, and Liam Compatiello in the number 48 Parolin. Your top 15 from the Micro Swift Division's opening heat race. Good start for Lennox, up and down for the rest of the top 10. And for us, the beautiful weather and conditions here from Newcastle Motorsports Park continue to lend itself to hopefully more to come later on in the weekend. To look back to the rest of your field, all the way down to Tristan Francisco in 30th. In fact, with 33 drivers, having as many as we had finish is a great overall view, but the bummer comes for Zev Gottschalk with the mechanical, the only DNF. But Lennox Lockhart, your winner in Heat 1.
When I passed you at the second to 2 laps to go, did you go off? What? Did you go off 2 laps to go? Yeah. You went too wide? Or? Sorry. Good race. Good battery. We pushed. We made a pretty good gap, like a decent gap at least. But there's like a
Always good to get some insight there down onto the scale line. Always good to see the kids talking. And again, maturity, right? Always just talking about how, you know, thanks for pushing me, good gap. Let's keep doing it throughout the heat races there. So for Jack Katowski, for Lennox Lockhart, two good friends off the racetrack. Clearly the same sort of level of respect on the racetrack as well. They know that two karts are faster than one around this racetrack, especially in the Micro Stars class. On screen now, it's time for our Pro Master and Pro Super Masters to hit the racetrack for their first heat race, headed by Scott Presti, Tim Hollowell, front row. Scott Presti on the Mad Croc Promotions package for Presti Racing. Tim Hollowell for TB Kart. That is Evan Batt and Matt Pacheco. Evan Batt was third last year in the championship. Matt Pacheco was your reigning, is your reigning champ in the Masters category. That is down to Robert Feig and Ryan Franke, then Jake Fetter and Morn Von Talk. The first of the Super Masters there on row number 4 for the back. Lance Lane, second in Super Masters, down to Frank Runco, your top 10.
Hugh Templeman, a reigning champ in the in the Masters class, now moving to Super Masters alongside Corey Matthews. It'll be Jordan Musser, a driver to keep your eye on, having to roll from 13. Didn't get more than the outlap for winning qualifying. Starts alongside the Maranello Bradley Danoff. Jordan Musser will start back in 13th behind a former Masters champion Hugh Templeman and Corey Matthews, and he'll be the one to keep your eye on. The 616 starts alongside Bradley Danoff. Osley Cheek and Mike Rivera back on row 8. It'll be Kelly Johnson to complete a 17-car field, and the first time this weekend that the Stars officials get to really make use of the Track Systems North America lights and line them up in the grid boxes. Will that inside lane be a bit of a hindrance for Scott Presti, or will the short run to the first corner at that dog leg be enough to be able to hold the advantage? We know the cleaner side will be more so to the benefit of Tim Hollowell, but at that point in the straightaway, how dirty is it on the inside? We're about to find out. Christian Marsh checking over things from the front of the grid. He'll give the all clear. We'll go to the light systems. And for the first time this weekend, Pro Masters, Pro Super Masters, 17 deep, ready to go green, and a bump start there for Matt Pacheco. A near jump for him, has him slow, and Hollowell hands down with the whole shot.
Wow, I can't tell if that was perfect timing from Hollowell, dirty side of the racetrack for Presti, or a bit of both. But yeah, you mentioned it. Matt Pacheco jumped the gun a little bit there, tried to time it, mistimed it. I wonder what the officials will think about that one. At least did a good job to put the clutch back in to not roll past his grid slot. But pretty good damage limitation, I will say, for Pacheco. He's actually made up a spot, qualified 4th, up to 3rd now out of turn number 6. But for Tim Hollowell, it's been the dream start for him. The 631 TB kart machine, smooth sailing out front. Scott Presti now has to have his sights set on Tim Hollowell. Presti coming off of a big win over at the SKUSA Pro Tour at MCC, trying to now make it a win here in the Stars Championship Series. 2 different racetracks, MCC and Newcastle. 2 different styles, right? One is low to mid speed. This one's more mid to high speed style racetracks. Clearly, Scott Presti taking to it like a duck to water. He's had many laps around this place throughout his career, and the go-kart seems to be working pretty well for him so far.
One lap coming to go this time by. How high up the board can Jordan Musser get on that PSL Karting Bureau alert? This will make things easier from the front end of the field. Back to him as they go side by side, and Scott Presti slides on by through the dog leg to take over the lead.
Jordan Musser already up to P6 from P13. The Burrell Art driver has been on an absolute tear. Early doors in this one, 2.6 back on the bumper here. Evan Batt through turns 5 and 6. Look for a move maybe in the showcase, a little far for Jordan Musser. We're a couple laps in to this Master and Super Master Heat number 1. Caleb Vieska has Lennox Lockhart standing by.
Lennox, I want to talk about that race. Jack surprised you guys at the start. You were able to capitalize in the end. Walk me through it.
So I just kept pushing. I didn't give up, and I just made sure I can close that gap. When he left the door open, I just sent it, and then I just kept going. I just looked behind and to see where he was, and I saw I had a pretty decent gap, and I just kept pushing.
I want to look back at last year, right? You had your first national top 10 at the night fight last year in 2024. This year, you're contending for race victories weekend after weekend. What's changed for you this year?
Well, since we switched teams, I just like the kart lately, and I've been pushing as hard as I can.
There you go. Thank you, Lennox.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, since moving to that new team for Lennox Lockhart, Velocity Racing and Sodi Kart USA, the collaboration between those two, he has seemingly found even more life out of that go-kart. He's been super quick all year long. Good to see, all smiles for him. And he was running off after the interview. I'm sure it's time to go out there and watch some of the video with the Velocity Racing team and with his driver coach this weekend. Back to the racing action on the racetrack. Matt Machiko has been putting down some burners. He's on the bumper now of the likes of Tim Hollowell, who's slowing down just a hair here over the last couple of laps with the Magic Machine. Has been pretty quick over the opening couple of laps here. Scott Presti starting to put a bit of a gap between himself and Holloway, but Matt Pacheco, if he can clear Hollowell, has a decent chance here at a Heat 1 victory. I mentioned the gap 2 laps ago from Jordan Mustard to the lead was 2.6. It's down to 2.5, so the headway that the Brell Art driver has made has maybe not been as much as we would have expected. He just got around Robert Feig. It's down to 2.1, so he's still the quickest driver on the racetrack consistently, but he's not, again, not moving through the field as quickly as we would have expected. Big mistake out of Matt Machiko through turn number 2. And again, must have been a misshift or something, because all of a sudden he's lost quite a bit of ground to Tim Hollowell. And Evan Batt now can sniff that rear bumper a little bit closer.
Halfway in and halfway home, Scott Presti, Tim Hollowell, Matt Machiko, and look at Evan Batt and Musser closing on in. Battle for third heating up, and how close is this entire Shifter Master field? And Super Masters, whoa, that was a super move there, or an attempt at one by Evan Batt, and he might pay for it. Here comes Musser, right to the rear, not able to find a hole though, as Evan heard him on the way and closed the door.
I love this from the Masters guys. I mean, they're willing to put their elbows out. We know they like to get aggressive with each other, but not during the first heat race here. But for Jordan Musser, again, this is part of what happens when you have issues in qualifying. You might be the quickest driver on the racetrack through all the practices. All it takes is one session to go awry, and your rest of your weekend's on its lid. And so for Jordan Musser right now, it's damage control throughout most of these heat races. He's done a good job. The pace has been there. It's down to 1.5 to the leaders. But again, one thing's catching, another thing is passing. We've learned that throughout the years of the KZ package, and in a shifter class, we saw Evan Batt do it in Showcase Corner. You can pretty much do what we call the diamond line. It's a different arc than you'll see from the single speed drivers, where on a single speed package, you don't have the lower rev range that shifter does, because you downshift down to first gear like Evan Batt does right here to get the rotation, and you can floor it on the exit like Musser does, get the traction that Machiko couldn't get. And for Jordan Musser, just diamond up the exit of the corner. What a launch out of turn number 2. He's up to 4th. He might even be thinking about 3rd as Batt goes defensive. Again, this is the diamond line. Narrow in, narrow out. It's really tough for a guy like Jordan Musser to get the exit. You got to time it right, and you got to catch him by surprise. And around Newcastle, there's many places where you can pass. But again, on a track like this where the shifter package is, in the middle to high rev range, it makes it a little bit easier to at least go down the inside, because it's more optimal to at least run a more arcing line than you would at a slower racetrack where the diamond line is more optimal, because you don't really need to arc the corner as much. So different lines, different styles for the drivers in 3rd and 4th for Evan Batt and for Musser. But I think Batt's hand has been forced here a little bit. He's having to go more defensive because he knows Jordan Musser's quicker at this stage in the race. Minute 15 left. Let's see what the gap is between Hollowell and Presti. It's closing. Tim Hollowell has refound some pace on board the TB Kart machine. Musser now goes down the inside. I think Evan Batt at this point didn't want to make it too much harder for him, because the smart thing to do is, if you're Evan Batt at this stage in the race, you probably feel like you're quicker than Matt Machiko, but you're not quicker than Jordan Musser, so why fight him? Let him go through. You'll finish 4th at this stage in the race, and maybe it might come back to you, right? Because Musser can get up to the top 2, make a race out of it, and all of a sudden you can find some late race heroics. 3 laps at least left in the book. It'll be close to whether they cross the line before the 2 sticks in the air, before the clock strikes 0. I think they'll just miss it. So it looks like 2.5 laps to go here for Scott Presti as Hollowell back in the bumper.
Yeah, Tim Hollowell I thought that maybe with how quickly Presti was able to get past him at the end of lap number 1 that he might be in trouble. But it looks like he's going to end up with a shot to fight back for that opening heat race win. And again, probably the closest grouped Masters field, just like in KA, that we've seen yet, or at least in quite some time. Scott Presti's got a real fight on his hands and a whole lot of pressure, and not just from Hollowell, but if at all Hollowell's able to make some magic happen and start to begin a battle, we know Jordan Musser will be there. That last time by, 6/10 better than the race leader.
Listen, I'm no mathematician, but 1.5 back from the lead, 3 laps to go at 6/10 a lap, that's 1.8 seconds. If he can be consistent with it, again, one thing's passing, another thing is actually getting around the driver in front of you, but at least at that rate, he should get there. And especially with the pace that Hollowell is showing right now, he's putting Presti in a bit of a bind right now. Presti's going to have to go defensive in corners that he didn't once want to go defensive. And again, yeah, there it is. Diamond line through cell tower. A bit of a interesting exit there. Couldn't get the power down. And I'm watching Presti's go-kart through the middle of the corner. It's getting a little bit too much rotation, I think, for Presti's liking. He's entering nice and easy, but through the middle of the corner, it's getting a lot of rotation, and then it's hopping on that right rear tire. I think the tire's starting to fold over a little bit for Scott Presti, and part of that might be because he might have driven a little bit too hard too early.
Or again, just went a bit high on the air pressure, knowing that the benefit of the front row is if you can build a gap at that point, maybe the battle's open behind you and you don't need to be fast at the end of the race. This is probably the closest end of a Masters race of any of the race sessions so far this year in terms of the Stars season. Both Heat 1, Heat 2, and the pre-final and the main at Charlotte were all pretty spread apart. But Musser is closing. Hollowell is still there. 3 drivers all with a real shot at the race win with 2 laps to go. And Evan Batt is rubbing his hands together, hoping for some action here back in that 4th position.
Yeah, it's back to what I talked about, right? If you're Evan Batt, why fight Jordan Musser? Because at this point, you think he can get there, make another race out of it, bring you back into the play. The problem for Evan Batt is Matt Machiko's found some pace. So if he gets in a fight with Matt Machiko, instead of fighting for the top 3, he'll be stuck fighting for 4th and 5th. A little less than a lap and a half to go for Scott Presti to hang on to this one, but it's not going to be without a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Coming to the line this time by, white flag in the air. Still together. Evan Batt's also got to think about Matt Machiko, who is giving him all he's worth right now. Back for that 4th position. Musser got a decent launch onto the straightaway. I don't know if he'll be close enough to pressure Hollowell. Not quite. He's not confident enough yet in turn 2. Look for that good exit, though. He got a great narrow line coming out. Maybe here in the shark fin. Looking.
Whoa.
Bumper. Inside. Contact. Not there.
Now, can he get the shifts up good enough? Wow, that's a late defensive move there from Tim Hollowell. Just chopped the nose off of Jordan Musser. At this point, if you're Scott Presti, you look back, you probably think you got it cleared. But for Hollowell, narrow line in, not a great enough exit on the way out. But again, the benefit of having that first gear exit, you can put the power down just enough and make it difficult for Jordan Musser. But look at this. 3 corners later, Evan Batt, Matt Machiko, welcome to the party.
Yeah, they are all over them, but again, might be too little, too late. I don't know if there's really anything the gearbox classes can do in the back sector of the racetrack, the final few corners. Maybe something right here in the left if Musser leaves it open. I don't think he will. This will mean it'll be a cruise to the run for Scott Presti, and your top 5 will freeze from here on out. And withstanding the pressure, the crop promotion machine reigns supreme. Hollowell, Musser, Batt, Machiko, all less than 2 seconds apart at the checkers. Robert Fiege back in the 6th position, just added Jake Fetter. Ryan Frank in 8th, and Morn Van Tak will cross the line to win in the Supermasters opening heat race over Bradley Danoff. Osley Cheek, Hugh Templeman, Corey Matthews back in the regular Masters division along with Kelly Johnson. And something went wrong for Lance Lane very early in this session. He remains the only driver yet to cross the finish line, down in 16th. So a DNF for the DRT Racing entry of Lance Lane. But that brings us to the midway point of the day here with warm-ups done, qualifying done, and now 3 heat races in so far to the Stars Championship Series King of the Castle. The 2nd stop on the 4-round season, and we're just about the halfway point in the day. We've got so much racing on tap for you folks here as splitting up our heat races today. We'll have the lunch break now with KA Junior, both the B and the A groups full at 30, set to go green at 12:45. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This should be fun. Back-to-back KA sessions for the juniors, and then right after them, the seniors. Haley Donaldson joins me here in the booth. Alexander Searle and Caleb Vieska continue to roam the grounds. And Heat 1, Group B, lined up for action. Isaac Malcutt, little sizzle on the pole alongside John Antonino Jr. Max Weiland and Cole Medeiros will roll from row number 2. And then it'll be Nathan Golseth and Nathan Dupuis. The Nathans back on row 3. Derek Wargo and Asen Dramilev on row number 4. Benham Abernathy and Ryan Mort complete your top 10. There's 30 drivers in total that'll run in this half. The other 30 from the 60 driver entry list will run in Heat 1 Group A. These are the even numbered qualifiers. Malcutt 2nd overall, Antonino 4th overall, and Mad Max 6th overall. On deck, of course, your top qualifiers, kicking off with Travis Pettit on that Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz machine. Will lead the other 30 to green. It's a long wait since qualifying from earlier this morning. The track has changed dramatically. The temps are up. The surface temps are beginning to skyrocket. The sun is out, and we are just about ready for action. Heat 1, Group B, KA Junior into the tram lines for Little Sizzle and John Antonino Jr. As they approach the start box, Malcutt is on the gas, and we are racing it away down to turn number 1. So far, so good. Oh no, 2 around. One driver is off. That's the 853 Rocket Racing coming. 4 more collected at the end of the corner. Multiple drivers together. And meanwhile, your leaders are going to get away scot-free, and I think we're decent through the top 10. So watching all of the field fight for the inside. That's a great move by Benham Abernathy down the inside of the Techno Kart of Asen Dramilev, back for around 6th or so. And a good start for Malcutt and Antonino, 2 drivers, Haley, we would imagine would try to take advantage of working together, considering how long they have raced against one another.
Yeah, Xander, we're going to see these two. Oh, nope, we might be seeing some passing here early on. John Antonino looks hungry here for the leader today.
He was fast as we followed him along in OKN Junior. You guys covered a bit of the warm-up for this group and the rest as well. He's been able to give us an onboard seat in that class, but it'll be tough. Cole Medeiros has had a good opening circuit. He will be closing up. Max Weiland is there. Nate Golseth back in 5th. The question now, who is the first one to make the dive? Let's see here if you called it right. Is Antonino looking for the lead down in turn 2? Not yet. Weiland will for 3rd down in the first hairpin. And so right now, Haley, at this point in the race, still so much to go. What can you tell us a little bit from the junior drivers that you've been able to speak with and we can see on screen have given you in terms of insight about their weekend to this point, the track, or anything else altogether?
Yeah, Xander, I got to talk to Isaac earlier. We had a little bit of a conversation. He says that he's feeling confident. He feels quick today. Max also, he made some changes to the kart overnight, I think alongside most of Magic did. So I think Max will definitely show a good bit of speed today.
In comparison to yesterday, he definitely looks stronger, Haley. Already closing on in for 3rd as they roll towards the right-hander now and over to the grid corner. 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Here's the first move. Antonino to the inside with help from Weiland. Smart play of the game here by John Antonino. He was trying to push Ike for as long as he could, whittle down the pack by putting some good lap times in together. But the moment that they weren't breaking away and they had someone closing in, it's kind of throw someone else to the wolves or you get eaten. And right now, Malcutt back to 3rd, ends up with a 2-spot loss. Although that one move brings the rest of the field back together. Cole Medeiros, Nate Golseth. How about the fast lap of the race here for Nate the Great on the Arcane, now turned Ryan Perry Motorsport entry?
Yeah, Nathan always shows some pace, and I think that we're definitely going to see that continue in through the rest of this weekend. He had a solid qualifying, but obviously he's ready to push. I mean, I talked earlier during their warm-up about how we see a lot of this pass or be passed mentality, and I think that we're going to see Nathan Golseth really show us that throughout this heat race.
He's going to have to right now, trying to make up for it. The other part about that mentality, right, is every position in these heat races basically counts double with the field split in half, and really quadruple when you factor in the race win, because the way that the heat tally system usually works, 0 points to win a session, 2 points for second, 3 for third and on back. And when you figure that the other field's going to have the same number of points, same number of drivers, if you're able to be a 2-point swing, that's almost twice as many more positions, because there's another half of the pack that'll end up somewhere blended with you.
Yeah, for sure, Xander. These points are obviously extremely important, but it is only Heat 1, and it is extremely early. So these drivers going for these early passes, we're definitely going to see it get a little bit dicey. We might see some action. However, as these races go on, this track is so long and there are so many laps to go that these drivers need to be smart. The more that they pass and the more that they push, they will only wear out their tires. And with a track like Newcastle, you really need to conserve.
Especially here, those left side tires, you lean on them really hard on this layout. We talked about it a little bit when riding on board with John Antonino in the kind of off-camber entry with all the load onto the left front going into the cell tower. Even these here, 3 90-degree corners in a 4-turn span, really working that left front tire hard. And then that's also, again, the outside tire in most of the major passing zones, like right here at turn 2, where we'll see another change in position. Max Weiland and Cole Medeiros have flip-flopped third now 3 times in this session, and it has once again given a chance for the leaders to break away from them. And in terms of flip-flopping positions as well, the Nathans are back in the inverse order too. Nate Dogg to the front of the pack, P5 for the Canadian with Nash, and then back to the end of that group. It goes all the way to James Resende on the Rocket Racing Company LN Kart and Derek Wargo on the DYL Kart Sport Comp Kart Factory entry.
The more that we see these drivers start to heat up their tires and get busy passing, the more that we are going to see this action here today. These drivers are obviously going to love to fight. That's a theme that we've seen throughout every junior race thus far this season. But let's see if we're going to see anyone make a pass here. No. Everyone is going to decide to stay in line. It doesn't look like anyone's quite there with the speed to make any passes thus far.
I think right now what their difference is by having that track system's light on the front straightaway where you can see the clock clicking down. Even back in that second group, you're just close enough that you've got a sliver of hope that you could get back up to the leaders. They're only needing one more pass, one more moment to back them up into them at this point. However, if they would have seen that at 0-0 or 2 to go or the white flag, I think we would have seen some passing back in that 5th place group.
For sure, as the clock ticks down, these drivers are obviously going to be thinking that they need to really strategize and manage this time zone, because they get this 1:20 that we have left on the clock, and then I believe 2 more laps after that. Yeah, so they have this little bit of time left that they're ready to conserve before they start getting dicey with these passes. However,
well, at any point the pack could split, right? That's the big if. You don't know. You're at the mercy of the drivers in front of you, right? If there's a mistake by Weiland, Cole Medeiros will also pay the price. Being right in his tire tracks, they'll both lose time together. This group here, being led by Nate Golseth now, has Dupuis, Austin Dromalev, Benham Abernathy in tow. They're riding on the hope. Their chance at getting to this group of 4 is based on Nathan Golseth's ability to put good laps together, or on the group of 4 in front passing again, as we see Medeiros. That move right there was 2 laps in the making. He was pushing Max Weiland, using him to go back to the front, realizing that Max wanted to lead, and then once they got right there, back into the draft of Isaac Malcutt and John Antonino Jr., that was a Talladega Nights slingshot engage moment. Used him, pushed him, got to the pack, passed him.
For sure, Xander. And as the clock ticks down, we have 5 seconds left. Next time by, these drivers are going to take the 2-to-go sticks. I think that we're going to see definitely with Mr. Max Weiland and Cole Medeiros, they're going to start fighting for that third, because I don't, in my opinion, believe that they're going to be able to get it done to take home that P1.
And I think the same for the next packs behind. There's a look at Valentino Santian in the 871 for Parolin. Jude Thurmalaswamy's in this group as well. He's up 8 positions from 21st on the grid to 13th. So a good charge for Jude in that 894 SCR Carlos Sainz entry. But as you mentioned, 2 laps to go. Here we go for the lead. Big time close of the door, or an attempt at it by Antonino. And look at Medeiros. He'll get both of them as they go to the shark fin. And all of a sudden, this race is going to open back up. This is the moment that Golseth's group was hoping for. They're fighting, though, amongst themselves. They're 3 wide again into the infield. Malkin and Antonino continue to trade blows, and it's a bit of ego here at this point here, Haley, as well. You don't want to let yourself get stepped over this early in the weekend.
For sure, Xander. I've been completely disproven. Cole Medeiros might just get it done here today.
He's going to have a real chance to close it out, but he's got to be picture perfect from here onwards. Down to the inside to block into cell tower. That'll back them up more. Golseth's there. Dupuis is there. Dromelev is there, and Benham Abernathy is too. 8 deep in the main pack, headed for the white flag. Cole Medeiros knows it. He'll bring them all down to the grass into the final 4 turns of the racetrack. Through 16, 17 now, the last major pass zone. 18 and 19 are a bit tricky right here. You'll see a move by Abernathy on Austin Dromelev, and I think Medeiros, blocking low, is going to really stack them up. Let's see what happens as they all fight for the bottom side with 1 lap to go.
As we head into the dogleg, will we see any passes? No. Oop, as we see Nathan Dupuis try to hold the outside, what will happen?
Man.
He's in the grass. He's back on the track, and Cole Medeiros is leading still.
He's parked it perfectly. Nathan Dupuis tried a Superman move around the outside, knowing that everyone was going to be braking really early going into the corner. Antonino's going to try the same. He'll be there and run out of room. Malkut gets second. And now, half a lap remains. Cole Medeiros continues to park the bus on the inside. Isaac Malkut behind. Antonino back in third, back in fourth up front still. Malkut, the Midwestern kid. Cole Medeiros from Canada down to the inside again. Look at Benham Abernathy with a big send on Weiland. They'll go 2 by 2. It'll make it 3 to the end right here. Through the horseshoe. Golseth up a spot there. Medeiros doing everything he can. Can Cole park it for just 4 more turns? Malkut right behind. Here's a big over-under from Buddy. John Antonino Jr. to the outside of Malkut. Nothing there. He'll go back to the outside again. And into the last turn. He's got him. Big over-under for second. And Medeiros will hold on to win Heat 1 Group B. What a shuffle there of the top 10 at the line, Haley.
For sure, Xander, that race was crazy. We saw so much battling. I am sure that these drivers are going to have a lot to say in these post-race interviews.
Yeah, I think so too. There's going to be a lot we need to catch up on. Cole Medeiros, though, victorious in a battle on the last 2 laps. And like you said, at points it didn't look like he was going to be back in it. But as soon as John Antonino and Isaac Malkut began to dance for the lead, everyone else was able to close in. 2 seconds separate the entire top 10 at the flag, all the way to Xander Malatesta just in the 854. Jake Resende, 11th. Ryan Mort, great run late for Derek Wargo as well to kind of latch on to the back of the main pack. Valentino Santian's charge up the chain will end there inside the top 15. And then if you look back, first couple drivers outside the top 15 from dead last on the grid. 33rd listed here. Ben Gleverman had the DNF in qualifying. He will end up 17th, and that's just on the cusp of the cut line. If you're doing an imaginary math equation there, Haley, trying to see, all right, top 30, get a guaranteed spot with that A pre-final. 15 and 15 is where you want to be above in your heat races.
Yeah, Xander, I'm sure that he was going into this race and he was worried, but now I'm sure that this hard charge gives him the confidence that he needs going into this second and third heat race to get it done possibly in the final.
Let's go down.
Cole, let's talk about that race here a little bit. You were down to the bottom of the racetrack for most of that race. It turned into a dogfight. Walk me through it.
Yeah, it's just at the beginning, tires didn't really come in, and then once they came in, I was like a rocket ship, caught the pack, and then John and Isaac got a little collision in turn 1, and then just crossed and kind of led the race from there.
You know, what's it going to take, to stay up front in this field, heat race after heat race?
Just be consistent and just not make any mistakes and get a good start.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right on the money, Cole Medeiros on the REM Cosmic wins the opening group's heat race from 4th on the grid, and we quickly go right back to it. Group A now releasing onto the racetrack. They'll be getting set to go green here in a moment. This is the odd-numbered qualifiers, so your overall best of the 60 on the entry list here from Newcastle, Indiana. Travis Pettit for Speed Concepts Racing will start on the inside of row 1, and Tristan Murphy will start to his outside for Ryan Perry Motorsport.
Travis, I got to talk to him yesterday. He's a great kid. He was feeling extremely confident post-practice. He has showed a lot of pace here this weekend, and I think that we're only going to see that further show through these heat races.
Landon Boer and Oliver Neighbord as well. Great qualifying efforts for the both of them. Back on row 2, Nico Katowski and Callan Berghofer, a couple of young guns moving up to junior for the first full season. Christopher Utzi pitting out of Jimmy Simpson's garage, driver who's developed a lot of talent local to Newcastle. And another rookie on his outside in Parker Ives. It's a very youthful front 5 rows to Ezekiel Height and Mason Berry. Darren Kidd, Easton Kubinski, row 6. Walcott and Tucker Tribe on row 7. Tutwiler back on the inside of row number 8. Keep an eye on Sammy. He has been so fast here. He was able to race against the seniors in the inaugural return to the 200-lap endurance race here at Newcastle last fall, and he was exceptionally quick there. It goes all the way back to Maui Angel. 33rd is where he's listed on the grid. Where that will all shuffle, we wait to see. It's a slow run down the tram lines. 8 minutes plus 2 laps for your KA Junior Group A drivers. Travis Pettit, Tristan Murphy. They've got to wait all the way to the blue cones for the punch-off zone. Anywhere in this box, Pettit can accelerate. He's going to go right at the front of it, and we're racing down to turn number 1 with a big jump for the inside groove.
Who'll get the whole shot? Let's see. I believe it's Pettit. Yes, it is. Will he be able to hold it, though? Oh, we see some carts around. There's
a lot of them.
Big wreck here. Who all is this?
That's a ton. That is the 843. Homer Heyman Jr. is involved. Luke Fedowitz in the 819 is involved. The 861 and the 870 collected as well. Elijah Matson Vigas and I believe Evan Patton. All that were just in frame, but they were more affected for sure. It's changed the complexion of your entire field. Look at this going down into the cell tower hairpin. Your leader, Travis Pettit, with a big gap. Boer. Now Nico Katowski taking over second. Back behind him, Oliver Neighbord, I think, ended up there somewhere okay. No, that's Callan Berghofer with a great start on his Nash Motorsports debut. P4 at the end of half a lap in, and back for 5th. They're side by side. So much different opener to Heat 1 for Group A than Heat 1 for Group B, as we'll put 1 lap in, and unlike before, 2 or 3 together at the end of the opening lap, Travis Pettit is all by himself, nearly 9/10 of a second away. We've talked about that, Haley. That's around the draft window. If he gets any bit further, they will not be getting any benefit off the hole that his Speed Concepts racing kart is punching in the air.
No, they will not. If they do not just settle in and sit where they are now, which they don't believe they're going to do, no, they're going to continue to fight. They will lose that draft on Travis Pettit, and they will lose him completely.
Yeah, he could run away with this one. He was obviously really quick in the morning to be able to go to the top in qualifying. He and Isaac Malcutt for nearly every single lap were no worse than, I think, 4th and 5th. And now, as they head over to the back sector, the cell tower corner, a move to the inside for Callan Berghofer. That's on the 833 of Christopher Utzi. He's in that green and white Tony kart in the yellow helmet and all black suit. An independent effort with a heck of a mentor there, and behind him, Ezekiel Height, Oliver Neighbord, and looking like to be closing in. I think maybe would be Mason Berry. We'll have to wait until the times update again. But Tristan Murphy from the outside of the front rows, all the way back here now outside the top 5. Let's see what he can do when we get back down to turn number 2. They're going to get a big run towards Katowski. They won't be close enough to get to him, but they'll go 2 by 2 amongst themselves.
No, they are going to continue to fight throughout this race. They are not going to hold back at all. It is going to be pass or be passed throughout the rest of this race. We are going to see some serious battling here. Let's see who's going to go for it next.
I don't know. I think any of them. At this point, it's so tough to build forwards momentum, because you might make one pass and then the next corner someone else is trying to go to the inside of you. You and Caleb have already been roaming the grounds quite a bit and been able to see the track conditions continue to develop, and the marbles, all the dirtiness offline. You pay that price for the next half a lap to a near full lap whenever you go there, and that's at any moment you get past, or on the inside of the track when you're defending. So you basically have a half lap to full lap that you're vulnerable, and again, you're just trying to recover at that point. You might end up being looking to the drivers behind you like you're out of shape, like you're slow, like you're missing your marks, but you just need your tires to get cleaned back off and hit them again. But when you're in a pack like this, you don't know what's happened to the driver in front of you. All you know is you can't go any further backwards. You got to go forward, and right here, that's the case for Landon Boer. Back and forth into the marbles, losing spots, having to fight back, and he does so right there beautifully, bringing Tristan Murphy with him past Callan Berghofer in that blue and chrome Nash Motorsports machine.
He is going to continue to fight for it. He lost it a little bit there at the start, but it looks like he is going to continue to go for it. He has the pace. But another person with the pace that I'd really like to point out is Travis Pettit. He currently has 4/10 worth of pace on the field, and his gap is extended to 1.7 seconds, Xander.
Huge, huge gains there for Travis Pettit. Again, he's the only one, I think, inside the top 10 besides maybe Nico Katowski that has gotten a clean lap in all race. Everyone else, third on back, they've either been making a pass, getting past, or behind drivers that are making passes and stacking them up. But doing exactly what you want your driver to do when they have an opportunity to break away. Travis Pettit is laying down heaters. Let's see what he rips out this time by. 4 laps complete, another improvement, 72.259, a 10th better than Nico Katowski, and because of all the chaos behind, 3/10 better. And then if you're Tristan Murphy here, this is just frustrating, right? At this point, you know that you're a sitting duck down that long straightaway because you're not getting the draft off the cars in front. They're drafting off you. You got pushed off even though you qualified really well. And so you're trying to convince them to say, hey, I am fast enough. I'm faster than you. It'll be better with me to lead this way. But the moment that he got to the lead of that pack, they went right back around him again.
Obviously, it's always good to be at the front of a pack. However, there is that added pressure because you know that there are people behind you that definitely feel like they have more pace than you, and they do not want you in front of them, especially as the clock starts ticking down as it is. The farther that we get into this race, the more that these kids are going to just heat up, the more that they're going to want that better position in that points overall. Because, as you said earlier, Xander, points mean everything to these kids. I mean, we have 3 heat races for them today, but as the day goes on, the more that they're definitely going to have to stress where they're finishing.
Again, it's basically a mini championship over just the 2 heats today and then a pre-final tomorrow. But indeed, all that points coming together just to line themselves up for the main event where the championship points really make a dent. But like you said, the points, the positions, being the field split in half, every spot matters a little bit more. On the flip side, a DNF, a crash, a mechanical failure, it hurts twice as much, and it could put you from fighting for a top 10 or top 20 starting spot to going to the B pre-final tomorrow and not potentially having a guarantee or not having a guaranteed spot in the main altogether. So as we take a look here, while they're back to single file, albeit 1 or 2 passes made, this time Berghofer and Parker Ives getting his elbows out there to go past what looked to be Ezekiel Height in the 828. And even it looked like Darren Kidd was able to get past as well. Now Ives is going to go on Berghofer more. That'll give this trio some space. Ives some space himself. But how about some of the movers here as we look down the order a little bit more? 7 spots up for Grayson Knoll from the back of the field. Andrew Avalos is up 8 back in 24th. Overall, most of the up and down net spots don't look notable, partly because it's drivers that started this high up the grid earlier, went wide off the start when the whole outside lane went backwards, and are just trying to get back to neutral footing. 2 by 2 here. Look at this. This could get a little bit tight. Into the shark fin, side by side, back and forth. Darren Kidd involved. Looked like neighbor Mason Berry, Sam Tutwiler's there. So is AJ Stoner and Bristol Bornman. And at any moment here when the pack gets this big, I always begin to pucker a bit because at a certain point, the water breaks, and everything just starts to go sideways.
These junior drivers definitely have a building reputation for whenever they get big together like this, it starts to get messy. We start to see people go off the track. We just saw one driver drop a tire, and I think that we're going to continue to see it get a little bit messy as the clock hits 0.
Yeah, I believe that may have been Grayson Walcott, the Parolin driver, going a little wide. No, actually, it looks like it might more have been the 883 of A.J. Stoner. Either way, as we channel back a little bit further towards the fights in the top 10 with 2 laps to go. Here's second, third, fourth, third, fourth, and fifth, sorry. Katowski still a second and a half to the clear. Oh, there it is, a little bit of contact. Our first bit of a moment here in this pack. That was the 899, it looked like, getting a little bit out, or maybe the 865 of Darren Kidd getting out of shape. And indeed, Darren got the boot there side by side as Oliver Nabert went to go by him. Here's Tutwiler to the inside of Borneman for maybe 11th. Grayson Walcott right there fighting it out. The black, red, and yellow colors. This is Team GWR's Mason Berry now at the helm of that group. All of this well back from the leaders and well back from Travis Pettit as we watch him now with a near 3-second lead headed for the white flag, and it'll only get bigger by the time the printout rolls because I don't think they're done at all.
No, Xander, I do not. I think that they are going to continue to duke this out, and I think that it's going to get crazy. We just saw half a pass on the screen, and as these drivers start to finish that last lap, who do we think is going to get it done?
It may have been either Berghofer going by or Bristol Borneman on Tutwiler, but either way, this fight back at the top 10 continues. This is again right near kind of that drop zone, if you can imagine it, around where Tucker Tribe lives in 15th as of last time by the loop. If you're thinking that, again, 30 combined, you need an average of 15th or better across your 2 heat races to be safe, to know that you're not going to miss out on the main. This kind of contact could potentially make that a whole lot tougher to pull off. That was between Utsi and the 8-2, or no, not Utsi, the 8-2-8 of Height, and then, of course, Berghofer.
Let's see this last lap as it ticks down to be done. We're seeing Parker Ives on screen. He's going to make some desperate moves to get that last position possible.
And I would too. He just set the fastest lap of the race. 71.709, 0.3 better than the race leader. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart continues to roll. He'll get up to Landon Boer, but it'll be Travis Pettit who wins Heat 1 in Group B by a sizable margin to Nico Katowski, Tristan Murphy, and oh man, what a run to the line. Parker Ives, Landon Boer side by side, and Boer, he missed the timing loop on the racetrack. So Landon Boer won't show on our pylon. They'll have to manually adjust it. And I think it's going to put him behind Christopher Utsi in 6th.
Yeah, Xander, that was an incredible race by Travis Pettit. I mean, almost a 4-second margin back to Nico Katowski and then to Tristan Murphy. They were able to hold it together just enough to secure P2 and 3. But we're going to hear from most likely Travis Pettit at the end of this.
Yeah, definitely. Travis Pettit, he's earned himself some airtime. You were able to chat with him again earlier today, and, well, he is still on top. Nico Katowski, though, tip of the cap to that young man. 3 spots net gained. Again, doing the math, that's almost a net gain of 6 on the overall rankings of the field to this point. Tristan Murphy, the recovery drive ends with a fast lap for him on the last lap of the race there in 3rd. Parker Ives, fastest on the racetrack, up a net gain of 4, and really it's probably more like a net gain of around 8 if you score it off the end of turn number 2 on lap number 1. But Travis Pettit, 2 for 2 in the mains on Sunday in Cincinnati. He's 2 for 2 in his KA Junior opportunities Saturday in Newcastle 2 weeks later.
What a run there for Travis Pettit. But I actually want to speak with one of the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine drivers there, the 811. He's walking back to talk with his teammate Parker Ives here, who had a really good run. But let's chat with Tristan Murphy. Tristan, what a good run for you in this first heat race. I mean, a good scrap between the guys 4th, 5th, and 6th. How'd you kind of make your way to 3rd?
I was just trying to keep my position, keep moving forward, and I wanted to eventually chase down Travis Pettit, but I was a little too far back to do that.
You're one of the many drivers running 2 classes this weekend, OKN-J as well. You had a bit of a moment yesterday in the qualifying session. What went wrong there for you guys in OKN-J?
I was behind Nathan Dupuis, and his tires were probably going away a little high pressure. Made a little mistake here, and I hit him, and I spun out.
Well, with that, you had a pretty good drive through here in the KA Junior class. Did you learn anything in terms of passing that you're going to have to apply for OKN-J?
Maybe a little bit more defense, but just keep going forward.
Thanks, Tristan.
Thank you.
There you have it. Heat 1, Group A, KA 100 Junior. Travis Pettit victorious over Nico Katowski and Tristan Murphy. We'll take a quick break, and on the other side, go back with more from Newcastle.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Kyle Cuthbertson.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Looking for green here. Swift Stars coming to the line towards the dog leg. Enzo De Janeiro side by side. Holden Myers down to turn number 2. And it will stay clean for the moment through I-70. All of the Swift Stars are going to be good for a moment until, oh man, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars collected at the exit of the opening hairpin.
Wow, we saw 2 drivers manage to go up and over on the start of this race. That was crazy. But I believe Enzo De Janeiro is going to hold on to this whole shot.
So 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go here. Enzo De Janeiro, Holden Myers, Jake Manalio, 1, 2, 3 as they cross the timing loop. 1, 2, 3 into the cell tower here on heat number 1. Little defending down low from Enzo as the field works its way over through the bus stop.
These 3 drivers are, I think, going to just stick it in and like hold it together for the rest for a little bit here. Or yes, they will. I don't believe that we're going to see a pass heading into this corner. They're going to realize that they need to keep it together, and they're going to push to build that gap.
Yeah, you mentioned it right here in the mini Swift category. It's one of those situations where 2, 3, 4 go-karts are faster than one, and you mentioned it, right? The top 3 are going to want to push away because Maxwell Macha is pretty quick here in P4 on board the Parallel machine. He had the pace in qualifying on board that Parallel machine, just like his teammate Enzo De Janeiro, but Enzo had the draft off of him in that qualifying session. So now, roles reversed. Maxwell Macha, the driver on the move. Last time by was setting lap times quick enough to match the top 3, and that's going to help. Holden Myers inside and through on Jake Manalio. Splits the two RPM teammates there. So now we have DeGeneiro, Manalio, Myers, Macha, Gottschalk, your top 5. So Parolin, RPM, Timmy Tech, Parolin, Bennick, back to Jaden Francisco on board the Nitro Kart. And Jaden Francisco on board the Nitro machine. He's been quick all weekend long. The qualifying wasn't up to maybe what he would have expected just because of the fact that he was the one leading that train for most of the time until Jake Manalio led the train in qualifying towards the latter half of it all. But a little under 6 minutes left to go for Enzo DeGeneiro. Holden Myers. Macha now went through on Manalio. So Maxwell Macha, the driver on the move. It's his second full weekend on board the Parolin machine. Made the switch over from Velocity Racing Sodi Kart up to the Parolin chassis. Switch teammates, switch chassis. So now it's him and Enzo DeGeneiro on board that Parolin machine. They're making it work right now. A 1-3 on the books right now for Parolin USA. We're done with lap number 2. Starting lap number 3 now through the dog leg and through turn number 2. No moves up the order here through the top 7 down to Santiago Orioli.
Another driver to look at throughout the rest of this race could be Nicholas Mose. He is up, I believe, 10 positions 2 laps into this race. That is an impressive feat for him. But back up towards the front of this pack, we're going to see the next 4 through 8, I believe, Alex?
Yeah, so we have so it's the top 3 now are starting to pull away slightly over the driver in 4th and Jake Manalio. So Manalio's struggling. The one thing going his way is he's actually fallen back to his teammate, Jaden Francisco. So at what point, oh, there we go. Francisco up to the inside. As much as you want to help your teammate, in situations where your teammate's falling backwards, there's only so much you can do to help. And you see him put the hand in the air. He's saying, listen, you can help me push if you want. But right now, the pace for Jaden Francisco looks to be a lot better than Jake's at the moment. So Francisco up to 4th. Manalio now at least has this teammate to use as kind of a rabbit to chase, and that might play into his hands. Further back, Win Gottschalk, Santi Orioli. This group of 4 is starting to work together, close that gap to the top 3. Then it's quite a ways back, almost 2 seconds back to Dominic Gaddis on board the MPG machine in 8th position. So those drivers right now are kind of hoping for these 4 to battle, and they are. Gottschalk through on Manalio. Manalio's fall down the order continues. We're halfway home here in the first heat for Swift Stars, and it's not all sunshine and rainbows under the Nitro Kart tent for Manalio, but he's going to at least make amends for something. Back to the inside. He's going to battle for 5th. He's going to make the move back on Win Gottschalk. Orioli's now going to get his elbows out. He's going to move Gottschalk up the racetrack. What that does is slow both of them down, and now look at this. Cameron Johnson, Dominic Gaddis are back in the mix. We're going to have a 4 to 5 car battle now for 5th.
Yeah, Alex, as these drivers start to close in, it is going to get crazy. These kids are notorious for passing early and they want to get up there as soon as possible to fight for these wins. So as this race starts to tick down with almost 3 minutes left on the timer, these kids are going to continue to move and they are going to get fast.
Up front, nothing has changed for the top 3. Then it's Nitro Kart. Santi Orioli has been charging through the field up to P6. Then it's Gottschalk, Johnson, Gaddis. Then it's another 1.5 seconds back to Danny O'Gara. What a drive for Danny O'Gara, up 4 spots from 14th on the grid up to 10th. So O'Gara on board the MPG Motorsports machine gets passed by Nicholas Mose, the driver that you're talking about, up another spot. So now up 11 from 21st into the top 10 goes Nicholas Mose, and this is going to help. This is further back. So this is Simon Jack Klein, Carvalho, Connor Lipka, and the likes of Danny O'Gara just in front of them. So this is the battle for 12th through 16th. This has been a pretty good scrap all race long, and again, you don't really get a chance to show your speed when you're back here because you're stuck fighting so much. The lap times, if you're looking at the lap times yourself back at home or here at the racetrack, it may not show how quick they actually are because they're stuck fighting. So for Simon Jack Klein, a driver that started inside the top 10, has been stuck in the scrap from 12th to 15th, and there's really not a whole lot you can do when it gets to that point. 2 minutes to go here in heat number 1, which means we'll probably get at least 4 laps, maybe 5, but I doubt they'll get to the timing that quickly around this racetrack. So 4 to go here in Swift Stars, and again, no shaking of the order besides Macha, who went purple last time by. The only driver to be in the 1:16.13 ranges. DeGeneiro as well matches that lap time. So again, these 3 drivers have not changed positions since lap number 2, and there's a reason for it. It's working. They're pulling away from Jaden Francisco every single lap by 4 to 5 tenths a lap. But the top 3 were not the quickest on the racetrack. That honor belongs to the driver in 7th further back. The Bennick, 125. Win Gottschalk, a 1:15.9. The only problem is there's not a whole lot of laps left for him to make amends for all the speed that he's lost throughout the opening couple of laps here in this one. And so, again, all that fighting for the back is allowing the top three to pull away. But if we can shuffle back to the battle for 4th and 5th, it's really starting to heat up here. I think I saw a lot of shuffling for position through the shark fit corner, and yeah, I have. So it's Manalio, Francisco working together, and then it's these four. Orioli, Win Gottschalk, Cam Johnson, Dominic Gaddis working really hard to try to get back to these top two, but they've been fighting so hard the last couple of laps here that, again, at this point, you've kind of made your bed, now you got to lay in it, right? At this point, you're stuck fighting for 6th and 7th. Might as well try to at least be the highest of this group. So it's Gottschalk, Johnson, Orioli, Gaddis, but they've been fighting so hard that they've brought in the likes of Nicholas Mose, of Daniel Guerra back into the mix as well. And so if you're not careful, with 3 laps to go, we're going to have a 6 to 7 kart battle for 6th alone.
Yeah, Alex, and as these karts get together, we are going to see most likely a dogfight to be the best of the rest. I mean, they're already down in 6th, so they just have to be able to salvage whatever they can that's left from the rest of this race.
Pass for the lead. Holden Myers has gotten around Enzo Di Janeiro. Maxwell Macho followed him through. So a new leader and a new P2 driver make it another lead change. Maxwell Macho to first. So Macho over Holden Myers over Di Janeiro. So Myers actually didn't move a single spot. We just switched parallels. So Macho to first, Di Janeiro to third. They can afford to fight a little bit, but with 2 laps to go after this one, you can't be doing this. Myers to the inside. Macho tries to cross him up. Couldn't make it work. Now Di Janeiro and his teammate going side by side, and look at this. All of a sudden, that 1.7 second gap has been almost erased. They're on the same straightaway now. Francisco and Manalio are on the charge, and I think at this point, Haley, they're going to get there.
Yeah, Alex, I mean, for sure. It looks as though currently these parallels are going to stick it out in 2 and 3, but I don't believe that they will stay there for very long. And if they do not decide to stay, Jaden Francisco and Jake Manillo are most likely going to get there.
2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go, and the blocking has commenced here. Holden Myers to the middle of the racetrack. Defense from Macho, defense from Di Janeiro. That backed them both up. Here comes Jaden Francisco, and here comes Di Janeiro. He said, you know what? I know you're my teammate, but I cannot be the first driver that gets passed by the 2 nitro karts. And now Macho's going to go back on his teammate. This is a little bit interesting here between 2 teammates. I think I saw Enzo's hand up, a little bit frustrated by Maxwell, because at this point, first of all, you're letting the likes of Holden Myers get away, and second of all, now a race that should have been between you and your teammate is between 2 other go-karts as well. Francisco, Manalio, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Further back, a huge train. This is Win Gottschalk heading this next group of Cameron Johnson, Orioli, Nicholas Mose up to 8th, Daniel Guerra up there in 10th, and I believe it's Dominic Gaddis now in between them. So it's an MPG 8, 9, and 10 at the moment. Look at this. Defensive driving from Di Janeiro, and he has to. We missed it. Francisco went to the inside of Di Janeiro. He's through up to 3rd. Enzo Di Janeiro went from leading this race a lap ago to fighting to stay inside the top 5.
Now, Jaden Francisco, he is not a driver that you can ever really count out of this race. If he has the opportunity to get to the front, you can best believe that he will find the pace to make it happen. He sits here in P3 currently with Matthew Macha going for a block. However, will we see Enzo recover any of these positions at all, or will he have to stick it out in P4?
Look at this scrap. Nicholas Mose, Gaddis, Orioli, up and over Nicholas Mose there. Oh, man, the OKP driver over his teammate. That is not what you want to see. And for Santiago Orioli, I really don't know if anyone's to blame for that one. It's just one of those situations where you go into the shark fin corner, it all bottlenecks, and you hook a tire to the rear tire of the driver in front of you, and at that point, you're an airplane. You're a passenger. So Orioli out. Nicholas Mose facing the wrong direction. Hopefully those 2 drivers can at least finish this race, get some level of points, not only for the championship, but at least for their starting order for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Manalio through on Di Janeiro. That's the pass for 4th. Up front, no one's contesting Myers. Francisco versus Macha continues, but this is the best battle we have on the racetrack. Side by side through turn 17, 18, and I think at this point it's Enzo Di Janeiro's to lose as checkered waves. Timmy Tech and Holden Myers wins heat number 1 over Macha, Francisco. Manalio through on Di Janeiro to round out your top 5, and then Daniel Guerra, after all of that, finishes in the P6. as a couple more go off the racetrack. That was Carvalho and Cameron Johnson. When Gottschalk the 7th, Orioli somehow crosses the line to finish in P10. Unbelievable drama here to round out the last lap of Heat 1 for Swift Stars. And as Caleb Vieska joins me into the booth, there's a lot to talk about, a lot to unfold here in this Swift Stars main event. Here's your final order, 1st through 15th, from Holden Myers down to Flynn Fallon. But again, a lot of shuffling there throughout the order. O'Gara up to 6th. Cameron Johnson off the racetrack on the last lap. So too was Orioli. Dominic Gaddis down to 12th. And unfortunate for Nicholas Mose, Haley was mentioning it, he was up 11 spots from 21st up to 10th. And it's going to end with him falling all the way down to a DNF. He was not able to continue. So for OKP and Nicholas Mose, unfortunately, his great run ended 1 lap short.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Nicholas Mose and the OKP team. You know, when you see two of your drivers get together, definitely not what they're going to want heading into the second heat race here today. But that being said, quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with more racing action set to come your way live on Kart Chaser.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the King of the Castle. The Stars Championship Series, our second round here this weekend. We get set to go green with your KA100 seniors.
KA Stars out onto the racetrack, the first of 2 groups here for our KA drivers, and they're going to be split up by the order of where they qualified, odd to even. So Isambard, Gaffera, your front row. Eli Warren, Jared Clark, your winner from the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the first round of the championship series. He starts 4th in this one. Along behind him, Drew James, Zach Frank.
You go back to Ben Lida, Anthony Rivera, Davin Roberts, the rookie, alongside Enzo Vidmontien, an all-rookie, row number 5 to round up your top 10. Ryan Crouch, Sam Brudski on row number 6.
For the back, Andrew Hamill, Lorenzo Kaufman, Will Steele, David Baker, row number 8. Back to TJ Coyne and Justin Musick, and then behind them, David Morales and Chris Harrower, your top 20 drivers.
20 drivers total getting set to take the green flag, and some more as well. Final few rows, Roger, Simpson, Siemens, Klein, Mercer Manning, and Mauricio Hernandez, 27, getting set to take the green flag here in KA Senior. And again, we've talked about it all weekend long, Alex. It's a game of points to get yourself into the main event. For Alan Isambard, we talked about him, close to the pole position, pulled in a lap too early and standing by right next to him. during that qualifying session. He just wished he would have stayed out there for a lap or two longer to see if he can go any better. But again, no draft for him. Put him in a bad spot. And as well for the driver starting on his outside, Caleb G, with a DQ and happy hour.
Impressive.
Trying to race his way out of the slow group. An impressive qualifying run for him to be on the front row here for the heat racing action. But into the start box as we go. We're racing NKA Stars.
Good start for the entire inside row. Caleb Gaffera has no help along the outside. Let's see how far he fell back. One driver off the racetrack there entering turn number 4. And yeah, Caleb G down to 4th. Make it 5th potentially as Jared Clark's going to throw it down the inside. 2 North Carolina natives out of Trackhouse Motorplex. But elbows out for Gaffera. He's going to hold on to 4th. As now Jared Clark has to get defensive further back. That's Drew James. Then you have Davin Roberts and Enzo Vidmontien.
Ben Lida in there up in a 7th, racing at some of the younger drivers here. And speaking to him earlier on the weekend, said, man, I'm 22. I'm in no man's land, right? There's nobody as old as me. They're all young in their 15-year-old range as well through 17, 18. So he feels like he's one of the veterans in this class, right, Alex? But again, he's showing it how it's done. He's inside of the top 10, a good showing so far by Ben Lida. But up in front, Isambard, Eli Warren, a good start for the 2.
At this point, there's a couple of games you can play, right? If you're Eli Warren, do you want to push Isambard and get away? Or if you feel like you're faster early doors in this one, do you try to get around him? Because we just saw from the Swift Stars, the second you start to pass around this racetrack, you lose so much time in doing so. It's almost not worth it. It's better to, concede one spot than to race and risk conceding a lot more. And so Eli Warren, he had a chance to pass, decided better of it. There's obviously a lot of racing left to go. 6.5 minutes to go. Top 2 starting to pull away, and now it's Gaffera and Drew James. So it's 2 different tandems. Top 2, then it's 3-4, then it's round 1's winner, Jared Clark there in 5th by himself, and then you have another duo. You have Zach Frank and Davin Roberts working together, Andrew Hamill further back, and look at this group. Chris Harrower, TJ Coyen, and more as a move for 3rd. Gaffera through.
There you have Caleb G working his way up to 3rd there, so a good move there by the Holtz driver development driver, the lead man so far this weekend for Josh Holtz in his 100cc camp. But Alex, one of the interesting things that we've seen so far this weekend, right? We talk about turn number 1, the bottleneck that's caused there for everybody who's really second on back, and we're seeing huge separation as well throughout the field, right? We've seen a lot of runaways by drivers up in the front, so it's important then, I think, for 3rd on back to, try and be patient, try and bide their time, and work together a little bit more to get themselves closer to the front and not allow runaways like we have seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, but if you're Gaffera, right, that was a smart move to get around Drew James because clearly the pace was there. I mean, he qualified 4th out of the slow group, put him on the front row here for both heat races today, and he gets around Drew James. He's already closing the gap on Eli Warren, and Eli Warren starting to lose a little bit of ground to Alan Isambard. Right now it's staying pretty stagnant through the top 4 drivers. Jared Clark is doing his best to at least maintain within striking distance. He's matching the leaders' lap times at a 1:12.7. No one quicker than Davin Roberts, though, besides Caleb Gaffera, who went a 1:12.2 with a pass into the green corner here. Let's see if he does it again on Eli Warren. Doesn't, but I will suspect up the hill here, through the 2 rights and into the cell tower. Expect the move from the Hope CD driver here. I mean, I know it's teammate on teammate, but right now Gaffera's quick. He's going to go. There goes Caleb G through to the inside to P2. Eli Warren now is kind of playing blocker in a way to Drew James, right? Eli's quick. But also, if you're Caleb G, you kind of hope that Eli Warren at least maintains. Oh. And I don't know if I commented or cursed him or what. He lost a rear tire. There is no rear tire on that go-kart.
Unfortunate there for Eli Warren. And you see that tire just came off. And, there was a lot of questions as to why he couldn't challenge Alan Isambard in front. And I think we saw it there, right? He's probably feeling that vibration in the kart, in the seat. And that tire just came loose. And that's going to end his race here early. But that was a good start. I think, he's been plagued with bad luck throughout the year, a lot so far throughout the year, and, finally gets a good break here at his home track. Him and his dad have a garage here, and just unfortunate really for Eli, who was really set for a good run, and I think one of the best weekends to date. And you see just into the left-hander, you see that kart vibrating a little bit, and that wheel just comes off, and he's into the grass. Unfortunate for Eli Warren.
That's scary stuff, because it happened at probably the best corner it could have. Right, if it happened on a right-hander on a fast right, it would have been a lot sketchier. Meanwhile, Gaffera inside through, same pass as last lap on his teammate. He does it on Alan Isambard. Caleb Gaffera to the lead, and for a driver that got disqualified from happy hour yesterday, had to go to the slow group, puts it 4th overall. He's up to P1, 3.5 to go to maintain a heat win in heat number 1.
Yeah, the 11's been rolling all weekend long here, Alex. He's had good pace weekend after week, and for the busy schedule that he has to, go into a car and come back into the Kart here to support Josh in the 100cc package. He's done a great job to adjust, to adapt, and a lot of drivers talk about the differences, right? Your hands kind of react in a different way when you get back in the Kart, and then vice versa as well when you go back to the car. So for him, I mean, he's in the seat so much, I think, in the Kart so much that it doesn't faze him. And you see it week after week, right? When he hits the racetrack, you see the pace like he hasn't been out of it or like he hasn't been driving anything else.
Yeah, really impressive. Talk about impressive. Davin Roberts inside the top 5 for the young teenager here. The 915 has been rolling. He's actually about to get to the bumper now of Drew James. Jared Clark just got around him, I believe. Or no, sorry, Davin Roberts got around Jared Clark. So Jared Clark, the pace was good early on in this one. It hasn't been there since. And if anything, Jared Clark's now risking getting passed by Enzo Vidmontien. That's the battle for 5th and 6th. So Roberts up to 4th, and his sights are now set on a potential top 3 for heat number 1 with 2 to go. 2 minutes.
Yeah, the driver just behind them, Enzo Vidmontien. He's up 4 spots from his starting spot on the grid. And again, it's been a good drive up for him. I believe as well he found himself in the slower group in qualifying, Alex, and again, just has to race his way out of that every single heat race. So 4 spots gained for Vidmontien, looking to make it 5 here, potentially in a 1. Not a good enough run for him. He's going to stay back in 6th for now. But again, more drivers starting to come into the mix. Andrew Hamill doesn't look too far back. He's closing down his gap as well with a personal best the last time around.
Watch Roberts here. He's got a pretty good run on Drew James. Does he throw it on the inside? No. He's going to open up for the corner here. And with a good enough exit, you might have a chance in the green corner. Looks a little far from my perspective here. And again, just playing it smart behind Drew James. This is the battle for 3rd. And these 4 on our screen are 2 seconds back from Isambard and Gaffera. And at this point, they probably know this is as high up as they're going to get. So might as well fight for it. Roberts through. Clark going to elbow his way through. And he's through as well. Drew James now at least, stops the bleeding a little bit there and holds off Enzo Vidmontien, who thought about it for a moment to go down the inside as well. So Vidmontien has to at least wait another corner or so. Further back, you mentioned it, right? Andrew Hamill on the charge, and all this fighting is really going to help as Vidmontien, what a move. I think he might have pushed Drew James a little bit wide there, but nonetheless, around the outside of turn number 17 makes it work.
Yeah, it's a good move there nonetheless by Enzo Vidmontien to get through around the outside. This time, Jared Clark, Davin Roberts pushing each other along the main straightaway. Looking to make some headway to Alan Isambard and Caleb G, who are way clear of the field. 2.8 seconds, almost 3 seconds the gap to lead from this group here on your screen to your 2 leaders in Caleb G and Alan Isambard. So a lot of work to do for them, right? And again, we talked about the bottleneck at the start of the race. It's just you got to go back and chip away at the gap. And again, with the amount of fighting that we've seen for 3rd on back, it's kind of hard to do that.
Well, let's see here. Davin Roberts trying to hold on to at least get a top 3 in heat number 1, but he's got a pretty large train behind him that's growing ever so slightly. Clark, Vidmontien, James, Hamill, Ryan Crouch in the mix. Tony Rivera could be there if they start to fight. And then further back, Zach Frank rounding out your top 10. The clock has struck 0. That means 2-6 will wave this time around for Caleb Gaffera and for Alan Isambard. Isambard set a personal best last time by, a 1:11.3, matching the pace of the leader, Caleb Gaffera. These two are kind of in a zip code all by themselves at the moment. Further back, here's our closest battle as Isambard goes through on the lead. What a catch from our camera crew. Alan Isambard, last of the late breakers in the turn number 2. He makes it stick. Further back, I thought we were going to see a move from Jared Clark. I don't think we did. We might have, but nonetheless, Isambard through to P1.
Yeah, Jared Clark looks like he was able to get through, but up for the lead of the race, side by side, up the hill, into the green corner. Alan Isambard, Caleb G, they've gone back and forth, and again, they've been patient with each other all race long here, and with 2 laps to go, that's all going to come undone because now Caleb G going to look to go back. And that front straightaway, I really think that's the biggest corner where you decide if you want to control the race going into the last lap or if you want to sit back and try something elsewhere.
Well, on to the back straightaway now. 4 corners to go for Alan Isambard, and he's going to go defensive. Caleb Gaffera, if he times it right, could get a nice crossover move into turn number 17. He's going to start wide, go low through 18 and 19. One more chance for Hodes DD. Not going to happen. Alan Isambard, Rocket Racing Company. He wins. Sorry, white flag in the air, so one more lap around. That's on me. White flag in the air for Alan Isambard here. Now he goes defensive. Now Caleb Gafera is going to have to dance here a little bit as he goes low. A little too low in my opinion. Look for the run from Caleb Gafera through the shark fin.
Yeah, here we go. That's one of the, I would say, difficult corners to really try and make a move in. But for Caleb G and a scoreboard, I think that's going to be one of the best opportunities he has. Green corners, again, another one of the ones where we see a lot of passing opportunities. Looking for an over-under. We're going to go side by side up to the green corner. Caleb G looking for the inside line. He gets it up to the lead of this race.
What a move for Gafera. Wow, the outside becomes the inside there for green corner, and he got a good enough launch out of the corner. He will not have to defend in the cell tower here, so Alan Isambard has to get back on the saddle here and see what he can do with 6 corners to go.
6 corners to go for Caleb G, and you see the battle further back. 3 wide almost, and one driver just getting the bat into the stick, into the grass. Enzo Vidamontien gets clear. Jared Clark as well in 4th. But for Caleb G, out of the slow group, with a DQ in the happy hour session, shrugs it off like it was nothing. He's going to take away heat race number 1 in KA Stars. In Group B, Alan Isambard across the line, 2nd, Enzo Vidamontien, Jared Clark, and Drew James, your top 5.
Yeah, Davin Roberts spent most of that race in 3rd, falls back to 6th when it's all said and done. Ryan Crouch, Andrew Hamill, Tony Rivera, Zach Frank rounds out your top 10. Then further back, you go to Lorenzo Kaufman up 3 spots. TJ Cohen up 5. Sam Vrutsky, Chris Harrower up 6 to 14th. David Baker, your top 15 drivers for KA Stars Heat 1, Group B, Group A. Getting ready to hit the racetrack momentarily here, Caleb.
Yeah, we're going to see the next group hit the racetrack here in a couple of moments, but I think we saw a little bit of a preview to what we're going to expect to see later on today as well, Alex, right? You look at, how that race played out, how the start of it went, how the top 2 pulled away, and again, for drivers looking from the fence line, you start taking notes, see what you need to do to get yourself up in front. That being said, KA Stars Heat 1B, done and dusted. Next heat, getting set to come your way next.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Preston.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Kart for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back for KA Stars Heat 1A. Peyton Phillips, the man who was quicker than everybody else, starts on the pole position alongside the driver that helped him out, gave him the push to the front row, Colin Lloyd. Chase Buscalia, Oliver Hodgson on row number 2.
Further back to row 3, you got Cash Perkins, Josh Campbell. Then it's Cole Wilson, William Boutillier, Mateo Rubio Luengo, and Mason Surgener. Your top 5 row, your top 10 drivers as the rest of the field sorts itself out. You guys can look to see where your favorite driver starts here in this one. 28, we'll see the green flag.
We get set into the tram lines now for your second group in KA Stars, their heat race. Getting set to take the green flag. Peyton Phillips, Colin Lloyd, they work together in qualifying. We'll see if it's all the same in the heat race. Single file line, a good start for Lloyd on the outside. Hodgson looking for a line, a lane on the outside, side by side, all the way through the field.
Just like we saw in the first heat race, the outside lane just doesn't go. And so for Oliver Hodgson, at least holds on a third, unlike Gafera, who's relegated back to 4th in the opening lap of KA Stars group number letter B. So for Phillips, Lloyd, 1st and 2nd, Hodgson, and then it's down to Perkins, I believe, then Buscalia. But again, look at this. Late lunge, Hodgson through. This is last year's King of the Castle winner, looking to go back-to-back here at the Stars Championship Series.
Yeah, Oliver Hodgson wasting no time with a full Stars Championship Series schedule on board for himself and the J3 competition team. Looking good already. Only did 1 round last year. Looking to do the whole season. Started at Charlotte and back here this weekend at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Already up to 2nd with Peyton Phillips in the lead of the race. Chase Buscalia, we talked about him. The racing he's done over in the dirt side of things, he's up into the top 5.
All right, so let's see what Peyton Phillips has. A bit of a mistake out of turn number 18. It's going to ruin his momentum onto the front straightaway here. Look for Hodgson to have a really strong run through the dog leg into turn number 1. Do we see a late lunge from the comp cart? We do. Hodgson through. Lloyd trying to fight his way through as well. He'll get there. Look at Buscalia. We might lose 3 drivers here to Peyton Phillips. No, at least Phillips going to hold on to, I think, 3rd through the shark fin. Now he concedes to Buscalia. Doesn't at least lose it to Josh Campbell, but from 1st to 4th for Peyton Phillips, Campbell's going to push Phillips right back through on a 3rd. And look how quickly, Caleb, you start the battle for 3rd, you immediately unleash the shackles in the top 2. They're gone.
Yeah, you see that gap now for Colin Lloyd and Oliver Hodgson. That's going to give them a little bit of room to stretch their legs. For Peyton Phillips, you saw he didn't want to fight it all too much as well further back for that spot. And again, just kind of forced to, right, as one driver gets sideways. Surgener on the MPG Academy machine gets out of shape, and for Hudson Howard has to check up. He's back in the line. One driver into the grass, one of the Magic Kart machines. Either Brasso or Pettycord, one of the 2 into the grass.
Well, here we go. If you're Colin Lloyd, if you're Peyton, if you're Oliver Hodgson, do you work together for the rest of this race and, you know, at the end of it all, maybe tango on the last lap? Or do you see if you got enough pace, if you're Colin Lloyd, to get around and pull away? Let's find out. Through the dog leg into turn number 1. No moves up front. These 3, though, starting to work together pretty good. Phillips, Campbell, Buscalia. Another mistake out of Peyton Phillips. That's 2 and 2 laps there for Phillips. And the more mistakes you make, the less the drivers behind you begin to trust you and they want to get around you. So let's see if he can clean that up. Maybe the tires come back into play and he can show the pace that he had when he threw it on pole.
Just a couple of hiccups, right, early on for Peyton Phillips. And again, if you're in the position that Josh Campbell is, right, he's been really quick all over the rear bumper of Phillips. At some point, you know, if Phillips continues to put it foot wrong, you're going to have to try and make a move. Even then, you got to trust that he's going to get back on the horse and get all their group up there and into the mix. But for Oliver Hodgson, I mean, he hasn't made a mistake. Fastest lap of the race the last time around for himself. And Colin Lloyd, again, given 3rd on back. We're stuck in a battle. And this group here further back, led by Mason Surgener, had to check up due to Surgener getting sideways there the lap prior.
Let's see, this time around, we'll get a really good idea of the pace that the top 2 have here on lap number 3. The tires are up to temperature at this point of the race. The drivers are pretty good at this point of the race as well. So 4 minutes to go. Fastest on the racetrack. That belongs to Mateo Rubio Luengo down in 10th. But other than that, the fastest driver in the top 5 was Josh Campbell and then Chase Buscalia. Here's a really good scrap. You got the 9:56 of Mateo Rubio Luengo, fastest driver on the racetrack. He goes through on Boutillier as well. So he's up to 9th now, is the BJR driver.
Yeah, one driver there on the top of your screen, the TKG Barrel Art machine, I believe, of Logan Mueller, went around in turn number 1. He's going to fall all the way back the order and to the back of the field. Now we check back in with your drivers in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Buscaglia, Campbell, and Phillips. Looks like they're starting to make some headway here, Alex. Last time around for Lloyd, for Hodgson, they were about a 10th quicker. But I can say that gap looks to get visibly closer as we work our way through with just 3.5 minutes to go in this heat race.
I mean, if you're Peyton Phillips, if you're Josh Campbell, if you're Buscaglia, if you're in this fight, there's no need to battle, right? Because the drivers behind you, Surgener, Brown, Perkins, they're 2 seconds back, roughly, from this trio. There's really nothing you're going to gain from fighting, but a lot more to lose. Lap time-wise, they lost half a tenth to Oliver Hodgson. Not enough to really make you any more concerned than you were a lap ago. And to be honest, at this point, you're banking on Colin Lloyd making a move with 2 to go, with 1 to go. Any sort of passing we've seen, Caleb, no matter what class you're in, you lose a handful of lap time. And so, again, that's why you don't want to battle right now if you're Phillips, if you're Campbell, if you're Buscaglia. You want the guys in front of you to battle. So it's one of those double-edged swords where you don't want to do it, but you want everybody else to do it. So we'll have to see how this unfolds. Further back, it's a really big scrap. Surgener, Brown, Rubio Luengo, again, another spot gained, up to 8th now. He was the fastest driver on the racetrack last time by. He ran a 1:11.9 with a pass, and we saw that pass happen in turn number 2. So I still got to think that BJR driver is quick right now.
Yeah, Luengo up right behind Mason Surgener now, so that demoted Hudson Brown a spot back to what looks to be 8th on the racetrack. And again, more moves. Like Rubio's going to go for another that time by. Not sure if he got it done or not, but we look at the gaps here. Again, it looks closer on our screen, Alex. When we look at the timing charts, Oliver Hodgson improves, but Peyton Phillips goes even quicker. They took 2 tenths out of the gap. So 3rd on back is definitely starting to close in. And here we look at Luengo, right? He's been closing in. One of the REM machines as well looking for a move. That looks to be Botelier, who's up a couple of spots here.
Yeah, now Cash Perkins having to defend from Hudson Brown. That's the fight for 10th and 11th. And again, look at that. One move, you lose 5 to 6 kart lengths on the driver in front of you if you time it wrong. And again, Hudson Brown inside, Perkins over under, textbook. He'll get him back into the green corner. Here's your top. Here's the 3 drivers fighting back for the top 2 as we see Cash Perkins again reclaim that spot. That's going to bring in the likes of Henry Taylor, of Carson Sauter back into the mix as well. So this fight from 8th on back is pretty good. This fight for 3rd will start to heat up. I don't think it's going to get any more dicey than it already has been because these 3 know, and they're experienced enough to know that they're catching. And as a driver, you can sense it, right? When you have a driver in front of you, especially 2, you get that, it's called a rabbit, right? You start to follow them, and you realize the gaps are closing down, and then you start to drive faster and faster and faster, and then you finally get that lazy toe, and then the toe makes you quicker, and all of a sudden you get hungry for that win. And so for Peyton Phillips, again, not an improvement on lap time, but still quick enough to match the leaders with a little bit faster than Lloyd last time by. The gap remains the same, and if you're calling Lloyd, you're starting to lose a little bit of ground to Oliver Hodgson at this point here. 30 seconds left, so next time they cross the stripe, they'll see 2 to go.
Yeah, pace-wise, Colin Lloyd is a couple of hundredths down from Oliver Hodgson, but even then, I really think the group from 3rd on back is going to need a little bit of help from the Velocity Racing Sodi driver to try and, do something against Hodgson to try and bring them all into the mix, because at this point, Oliver's not going to put a foot wrong, Alex.
Yeah, he's just one of those drivers where you can't bank on the Brit to make a mistake, right? He's just usually so perfect, picture perfect, so smooth. And again, spoke to an MCC because it seems like the pace just hasn't really been there the last couple races for him. But again, no matter what, he said, listen, the kart feels good. I just got to keep working on it. And so for Oliver Hodgson, it seems like they've really figured it out here in the KA Stars class, and now 1 lap away from a heat race victory. So they're going to cross the stripe now. Let's see it. Are these 3 quicker than the top 2? 2 to go. They are. Peyton Phillips, purple again by 2 tenths.
That's the help they need too, right? They really need to, get on the horse and continue to close down that gap. A 1:11.6 for Phillips, a 1:11.7 for Hodgson and Colin Lloyd. So that's going to help a tenth a lap, right? They're going to need to do it again this lap and maybe even try and get in a drafting range on that back straightaway to close down that gap as much as possible.
Well, let's see it. They've been working together so well all race long. No reason to stop doing it now. But for Oliver Hodgson, that gap is growing. And so if anything, if you're calling Lloyd, you now are starting to get concerned because you're going to start to lose the draft from Hodgson, which is probably helping him. and you're going to start to fall into the clutches now of Peyton Phillips, who has his draft instead. So this lap and a half is going to get really interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure, just curious to find out what Josh Campbell is thinking right now, because he's seeing that, they're closing in, but it's not significant enough to, I think, be within a shot. So do you want to take the points? Do you want to take the position in fourth? Or do you want to go up to third, right? Do you want to try something this time by? And with 1 lap to go, white flag in the air, we're about to find out.
Let's see it this time around. Josh Campbell, purple. Everyone in the top 6, personal best lap times. So pretty identical kart setups for most of the top 6 in terms of tire pressure. They all want the kart to come in here on the final lap, and that's usually pretty ideal. A bit of a mistake, I think, from Chase Buscaglia. He's fallen off the clutches here of Josh Campbell. So it's a 2x2 line of stern here for the top 4. Campbell doesn't make a move on Phillips. He had a chance there. I think that answers your question, Caleb, on what he's thinking. I think he's trying to help as much as he can Phillips to get to Colin Lloyd, because Campbell knows if he makes a move and it doesn't work, then you risk losing 1 spot to Buscaglia. So it's risk versus reward right now for BJR and Josh Campbell.
Yeah, I think there's still hope here, but there he goes. Looking for the move into the cell tower corner. He's going to get clear. Up to third for Josh Campbell. Back to fourth for Peyton Phillips. And this time by, coming to the scale house. Does Phillips have enough to go back by? Hodgson still pulling away. Campbell going to defend for third. But this is all the while Oliver Hodgson, picture perfect in heat race number 1 in his group. Campbell looking good for third. Oliver Hodgson takes heat race number 1 in Group A in KA Stars.
Hodgson, Lloyd, Campbell, Phillips, Buscaglia. The top 5 didn't change besides Campbell around Phillips for most of that race. Luengo to 6th, Surgener, Perkins, Sauter, Boutillier, your top 10 drivers, and that'll close out KA Stars Heat 1, Group Letter A. What a race. A little bit of a cleaner one, I guess, than Group B, but nonetheless, smart racing. It's kind of a big chess game as we come to expect around this racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it, 2 times already in KA Stars, right? That you get a good start, you get a good run. It's kind of hard with the bottlenecks that do occur throughout some of the slower speed corners. So we're seeing that a whole lot here, Alex. That being said, a good run by Buscaglia to finish 5th, by Phillips as well to salvage P4. Campbell, Lloyd, and Hodgson, again, who's been the class of the field at Newcastle for the 2nd year running. You go back to Surgener, Cash Perkins, a good run for the rookie to finish 8th. Carson Sauter, William Boutillier, your top 10 and more. Brassel, the driver that we saw into the grass out of this race early, that's the 9:13. But that being said, quick commercial break from our side. More set to come your way. 2:10 for the Pro Motos. That's coming your way next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Heat Moto number 1 for OKN Jr. getting set to go green. Mad Max Weiland on the front row alongside rookie Royce Vega. There's no better way to debut than to put it in front of everybody else. They'll make up row 1, and again, Isaac Malcutt and Cole Medeiros hot off a great battle for each of them in their opening KA Junior Heat will make up row 2.
John Antonino, Travis Pettit on row number 3, Nico Katowski and Nathan Dupuis on row number 4. You go back to Marco Sammet and Tristan Murphy, your top 10 starters, your top 5 rows.
Moving back, Troy Ferguson and Sebastian Rist, Juther Malaswamy and Indy Anderson, and we'll take a quick look as they begin to work to that final corner, the last few drivers that will make up a healthy and growing OKN-J grid. Back to Ahmed Mostafa in the 110. We're ready for action from Newcastle for the first of the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show divisions. OKN Jr. up first. Heat number 1. They've had only a practice session today after qualifying yesterday, and they're ready to get after it. Here we go, green flag in the air, and they're racing it away through the dogleg and down to the I-70 hairpin, side by side through the field. It will stay okay. No, we've got one around. Sebastian Rist spun and beached off to the outside.
Unfortunate there for the 122, ending his race in the first corner. That's going to be it. Everybody else further back, side by side. Juther Malaswamy in there, Nathan Dupuis looking to the bottom of the racetrack. Walcott on the outside.
Grayson Walcott will give that one up as Mad Max leads. Back to a good start for Royce Vega on the JHDD entry, it appears. And then it's Isaac Malcutt back behind him there. Single file, Antonino, along with looks to be Katowski. Good start for Nico from 7th. He's up to 5th. It's one long single file train through the entire horseshoe and on the run to put one lap in the books, all trailing the number 3 plate as they rocket on by us.
What a start for Troy Ferguson. He's up into the top 10, making some good headway here early on. You know, walking through the grid yesterday, seeing him on the grid and, you know, asking him up to junior already, said yes, it's time, and he's excited to get out here to race. So what a drive so far for Troy Ferguson, up to 8th. Dupuis in 7th, and a change for the lead. Talking about rookies, Royce Vega to the lead of the race.
To the point for Royce Vega right now, and behind him again, still everybody else is lined. So as the field works their way out of the shark fin, and now on and into the infield, Antonino's going to be the odd man out. He'll lose one spot to Marco Sammet and find a hole just behind him. Still blocking the bottom side all the way low through the green corner. Vega is backing him up, and Weiland's winding up for a crossover. Beautifully done there through the first of the 2 right-handers that lead to the cell tower. And that'll get us 2, now 3 wide with Buddy down the inside.
What a move by John Antonino. Dupuis able to get through. Katowski, I think, was the driver who lost the most places there. He was 4th at the start of the lap. Lost 3 spots almost in the span of a corner. And single file line all the way through. Malcutt got his elbows out. Look at Dupuis looking on the inside into the right-hander. Dupuis looking to get through contact in between himself and John Antonino. Troy Ferguson going to get through.
Troy Ferguson now with another opportunity for more space as they're side by side. John Antonino, Katowski, door to door down to turn number 1. And it will change hands there with a little bobble for Walcott and a bigger one for William Vitor and more. William Kinn goes wide. Another RPM machine around. It is the 111 of Tristan Murphy.
Unfortunate for Tristan Murphy. We talked about the bad luck he had earlier in the weekend in the qualifying session. Got beached into the grass. Heat race number 1, falling down the order as well. So unfortunate nonetheless for Tristan Murphy in this race. The top 4, single file line. And, you know, compared to the racing we saw here last year, to see this class grow, to see the racing, you know, get better as a whole this year, Xander, I think it's huge for the OKN-J class that seems to be growing year after year.
Yeah, the division now at 20 plus for the 2nd consecutive race, more than double from the King of the Castle in 2024. And Isaac Malcutt would like the crown, but he'll lose the lead right there, right in front of the crowd at the grid corner. Mad Max takes over, and it'll go back the way of the Magic Squad before the end of the lap. He'll complete staying at the top of the pylon, but Malcutt's got another run. He'll hit the limiter, but he's got to push. This time, Vega shoving him through down the inside in the turn 2 hairpin. He'll put himself into 2nd as well.
Yeah, good move there by Royce Vega to get Isaac Malcutt through and himself as well, side by side. Antonino Jr., Katowski able to get back ahead that time, up to 7th. Cole Medeiros looking as well on a scoreboard. Looking to fit 2 karts through there, side by side. Tyrone Kemper Jr. How about Tyrone to get himself up into the top 10? That's a good drive after starting almost on the last row in this heat race. We were side by side there for the lead of the race. Isaac Malquit was the one who came out in front.
That's Nathan Dupuis now on screen making some moves in the cell tower. He goes ahead of Ferguson right there for 5th to fight for that spot once again. Cole Medeiros back to the 10th position. Let's take a look at all of the up and down slides so far. Again, a net gain of 5. Biggest one in a tie right now between Marco Samet and Ferguson. They will stay 4th and 6th with another lap in the books. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Let's check in through the midfield here. Antonino on the cusp of Katowski. Katowski looking for something here on Ferguson. He wants it. Medeiros wants it on Antonino as well. Great shot of both as John tries to get the crossover, but at that point, that's slow. Just slow enough with a side-by-side pass move there going offline there out of the power band. Nothing he could do. That's the other difference point here. I mentioned a little bit in qualifying that in the OKN and OKN-J classes with the lower rev limiter compared to the 100cc classes that have none, or some of the other divisions that these drivers may compete in that are at least 1,000 RPMs higher, you lose some of that into the straightaway in the draft momentum once you bounce the chip. But at the same point, you can make heavy sends like that in slow corners, and you both are below that mid-range big boost of speed and torque that these engines really have, because a lot of the big difference in lap times from them to anything else is right in the middle of the power. And so you'll see some pretty hefty moves on the brakes, knowing that there's less of a risk of getting crossed up and losing the spot at the end.
We've talked a whole lot about rookies in this race here, Xander, but Marco Samet up into 3rd place in this race. He's up 6 spots so far. A good drive up the field by, another one of the rookies that, again, has been super, super impressive here this weekend. I would say his breakout weekend in the junior ranks here in OKN-J. The 175 absolutely rolling.
Yeah, he remains in a good spot still here on the bumper of the leaders that are fighting for the low side of the racetrack. You can see Royce Vega looking high, looking low, nowhere to go at that point, just trying to find any bit of racetrack to make something happen. And now he's got to deal with pressure and company once again. Big look here for Nathan Dupuis. Not quite able to get a nose on the inside of Royce, and that'll back him up now as Medeiros pops the curb. He'll lose some time. Ferguson side by side with him as well. All the while, Isaac Malquit continues to command the pack through the scale line corner. Coming to a minute to go, plus 2 laps. This will essentially be 3 laps remaining at the line.
Yeah, Isaac Malquit's been pretty quick all weekend long on his mega-powered OKN-J machine with Greg Bell as well. Multiple engines for him out here this weekend. And Ike's been absolutely rolling. You see the Leading Edge Motorsports livery on that OTK machine. He's been up at the front so far all weekend long in whatever class you put him in. So for Ike to get himself up there, good showing. But Mad Max looking to get him back. Royce Vega side by side, little contact in between the 2 rookies. Samet able to hold on a 3rd.
Marco Samet's having a great weekend thus far. He had some good promise off the bat in Charlotte. And behind him here, he's going to get a little bit of help maybe with more battling. Katowski side by side. Medeiros, an over-under look on Dupuis. Nothing there. He'll actually get him sleeping into the double lefts with a big move. And now Samet on cue into 2nd with a great heads-up pass on Weiland.
It's a great pass there by Marco Samet. Cole Medeiros again himself. Nathan Dupuis have been going back and forth, and you've seen Medeiros get creative at this racetrack. You've seen him make moves in places where he's surprising drivers, and I think surprising us a little bit. Look at Buddy J get himself through. Buddy Antonino goes through, makes a move up into 7th.
Side by side for 2nd. Contact! Samet, Weiland off and into the grass, trying to keep the engines running. Marco's pointed the right way. Weiland is not, and Max Weiland will go from leading over half of the opening moto to sitting in the grass with contact, battling for P2.
Unfortunate there. I think we'll have to take another look at that one. I'm not sure if Samet was already turning in and Weiland just tried to go through in turn 1, or how they made contact. It all happened so fast, but even then, this has given everybody up in front, especially Isaac Malquit, a huge gap. And for Cole Medeiros, who was 5th at the start of the lap, he's already up to 2nd.
How about it for Tyrone Kemper Jr.? 22nd on the grid, now into 5th. About to get another one as they go side by side in front of him. Big lead out front for Malquit, and Kemper's going to get to 4th now with a big move. Antonino wants it back, he'll take it there. But even still, they've got some gap out back. Again, remember, yesterday, qualifying, Tyrone Kemper Jr. broke in bumper bolt off the bat to start the weekend on a downbeat. And Jr. has driven his way into the top 5, partly on merit and partly from all of the chaos that has surrounded and engulfed the entire lead group until now, when it has split apart. Let's take a look back here at the moment. Samet wanted to hang on. I don't know if he heard Weiland there or not. Max was pretty deep on the inside. And then once the 2 tires collected, both of them passengers, and it sent Weiland off. And again, they continue to go at it behind these two, Antonino and Kemper. The fight is now on for P6 here, Caleb.
Yeah, hard one to call there in between the two. But even then, one more driver off the racetrack. Grayson Wolcott off and around, facing the wrong way. Another driver out of this race early. We were talking about the rookies with good runs. Wolcott was up to 12th, up 3 spots from where he started. Unfortunate there for the 44. Out of this race early.
And here's the worst part, Caleb, as we see more shuffling. Pettit going back and forth here with Nico Katowski. Travis is trying to fight back from a terrible start. And the KA Junior opening heat winner in his group is back up and into the top 6 now behind his teammate. A good ways back, albeit. But originally I thought we were going the distance shown on timing. I don't know what the drivers saw on the board. Obviously our pylon has updated to the scheduled extended length of the motos, and I think again that move, that extra level of aggression shown between Samet and Weiland, maybe they would have thought better of it if they were banking off the board. But even with all of the extra visual aids here, you always want to coach your driver. You always, as a driver, want to remember that you race until you see the checkered flag, and whether or not that factored in, I don't know. Those were 2 young kids still going at it and in a prime position to fight for pole.
That's a hard one, right, for all of them. And again, given we still have, I believe it should be 3 laps to go this time by. That's what it said on the
board there,
on the board, yeah.
Well, we've got 20 seconds. Let's wait and see what we get at the loop this time by. Pettit, Katowski, Dupuis we continue to follow. By the way, Isaac Malquit, while he's had a big-time lead, Cole Medeiros has been eating into it. Fast lap for himself on the session. 68.881 for Cole Medeiros on that REM Cosmic. He picked up another 10th.5 last time by, and he is continuing to bring this gap down. Now, even still, I think it's going to be too little too late, but it's a good sign of promise towards the latter half of the weekend, because with the damp conditions that greeted drivers, where in FP1, nearly everybody that was fast was on rain tires, you consider the fact that on this package, whether they were able to test here a week ago or not, they really only had 2 good practices yesterday, qualifying, and 1 more practice this morning. It's as limited as they come. It's the only major American Series, pretty much the only American Series period, that uses direct drive power for the junior drivers. And for some of them, they've only begun racing it this year. So the evolution of names and speed we're going to see even this weekend alone is going to be rapid. It's going to change. And for Cole Medeiros, if he can keep putting together laps and sessions like this one, he will be a major factor tomorrow.
Yeah, we've talked about the limited practice time with a lot of drivers, and you know they've been saying, right, if you want to find something, Adrian Rennerton specifically, who's going to be racing later on in the Pro Show, he said if you want to find something in the chassis, you want to find something out there on the racetrack, you need to throw the entire kitchen sink at your setup. That's how you learn, and then you either do the exact opposite or you have an idea of what you're going to do later on. And as well, specific to the OKN power plant, OKN-J. Speaking of Matt Overbeck, James' dad, is you really, you know, after every session, you need to go through the entire motor, check the reach, check everything to, you know, not have what we had a lot of last year, which was a lot of mechanical DNFs.
Well, again, this is a builder's class, right? Regulations are there. It's not a run what you brung as the battling continues behind. But this is open or multi-manufacturer within the specs, and they're going to be pushing the limits. The benefit of it is you're not needing necessarily to buy lots of motors to figure one out. The downside is, again, the one motor that you do spend to build, well, it's meant to be fast. It's not meant to necessarily go the distance without any help. You've got to stay on top of it. And like you said, the reads have been a big talking point for many and a big learning and adjustment point for those as well. 1 lap to go. Look how aggressive it is here in the top 10. William Kim is there. Ferguson is there, closing on up behind as well. And in the middle of it all is, I believe, Leo De Silva. Back and forth for this quartet. Up the road, we caught a bit of course, Antonino and Vega going at it. Kim now to the inside sends Ferguson into the weeds.
Yeah, a lot of fighting in between that group. You saw Ferguson in there. Kim got sent wide. And this is the battle just further up the road. Travis Pettit, Nico Katowski. Looks like the two of them fighting for 6th. Then further back you go to Nathan Dupuis in 8th. Kim again fell back in this one a couple of corners ago.
Isaac Malcutt headed for home here on what is the closest thing to a home race for him on the schedule, I believe. The Midwestern kid looking good as the battles continue behind. Pettit versus Katowski. Isaac Malcutt, though, on top in Heat 1. Antonino second, and something happened to Cole Medeiros on the final lap. He had a healthy gap, and that has evaporated, and I don't know if he lost it, if he broke, or what, but that was a shot of the Cosmic Driver with 3 turns to go, setting the fastest laps of the race in the final few stages and hunting down the leader while running second. Oh.
Unfortunate nonetheless there for Cole Medeiros. You talk about the run he had in KA Senior. And yeah, it looks like we're getting reports that it just broke on its own. So we talked about the mechanical issues that could happen. And again, you got to think about a lot that went on in this race. He was, going in there deep, locking up the brakes, and that was one of the big talking points again that I remember from last year of how that affected the reads a little bit.
Well, again, the one thing to keep in mind, right, is the fact that these packages, the direct drive means that when the axle stops spinning, the motor is off. If you have a major lockup where when we say locking up, that means the rear tires are not spinning at all, and then all of a sudden they whir back up to whatever mile an hour that you're going, and the rotation, that kind of spike in the RPMs is fine with a clutch-driven go-kart, but on a direct drive, yeah, that could factor. And the reads themselves, the thinner you go, the more fragile they are. Sometimes the faster they are. But again, fragile, key word. Ease of being able to shatter or break or crack. And it can really shatter your weekend's hopes. But a clean race for Little Sizzle. It is a great weekend to be an Isaac Malcutt fan so far. Fantastic speed and results with the opening round of heat races and the OKN-J Moto 1 in the books.
Also, gas went all over my visor, all over my suit, on my steering wheel. So I just stayed focused and made sure that I didn't do nothing that would cost me all the positions that I made up.
It wasn't the greatest qualifying for you yesterday. You make amends for it here in Moto 1. I mean, what did you guys learn from yesterday into today?
Well, yesterday we had short bolts on and they came loose, and that's ultimately why we put bigger bolts on so it don't happen again.
Thank you, Tyrone.
No problem.
carts onto the racetrack now. OKN Stars ready for action from Newcastle Motorsports Park. Yesterday, a big day for the hometown kid, Austin Olds, his first career U.S. Pro Division Pole Award. And my goodness, did he do it with an exclamation point, Caleb.
Yeah, left everybody else scratching their heads, right? Paulie said it yesterday. Our kart feels good. We're on the same engine builder. We're on the same motor, basically, but no idea where he's been that much quicker. He's going to start second. Diego Ramos and Chase Gassiet-Lee on row number 2.
Moving back, row 3, Blake Nash, the California kid himself, has been fast throughout the weekend thus far. He's driven this package 2 years ago at the Challenge of the Americas, and of course last year drove the fully FIA spec OK Senior package quite a bit with the Tony Kart factory team. He said between what he learned over there, beyond just the engine ability and how to drive it, he's been able to bring not just to himself, but to the entire Nash Motorsports camp. They're strong. 2 in the top 5, 2 in the top 3 rows. He's joined by TKG, Beryl Arts, Finnegan, Bailiff with another strong quali effort. And then it's a pair of LN karts, 2 drivers who have gotten together over the years a couple of times. James Overbeck and Henry Wheeler. Aiden Lorenko and Maverick McKenna will complete the top 10, and we are ready to go. Austin Olds, Paulie Massimino, and we're green down to turn number 1.
Paulie Massimino stuck on the outside looking for a lane. I'm not sure he's going to find it. He does. Up to second for Massimino. Ramos in third. You go back to Blake Nash, who got slotted back just that little bit. He's going to be in fourth. And Chase Gassiet-Lee, but already Paulie looking to take the lead of the race. Into scoreboard. Paulie's clear.
Talk about a flip of the script at the opening lap of the main event in Charlotte. Massimino was the car to beat, and Olds was able to get an over-under on him and get to the point before the end of the first lap. In this case, an inverse, except Olds lost 3 spots. He's back to 4th. It's Ramos in 2nd, and Austin's already trying to get back. Side by side with Blake Nash, then quickly covered off the inside before Gassiet-Lee could get there. And so the reigning champ commands the field, but look at Ramos already closing in for the lead. Up and over the hill, not quite with enough momentum to make anything there, although it looked like the battles are still definitely raging on into that corner. Overbeck side by side, and so is Gassiet-Lee. The 31 takes over 4th. Our pole sitter back to P5 on the opening lap.
I'll tell you what here, Xander, for Austin Olds, his hands looked really busy on that opening lap. It seems like tires just not up to temperature for him yet.
No, not quite. I think they're definitely struggling just a little bit. Right now, Massimino, Ramos, Blake Nash right there. Here's a look, and the number 2 goes through, and teammates side by side, but no dice for Gassiet-Lee. A crossover and a hip check from Diego to Paulie. Here goes Blake Nash on through. He'll get to 2nd, and just like that, Massimino goes back to command.
Paulie wasting no time. I think he's really showed, right, setting the tone for this race. Wants to be in control, wants to be in the lead, and he's shown that, right? You saw Olds, he tried it on Olds there on the opening lap, went right back on Diego when he could, and for Austin, we talked about tire temp for him. Again, continuing to lose time, continuing to lose spots here for our pole sitter. He's all the way back, I think, even outside of the top 10.
Big time moves here for Austin Olds in the wrong direction. He needs to be able to reset, but again, he's been shuffled to the wayside so many times in such a short period that he's going to need to just try and hang on until he can get the tires back cleaned off and march forward. Right now, all the way back in the 12th position, and in front of him, while they're passing a bit, they are spreading out. Finn Bailiff on Henry Wheeler. That was back for the 5th spot. The top 4 have got away a little, and Wheeler, realizing that, he goes right back through.
Yeah, still side by side. Overbeck still looking on the inside, going to push Henry Wheeler through. He's going to go by on the 21 of Bailiff there. So Overbeck up a couple of spots. And for James, right, talking about the limited practice, he said he's just not up to grips with the package yet. And he says, I've never been so far off, I think, in the last 2 years than I am this weekend. And given, he's still in the top 10.
Yeah, James Overbeck right now, a little ways back from Finnegan Bailiff, off of all of that back and forth. Aiden Fox, we mentioned him just briefly before warm-up today. He's a former winner on this very layout at this very race, and he runs in the 8th position right now, a little bit up from the last time around alone. Maverick McKenna had a great start. Maverick's now been shuffled outside the top 10, just ahead of Remy Andriatos. on the JHDD number 17. So more changes with a quarter or a third of the race in the books here as they go side by side. An overhead shot as Bailiff retakes that 5th spot again for the 2nd consecutive lap, and I think he won't make that same mistake twice. He'll cover off the inside there with the overhead shot of Wheeler and Overbeck, with Fox looking on.
That's a great shot from the different lines you can take, right? You saw James kind of arc his line a little bit more. You saw Fox do the same as well. Now he's going to go side by side into the green corner, looking on the inside. Not able to get clear just yet. James is going to get that outside line, which becomes the inside for the next corner. And a little switch in between the Nash Motorsports machines. Chase Gassiet-Lee going to go up to 3rd.
Chase Gassiet-Lee and the number 31 continuing to roll right now. Lots of speed. He said this morning he felt like he might have had a real shot at the pole, but ultimately he blew the lap. A couple mistakes here and there, and it's a 19-corner track. It's tough to put the full 60-plus second circuit together in just a short time span. Only really 3, maybe 2 tries at it in the 5-lap, 5-minute qualifying. But he's making up for it now, and so is Ramos up the road from all of this as your pole sitter tries to make up for a little bit of lost ground. He'll get 1 there, helping Overbeck get by Wheeler.
Yeah, Austin just has to get stuck in at this point of the race, right? He's going to make another one there on James, send it in a little bit too deep. We'll see if he goes back in a scoreboard, but at this point, right, it's just a matter of getting your head down, and I think, you know, he realized that you saw him shake his head in the opening laps, and it was just probably too low on tire pressure too soon, and now it's just getting stuck in, right, keeping your head on your shoulders and trying to make those moves back up, and he's done that so far. He's back in the top 10, back up to 8th, made 3 spots the lap prior, so a good drive up the field once again for Austin. But again, given, you're right, starting on that front row, starting on the inside, the best starting spot, and being all the way back, he's not going to be happy with that. I'll tell you, for Diego, though, he's going to be happy to see he's getting a lot closer to the rear bumper of that BJR LN Kart.
He definitely is. He was quicker by 3/10 the lap before, quicker by 2/10 this time by. Paulie thought he might have been able to get rid of him. He has not. So the 2 leaders are closing up. Blake Nash working with his teammate, now going to go back around him here for 3rd. Chase was quick early. Blake a little bit better now as the field has spread apart. But the 2 drivers that ended last year's story together at the front, 1 and 2 in lockstep, and the race, the championship was decided by who would come out on top of that last main event on the year. And under the pressure for nearly the entire 20 laps, Paulie withstood it, and in front of his friends and family and a home crowd, got his first career U.S. major regular season title on the pro categories. Now, a fully funded 2nd year here for Paulie has him back to defend that crown, and I don't know if there's anyone hungrier to turn a 2-plate to a 1-plate than Diego Ramos. Caleb, how many seasons has he had a shot at the title?
I mean, he's been close time and time again, right? And he's really been forced to think outside of the box, which is why I want to highlight that front bumper for Diego Ramos. If you look at it closely, it's not the new 2025 front bumper that Burrell Art released. It's the old 2024 model, and he says this older bumper has helped him with front-end turning. So he said he felt that front end get a little bit loose with that newer style of front bumper, and as well, this is a lot stiffer for him, so it doesn't cause as easy of a pushback, and you see it already, making that move into the shark fin. He's going to get clear for P1.
He waited, he stalked his prey, he managed the clock on the straightaway, and now with less than a third of the race remaining, Diego Ramos takes command. Behind them, Blake Nash, last time by, was only about a 10th off the pace of the top 2. If Paulie wants to really fight for a moto win and try to make those points really matter, again, it's a 5-point swing down the top few spots, and considering last year came down to single-digit numbers, he might, but he did not get a good launch out of the horseshoe, and he is slowly losing ground.
Yeah, you see Paulie starting to lose a little bit of pace, right? You look a lap prior, Ramos was quicker. We'll see this time by. But again, you see that gap open up to about 2 car lengths. And then further back for Austin Olds, again, trying to make up the spots. Once again, he's up to 6 now, so he gained another one that lap. And just unfortunate the way this race really panned out for Austin.
The good news is, Caleb, he does have that mulligan, right? Qualifying on the pole puts you on the pole for Moto number 2. He'll get another shot to make up some more points, not just in the championship haul from this weekend, but also for the main event grid starting spots. So even if this race ends no better than 7th, which is in the fight right now for P5. In fact, he's now into P5 with a move there on Bailiff. It would not be the worst thing in the world. A 5th, and if he's able to, let's say, win Moto number 2, a 5-point haul, that's a 2.5 average essentially.
Yeah, there you go. And, I mean, he holds the fastest lap of the race, right, at 107.8. And I think just little hiccups like that, whether it's a tire pressure or you know, whatever it was for him early on in that race, if they could get that adjusted for the second motor later on today, I really think we're going to see, you know, the pace that we've seen out of Austin and hopefully see him up at the front holding on to that lead position.
3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Kudos to Massimino. He did close right back up to Ramos at the end of last time by. A 2/10 swing in the right direction for the number 40. Whether that was a matter of Paulie just really having more late race pace, learning a bit behind Diego, or having a lap to kind of reset the grip levels of his MG tires, any of those three or all of them together has put him back in the conversation of this Moto win. And again, Blake Nash is still at best matching or barely losing to the top 2. But that said, only 1.4 seconds away means 1, 2, maybe 3 more moves, and he will have a chance at it. But you saw as we cut back here to the leaders, kind of a bunny hop of the front tires, the front end of the go-kart for Paulie going through the cell tower. The conversation this weekend has been the tremendous amount of grip on the racetrack. Granted, Gasly and Lee dropping the left rear off there, and the horseshoe doesn't quite give you that picture, but that level of rubber, I mean, you are constantly working to keep the go-kart freed up, to let it roll through it and not get stuck in it, and especially in the Rhino liner patches that line a lot of the apexes on the racing line in the corners here at Newcastle. So you can see there, even out of I-70, Ramos able to just get the power applied, and that go-kart rolls a little bit better on corner exit.
That was one of the things I think that I was most intrigued to hear so far this morning was the drivers after their first warm-up session. That was around 10-ish, on the schedule, that they were saying the track was just completely different than when it was the day before, and it's almost like a full reset, right? You go out yesterday and it was one thing, and then today, this morning, it was a complete different thing. So staying on top of the racetrack, staying on top of the evolution, I think is key, especially when you have rain overnight like we have had the past couple of days.
I mean, even the 2 leaders, right, looking at how busy their hands were just fighting through the off-camber, just a little bit of grade in that double left, a great side angle of that horseshoe section. And then even here, you compare it to what are slight dips, a little bit of banking, just a hair at the center and low point of the 90-degree corners that finish the lap, and they're still struggling to try and keep the wheel steady. And so when you're fighting through that, you're kind of on a knife's edge. And of course, when you're behind the driver, we've talked about aero wash, probably beat that dead horse pretty down, but it also definitely plays a factor here at a track like this with that high of a maximum center corner speed.
And again, on the topic of aero wash, right? Like I was saying earlier with a change of front bumper of Diego Ramos, he said that's just, helping us out a little bit. But for the main thing, it's that newer bumper is a lot softer. But even then, any little thing can really, make or break a race. You look back at last year, a change of centimeters on that front bumper, moving it a hole down for Paulie really made the difference at Trackhouse Motorplex.
Out of the final sector of the racetrack here and headed to the final few moments of this moto. Blake Nash continues to close down to 1.2. Last time by, a couple hundredths better than the leader. He is just hoping, waiting, jumping in the seat, probably cheering on Massimino at this point to make something out of nothing right now, because he is locked behind Ramos. Every time he's able to close back up, it's going into a section where maybe Diego is a little bit better, and this rubber banding between the two has just kept them stagnant, frozen at first and second.
I'm curious as well about the gearing here a little bit, Xander, and how big of an effect it is. We looked back at yesterday with Weinberg. He said he had a wrong front driver on. That's going to be huge, but even then, those little differences, whether it's a tooth, 2 teeth, is that really that big of a margin to see, drivers pull away through corners and maybe catch up on straightaways here?
Well, maybe on a more linear power curve like a K or X30, that's not a big swing. But when you're talking a difference of a couple hundred RPM and a huge non-linear boost on the graft, that's going to be big, and you're going to kind of see that. Whether or not Ramos has one more tooth on than Paulie Massimino, I don't know, obviously, but you can definitely see that his kart launches out of the corners in low speed, where Paulie seems to be a little bit more bogged. It could be a mix, obviously, of roll speed and chassis setup, with the kart not necessarily as free to spin. But at that same point, maybe again, as Paulie closes in on Diego at the end of the straightaway, the benefit for him, a little more end power or higher mile an hour by not hitting that limiter so early. So that bit of the tuning game here has definitely evolved as everyone's gotten to know this engine and how it reacts better. But I would say of any of the packages, the OKN and the OKN-Js are probably going to be the most sensitive because it is not a stair step all the way up the rev range. It is a bit out of the ordinary. And whether that's the difference, the track obviously plays into it, but there also might be something else. I think there's something wrong here with Massimino. Seriously now, he's under heavy pressure, and that also could be the remnants of a cracked reed slowly forming and getting worse. Here's Blake Nash. He'll nearly be able to drive around him at the end of the race. Look how much he's lost. He's just got a block at this point to hang on, but if he falls out of the rev range, Blake might get him. Ramos is going to score the Moto 1 win, and by the skin of his teeth, Paulie will hang on for second.
Wow, that was definitely nerve-wracking there for Paulie, and I think the entire BJR crew on the fence line. I think it's going to be a lot of work, right? Going into Moto 2 later on today for Blake Nash as well. Good recovery for him to get himself into third and showing good pace late in this one. Chase Gasly lead, top 4. James Overbeck, your top 5.
So that will do it for your OKN Stars from more than 300 drivers here at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the Stars Championship Series King of the Castle. Now, again, this was the end of the race as well. We talked about following. Paulie Massimino did, just as we were kind of watching him crest over that hill, it looked like he might have gotten a bit of dirt onto the tires, dropping off the edge, and that could have, of course, easily broken momentum and opened that gap back up to Diego, and then the gap really opens here as the checkered flag flies nearly 2 seconds from first back to second. But a myriad of factors, but I definitely do believe that with what you're able to work with and just the nature of this beast, that I think the gear changes could be pretty massive. And it's something that, again, when you talk about the drivers telling you that the track is way different today than yesterday, what worked yesterday for gearing will probably not work today. There's a point where the rubber gets so sticky, no matter what you can do to free the go-kart up, you stack teeth on. And I've seen sometimes drivers up in the front of the race win a race with a 4 to 5 tooth rear sprocket difference. But either way, it's a great points haul. A P2, he'll take it. And Diego Ramos will as well. Moto 1 winner.
All right, down here at the scale line, Diego Ramos. Diego, come here real quick. What a run. Rolled off P3, P1. It looked pretty simple out front. Did it feel simple, or how hard was that race?
No, the race was hard. The track, I don't know, because of the sun or the hot, the track got a bit slippery. But we managed. When Paulie was first, I saw that I had a good gap. And the car felt good, the engine felt good. Just the first hit yet. You still need to improve a little bit, but yeah, I think we are in the right way.
How difficult is it to manage the gap here on this place? I know the OKN, the rev limiter is a little bit different than what it would be in like a KA, for example. I mean, is it tough, or do you feel like it's easier to lead in the OKN class?
For sure it's easier than the KA because of the limit. You gain a bit in draft, but not like KA that is like half a second. But yeah, it's a bit tough to block. We lose so much time. I just opted to didn't block in the race and then keep the momentum going. And yeah, for sure we need to work a little bit more to win the final, but felt amazing, the hit.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you.
Let's walk a little bit further back here. I want to talk to one more driver. Paulie, really quickly, one question for you. That last lap, got a little close with you and Blake. Did anything going wrong? You dropped a tire? What happened?
Yeah, honestly, from the get-go, obviously I got into the lead, but, Ramos' stuff was quick, and, Nash as well. Yeah, I don't know. We missed it. The kart was not good. So it's all right. We tried something, and it didn't work. So we'll try some different things for the next one and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great bit of intel from Alexander Searle on pit lane from both of your top 2 finishers. And the Nash Motorsports crew, I mean, they're knocking on the door here. I think they're going to have a good chance at them. And James Overbeck, while we focus back up front, snuck his way into the top 5. Don't count out last year's KA Stars champion from being able to make some surprise moves at the front of the field. And well, speaking of surprise, Mateus Morgado admitted he was a bit surprised with himself with how good qualifying went for him. All of last year, even a bit at Charlotte Motor Speedway when he qualified 5th, he never seemed to be able to match the lack of pace that he'd have in quali into the main. He was always better over the course of the weekend as the races drew on, as the sessions got longer. This weekend, different story. The Brazilian fastest in Friday qualifying, and he's got an all-barrel art front row with Gavin Bailiff on the outside.
AJ Myers, Mr. Newcastle himself, starting on row number 2 alongside Justin White, Adrian Reneden, and Jay Irwin on row number 3. I talked to Adrian earlier on. They've been trying everything on that Sodi chassis, and he said this track is by far the favorite I've been to here in the States.
Moving on to, of course, with Jay Irwin on the outside of Reneden, you've got Charlie Steins and Eli Fox, 2 international drivers on row 3, and a couple of hometown kids on row number 4, Indiana's own Factory Fury GP Kart squad, and their 2 bullets, 7th and 8th. It'll be Ian Quinn and CJ Bowman continuing the Midwestern run on your top 10 in row 5.
Go back to Billy Musgrave, and again, he's just been left scratching his head all weekend long, saying, I've never been a second off in my entire life. He said, I've tried the setup that I tried last year. That obviously hasn't been helping him out at all, and alongside him is going to be Vincenzo Saracino.
Rookie Gage Korn rolling from the inside of row number 7, alongside the 202 of David Carmody. We know those two are going to be looking to go forward and get up to their Maranello teammate in Justin White, along with Frankie Iadavea, Jonathan Ocasio and crew. Vaughn Beasley, the privateer aboard the TB cart, rolling from the back in 17th. Annie Rule 18th. Truly Adams, Ashton Henkel, and the final few of the 25 Pro Stars field will get into the boxes for the first time this weekend. Pro Stars and a standing start. There is simply nothing like it. And as Christian Mars steps off to the wayside, we get set. Pro Stars Moto 1 is away, and it's going to be a clean start for the field.
Even starting between the 2, Reneden all sideways into turn number 1. One driver, Henkel, off the racetrack in a 1.
In front of everyone, he'll collect Ocasio and more as Jonathan tries to wheel spin it out of the wet grass. And up front, side by side, Justin White getting the elbows out to fend off Adrian Reneden, but Reneden's going to send it down the inside. Contact between the pair for 5th. Jay Irwin's been able to sneak by them both, and one of the best at the starts. Billy Musgrave's already picked up 3 or 4 spots. He's up from 11th, as your leaders are still as they qualified. Bailiff all over Mateus Morgado into the cell tower.
A great start for Gavin Bailiff, super even in between the 2. You see Gavin there in 2nd, still looking to try something on Bailiff. Nothing yet. Myers in 3rd. Further back to Irwin. You look at the spots he's gained. That's a great charge up the field by Jay to get himself up there as well for Billy. You talked about him inside of the top 10.
Oh, AJ Myers with a big-time send there in the turn 18 corner. We haven't seen hardly any passes off of outside of crossovers right there. He gets 2nd. And now, deja vu as they go down to turn number 2. Through the shark fin, Gavin Bailiff, Jay Irwin, Justin White, 3, 4, 5 into the infield hairpin. And behind them, Adrian Reneden, while he was really aggressive early on the back half of the opening lap, he got kind of a little bit of loss of touch, I guess, with Justin White. Not sure whether it was battling with others or what. But White is all over Irwin. These two not going to trade hands for 4th, but look at this. Mateus Morgado is starting to fend off the cavalry. AJ all over him, looking for it. Inside and through, and an over-under, but he'll hit the curb. Myers takes the lead.
How about AJ to get himself up to the lead? Everybody stacked and packed here. Irwin, Bailiff, White looking on the inside on Jay Irwin. Looking to get clear, not enough. Irwin's going to go through on Bailiff. Everybody sideways. Bailiff back to 3rd.
All of that for no net change, although maybe now. Irwin, answers a crossover with one of his own. He'll get back into third. Myers defends from Morgado, and the rest of the pack is all single file behind the Kiwi kid. It is Musgrave right there with Renadin. I think he was able to get the better of him in I-70. No, he was not. It is then Ian Quinn. Then the GP Kart boys, Steins and Fox, round your top 10. And look at that, Renadin. He tried it on the opening lap. He'll get it on this one. He gets past Justin White.
Yeah, he had to wait a couple of laps for it, but Adrian finally able to get through, and we're starting to see AJ start to pull away from Mateus. Here's Xander.
Yeah, he looked sporty. He looked like the speed was there from the jump. Quickly getting by Gavin Bailiff and surprising him probably at the end of the opening lap, and now starting to open up the margin. Remember last year, granted, Morgado not on the list. Bailiff not nearly as strong as he has been in 2025, but Billy Musgrave was here, Josh Conker was here, and the best they could do was nearly 10 seconds away from the Magic Man in the final. He is unstoppable at Newcastle Motorsports Park, and right now, the inevitable is happening. He's building a margin, and the Burrell Arts are fighting behind him. Bailiff versus Irwin for third. Give it to Bailiff.
Bailiff had a fight for that one, right deep on the brakes in a turn one. Got through, a little sideways, but nothing major there for Gavin. Back up to third. Him and Jay, I think, have wasted maybe a little too much time fighting for that third spot. Really let Mateus kind of run away with it.
I'd love to see a side-by-side of that replay there. How out of shape Gavin Bailiff was. That rear lock really had him going for a loop. And I think Jay might have been able to fight it more, but it probably caught him off guard, trying to grab the right gear to get up and out of the corner. Meanwhile, again, still single file, back to maybe 15th, if you will. Vincenzo Saraceno knocking on the door of the top 10 on the back of Eli Fox, and there's more with him as Myers leads now a little bit in to the race, and Morgado is starting to find a rhythm. Look how much the gap was last time. Let's see if it closes. 6/10 away from the reigning race winner, and at the line, it'll come down to 4/10, a 2/10 swing.
Yeah, talking to AJ earlier this morning, he said that, this year has been different than the rest. You have a lot of different drivers, a lot of different guys getting themselves up into the top 10 and within race-winning contention. Let's take a look back at the move between Gavin. You see the move in a turn one, almost sideways, working his way through, and for Jay just having to brush the brakes, and I don't know if he missed the gear, Xander, but
it looked like it popped almost out as he was trying to find it. I think he didn't go low enough into the corner, realizing that Gavin, once he locked the brakes up, Gavin had to quickly go opposite lock with the wheel to save it, and at that point Jay probably needed to go one more gear down, and you saw it kind of stuttering, so it almost looked like it was out of gear. So whether it was that or just not, it was too low in the rev range and struggling to get going, either way it hurt his exit, but he's okay now, locked in that fourth position, starting to re-rack. But the fastest man at the moment, Adrian Renadin, getting up and going right now. This time by should be a burner for the Velocity Racing Sodi Kart. Let's see what it is. Last time Morgado had top honors. This time Renadin by a 1/10.5 over the field. Here he goes looking for P4. Not quite there in turn two.
I think he's shown his favorite passing zone, right? The scoreboard corner has really been the spot where we've seen Adrian make the most moves so far in this race, and I think, don't be surprised if that's where we see it.
Adrian Renadin's all over Irwin still, and Jay knows it. He's now going on protection mode. Justin White is still a little ways down the board. Billy Musgrave, Ian Quinn, Charlie Steins, Eli Fox. They have not changed as close as they all have been here at the midway point in this moto. But the two main spotlights right now, the fight looming for fourth and the potential fight looming for the lead. Last time by, the gap swung back in the direction of AJ Myers. This time, I think Morgado might have closed back on up. It was 4.5 tenths at the loop. We'll definitely be closer than that now, I think. Mark it at about maybe 3.5 if he can roll through this section well. He did in turn 18. 19 was okay, and it's a 2/10 gap now. 105.68. Morgado is on the move for the lead. Turn two with a 1.5. Mateus Morgado gets back to the front.
AJ was definitely not expecting that. He looked over his shoulder once they got onto that front straightaway, and seeing the gap he had in Morgado, I'm sure he wasn't expecting to see Mateus go into turn one. What a move by Mateus to take the lead of the race, and further back, Renadin tried it on Irwin, couldn't get it done.
That's not over. and neither is the race for Gavin Bailiff. He's going to get new life now as A.J. Myers has to kind of reset here back in second. Reneden is still right there on Irwin, who's probably going to try and throw a block here in the cell tower. Let's see what happens as they roll through.
This time by, again, you see that gap at about 2 car lengths in between the Magic Man and Mateus Morgado. Bailiff looking really strong with just 4 minutes to go in the first Pro Moto, and I think we're going to see Gavin Bailiff look for something once we head to the main straightaway because he's all over A.J. Myers right now.
That time by, 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Bailiff looks forward, motions to AJ to keep going. AJ did not trust him at all, but again, I don't know if AJ is realizing that I don't think Gavin has nearly the love for Morgado that he might have had going into Cincinnati 2 weeks ago, so he's not necessarily trying to play teammate to the Satellite Alliance at this very moment. He has his faith in the number 1 plate, or at least is putting it there for this second, but he can't give him too long if AJ cannot deliver because Jay Irwin is starting to get going again.
Yeah, I mean, looking from the outside, right, for us walking around the paddock throughout the day, throughout the weekend, you see all these guys kind of talking to each other, conversing, but once they hit the racetrack, once those visors go down, you know, once the lights go out, it's every man for themselves, and we've seen that, you know, with...
Oh, no! Bailiff's got a problem. Gavin Bailiff, hand in the air, slowing, pulling off to the side, and his moto is done. The number 3, an exhausted moment there for Gavin and a frustrating early exit from the first race of the weekend for the second consecutive race weekend. Now, Jay Irwin is realizing the opportunity. That's one of the 3 drivers that was really in the points in Charlotte. Jay was in his shoes on Moto 1 there, hunting down AJ before an engine let go. He's trying to play catch-up, and so is Adrian Reneden, who will have to be perfect to try and score a title for Velocity Racing, having missed out on round 1 at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, Reneden's been trying it a couple laps already consistently, but just hasn't been able to find a way through on the Kiwi kid of Jay Irwin. So holding on strong for third, and that gap up in front, looking pretty close there for Mateus Morgado and A.J. Myers. The drivers in first and second. Again, that gap staying consistent, and as well further back for third for Jay Irwin.
2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Morgado, a half-second cushion back to A.J. Myers. Justin White now gets promoted into the 5th spot. Ian Quinn is 6th. He is looking probably just to try and finish a race at this point as the fight rages on for second, third, fourth, and maybe the lead. Let's see if Reneden has anything here, or Irwin on Myers. Not quite. Alex.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Gavin, really quickly here, but if you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck at all. What happened there?
The engine stuck coming down the straightaway. I went back to the throttle on the right, and then I could feel it low and down on power, and then I heard it stick, so I grabbed the clutch, put in neutral, and parked it over here. Can't believe it. Just no luck at all these past 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Exactly what happened to Jay Irwin back in Charlotte, but now Jay is able to get past A.J. Myers and take PSL karting to 1 and 2, and engine grenading and letting go takes out one of the 3 Red Army drivers, but again, they've got all 3 of them at the front. 2 remain. They are first and second, coming to a minute plus 2 laps to go. And now, how about it for the orange and black crew? The Velocity Sodi of Reneden is pressuring, looking, and getting by for third.
What a move by Adrian Reneden to get through on A.J. Myers, and I think, you know, the case of A.J. just losing spots throughout the closing stage of this race, you got to think that they were too fast too soon.
Just maybe. Or is there an issue looming or forming for the Magic Man as well? These lengthier motos compared to the heat races really spread the field out enough that you have to manage your stuff. You saw Morgado struggling in the opening few laps where AJ was exceptional, and now is the Magic Man trying to do a little extra magic to breathe some life back into that go-kart, because already the gap would naturally open going offline like that, but he didn't stay on the outside. He let Reneden go. It seems like there may be more than just Gavin Bailiff suffering from mechanical woes in Moto 1, but I want to keep our eyes where our camera crew has them as well. Reneden versus Irwin. This time by 2 to go.
Adrian's been really quick already. Again, right, he's tried it time and time again on Jay through scoreboard as well through the green corner. Just hasn't been able to get that move done. Further back, a couple other notables just outside of the top 10. Annie Rule on her return to the shifter field. She's 11th. Gage Korn, 12th.
7 spots up for Annie Rule. What a charge forward for the young lady trying to make it queen of the castle. She's been close in the early iterations of this event, and a busy year outside of the driver's seat for her. To keep her in the driver's seat as much as possible has her playing a little bit of shaking off the rust. Her teammate here, CJ Bowman, up the road, having a solid drive as well. 10th right now for CJ as we get to the closing moments of Moto number 1. All of them, again, behind the Factory Fury GPs of Eli Fox and Charlie Steins. They've separated. In fact, Musgrave is back behind Eli. He might be able to maybe steal 8th away after riding inside the top 5 almost for a lot of this race. But last time around, Irwin took a huge chunk out of the gap to Mateus Morgado. It was down to 2.5 tenths of a second from first to second. Reneden had faded back by about 3 or 4 tenths. They're continuing to fight in the middle as well. Ian Quinn, Justin White, Charlie Steins. Look at this. Top 5 fighting it out. Quinn versus White, door to door through the infield.
Side by side, and look at the gap for the lead of the race. Jay Irwin looking a lot closer to Mateus Morgado than he's been all weekend long, so we'll see, right? Are they going to play the team game, or is it every man for themselves, like I said earlier?
I don't know. At some point, these two, as fast as they are, as good as they are, they will have a match between each other for a major race. Maybe it's for the King of the Castle honors in 2025, but they've got company that'll be ready to try and challenge them as well. Reneden is close. He will end up 3rd, but it'll be Mateus Morgado scoring the Moto 1 win.
Jay Irwin, a good run late in this race to finish 2nd. Adrian Reneden 3rd. AJ Myers, we saw him just fall off the pace at the end of this one, coming across the line 4th. And how about Ian Quinn? We talked about the bad luck that he's had weekend after weekend. A top 5 for him for Steel Motorsports and the Burrell Art team. Good weekend on
That's
the
just
second
a sigh
weekend.
of relief.
Yeah,
for sure. For that crew, for Ian, and for what 2025 has been, coming off of last year that had so much promise and such a major leap forward in his development. This is finally where he feels like he should have opened the year in March. But Justin White keeping him honest there at the end. Charlie Steins, Eli Fox, Musgrave still probably hunting here, I think, for some speed, but he's closer. Although, again, as you mentioned, he's never been this far off. He goes from a second away, by his words, down to about 6 tenths. And still, he's going to need to find some more speed to contend for the win. What a great afternoon this is shaping up to be, because all the races that you have witnessed through the late morning, after the lunch break as well, we're about to do all of them over again for the second time. Heat number 2 for all the undercard divisions. That sets their pre-final grids with a combination of Heat 1 and Moto number 2 for the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show classes, concluding with these ones. Pro Stars and a 1-2 for Morgado and Irwin.
Jay, solid run for you. You entered the weekend as a points leader, P2 here in the first moto. How would you kind of describe it to me?
Yeah, it was a good race. You know, we made lots of positions at the start, and yeah, just kept moving forward throughout the race. Yeah, I was really happy with it.
Do you feel like you have anything left in the tank, or did you push too hard in this in the first moto?
I don't know. We'll have to see. I was pretty hard then, so yeah, we'll see.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Let's go one back here. Adrian Reneden. Adrian, you know, your first race here in the States was at Speed Sports. You went to MCC. Both those tracks, you said, maybe a little bit different to what you're used to over in Europe. Does this track feel more to what you're accustomed to seeing in Europe?
Yeah, I feel more, and the most important is I really like it. Really good track with fast corner, really long straight, so it's really nice. And the pace is going better and better, so it's nice.
Do you feel like this is the strongest you guys have been so far this year?
I think the final in Newcastle must be really good, but we don't make it. But I have good opportunities for this one.
What more do you need, if anything, to get to these two guys up front?
I start more in the front because the start was really bad. But after, the pace is really good, so we'll see after.
Thank you.
No problem.
One more here. AJ, really quickly to you. I mean, I know you love this racetrack. You're quick around here. You shot out like a cannon. What happened at the end of this moto?
Lack of pace again. That's about it. Back to drawing boards for the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Short, sweet, to the point. But he's right. They are going to go back to the drawing board and give it another go. Paulie Massimino, I think, put it pretty well at the end of the OKN Stars race, Caleb, that, hey, we tried something, it worked or it didn't. We'll go back to work and try it again.
Yeah, I mean, session after session, right? These guys don't have that many practices. They don't have that many time to testing. So whenever you go out there on the racetrack, whether it's a heat race, whether it's a practice, qualifying, you try something different every single time and you're learning as you go.
KA Masters will kick off our afternoon rotation of sessions. And it was a good race for the first half to watch when it came down to the entertainment factor. But by halfway, Clay Settles decided to rip the parachute off and drive away from this field. The Top Kart USA driver, he has been the class of the field, and he'll start once again from the pole after qualifying there this morning. Andy Kutcher starts on the outside of him. Then the reigning series champ, John Bonanno, will roll from the inside of row 2 alongside Magic Kart's Chris Horan.
Go back to David Galonia, Anthony Stifler on row number 3, Tyler Presto, Brent Estes on row number 4, Pierce Baldus, Laurencio Mardan on row number 5.
Back on row 6, Jacob Neary and Austin Queen roll from there. It'll be Adamar Caligaro on row 7 and Paul Montopoli on row number 8 with Miguel Mir and Evan Kozak on 8, Todd Shambo, Corey Albright, Tom Gerstner, Sean Bailiff completing the first 10 rows for your KA Masters field. Bailiff, the only real casualty of the first heat race's opening lap, and he didn't even continue it, but he'll have fresh rubber compared to the rest of the 30 drivers, and hopefully he can put that to good use, start marching up the field.
Go back to Mark Steele, Peter Cook, Bo Amato, Paul Mize, Greg Lee, Ken Simonelli, John Sinescu, Chris Kutcher, Scott Carapalati, and Kim Carapalati, the 30 drivers in KA Masters. Like we said earlier, the biggest field that we've seen in the Stars Championship Series history for Masters, and great to see this many drivers coming out here to race, right, with a want to compete with 30 of the best in the nation.
As they exit out of the last turn, it'll be the last time for them today. Early afternoon finish for the KA Master field. We're ready to go. 30 deep on the inside. Clay settles. And we are green down to the I-70 corner. No. One more. They're going to wave him around.
Yeah, Mark Steele had his hand up coming on the main straightaway, so.
Not sure what he was waving for. See if we can't figure that out here for him. So here we go again, heat number 2 for KA Master. We will get set to try and bring them around for a second attempt with the same front row. And like you said, Mark Steele was waving for something. I don't know exactly what he fell out of line for. But whatever it was amiss, he was able to signal and get that point across, and that's going to bring them back around to the finish line at pace speed before the 8 minutes plus 2 lap session gets back underway.
Yeah, with Clay Settles out in front. Again, he was trying to give me a fist bump earlier today and couldn't hear him. Had my headphones in, noise canceling obviously, and then I heard him through the camera audio. So great guy, Clay Settles, and again, finally able to interview him later on today. But that being said, for Clay, I mean, every time when we come out to Newcastle Motorsports Park, he's up at the front racing up there, as long with, you know, a couple of other drivers that are out here. David Galonia, one of the ones that we've seen race here at the King of the Castle year after year, pitted out of his garage. So it's cool to see, you know, drivers here with the garages open, the doors open, and out here competing at the Stars Championship Series. With that being said, one more go around, one more try. This time by for Settles, for Kutcher before they get moved back. This time the field looks formed, nice and slow. And I think we're going to get it for Clay Settles, for Andy Kutcher, for the second time in KA Masters. The lights are out, and we go racing. It's a good start for Settles on the inside. Looks to be an even better one for Kutcher on the outside. Don't think he's going to have the line. A lot of drivers go around into turn number one. Looks like Caligaro is around in turn one. Amato is slowing. But how about Andy Kutcher up to lead of this race?
As they get tripped up a bit there in the middle of the pack through the shark fin. Let's see if we can't figure out anyone else. Oh, I was going to say to go through the order. It's going to change now, or at least get a little bit more jumbled up. Brant Estes with a big lockup and a big moment trying to go by Austin Queen. He'll lose a spot to Paul Montopoli, maybe 2 in total, as the AMV Best Kart rolls back forward. 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, much better this time out from Montopoli. Again, you look back, that rear bumper broke for him in the first of the heat races. Couldn't close that one out, so going to look to get himself inside of the top 10, but a change for the lead of it. Again, we talked about Kutcher getting up to the front, as well for the back for Clay Settles. In the battle for third with Haran and John Bonanno, who is here every weekend with us and has been quick everywhere that he goes. But further up, Pierce Baldus making up 2 spots with a late entry here this weekend.
Yeah, one of many late entries that push the number over 300 total drivers for Newcastle Motorsports Park. The biggest event in history, biggest KA Masters field in history. Sold out grids in KA Junior, nearly sold out in KA Stars, and again, record highs for many other divisions. This class, there was a lot of chatter between the drivers and the community. Paul Montopoli led the charge to say, hey, we've got already a bunch. Let's get to the 3-0 number for the first time outside the Super Nats, to my knowledge. And this is good to see. It's fun to watch. And right now, Clay Settles, it may not be the most fun for him, but it's definitely fun for us, watching the fastest driver so far have to fight his way back to the lead. Because Andy Kutcher, since taking over, hasn't relinquished it yet. He'll lead us again up and over the crest and into the final couple turns.
Yeah, half a car length, the gap in between Kutcher and Settles this time by. And again, just Settles got surprised on that opening lap. I think we're going to see him try and retake the control of it here. And as well for Galonia, he stayed put in 5th, but again, starting to make good headway to John Bonanno. What do we see from Settles? Nothing from him. John Bonanno looking on the inside, locks up the brakes. He goes around. Haran gets collected as well. The 2 drivers that were looking to switch positions. A lockup for Bonanno sends him going around.
1 and 2 still together into the infield here. Andy Kutcher along with Clay Settles, and now instead of the entire pack breathing down their neck, they've got about a second or so to the next car in not Haran, but in David Galonia on the Bureau Large. So he's up and into 3rd. Where everyone else is going to file into is hard to say. Let's see it. One of the Holtz DD entries moving up. Baldus to 4th now on the last second call. Tyler Prestel into 5th. And it'll then be, I think, Anthony Stifler and Austin Queen. Indeed, the black and blue QG3 karting Tony Karts move up a couple positions apiece. Halfway this time by, more or less, with 4 minutes going down, plus 2 laps, of course, added on when the time hits 0. And it's the most amount of time all weekend that Clay Settles has not settled to the top of the pylon.
There you see the change on the pylon. You see Haran move down as well as a couple of others. This battle further back with Stifler, Queen looking to trade positions. Queen has to get back in the line, but for Jacob Neary, again, he looked to go on Queen. He had to get back into line as well there, Xander.
Yeah, he had to quickly bail on that moment because Brant Estes, albeit with a bit of a lock on the opening circuit, is still right in the hunt here inside the top 5 and top 10. And speaking again, top 5, David Galonia had a big gap. That is gone. Pierce Baldus all over as they go down to the cell tower hairpin. This is the fight for 3rd. Tyler Prestel has come along for the ride, and then behind him, Anthony Stifler is only a second away, maybe closer than that now, thanks to just the way that the nature of the accordion effect goes. 2 karts can be faster than 1. 5 are rarely faster than 1 because you have to brake so much earlier than the car in front of you. And again, anticipate that down to the 5th place driver really having to get on the binders before the absolute limit of getting in through the turn. So even just the 3 of them single file, if they weren't doing this, they would be potentially able to lose some time. But this will definitely do that. Contact as well. Prestel into the side of Galonia as he came down, trying to fend him off, and Tyler cut him a break. But it's Pierce Baldus now up to 3rd. That is a 6-spot improvement from his qualifying effort.
Yeah, it's a good drive up the field by Pierce Baldus. Again, it's been a busy, I guess, last 3 weeks for him. He was at the SCUSA Pro Tour racing shifter in the Masters division. He was racing last weekend in the state of Texas with us. The reigning Texas state champ out there and here this weekend in Newcastle, Indiana. Saw the field was huge, wanted to come out here and be a part of it, and he is already up and a part of the top 3. And then further back, you saw that move, brought Stifler into play. Looks like Surgener went up and Tom Gershner, sorry.
Tom Gershner on the Magic Kart. An up and over moment in the infield. He is okay, I'm sure, feeling that, but does not want to harm the race that is still going around him. We stay green, just shy at 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Austin Queen pushing along Anthony Stifler as they try to hunt down the back half of the top 5. They have now closed what was nearly a 1-second gap down to maybe 4/10. A solid improvement, and they have plenty of time to do more with it if they can keep Jacob Neary at bay. But you can see, even with a little love tap there into the shark fin, he is antsy, ready to go, not going to go there.
Yeah, not close enough yet for Neary, or I should really say, just didn't have that good enough run to get through. And then we look further back, or further up, I should say, Galonia, Prestel, they're going back and forth, and the change of position for 3rd has brought a lot of drivers, especially the QG3 drivers, back into play. You look at Stifler has been closing down his gap. Queen as well. Himself and Neary are kind of locked in a battle there for the 7th position. They haven't been able to swap that one yet. Este is just holding on strong in 9th for Montopoli. He's ways down the road, about a 1.5 seconds back from the rear bumper of Estes.
Yeah, a bit too far back right now to be able to put that pressure on, but still, this is better than, I would say, Heat. Oh no! One off, way off. Tyler Prestel all the way down to the mud. He'll collect the cable from one of the Stars race control cameras, take down the camera tripod as well. A long slide through the grass that nearly takes him into the I-70 pond. And along with that, it was off of contact with David Galonia for 4th on the racetrack. What has that done to our main group of drivers now? It is still Andy Kutcher to Clay Settles for 1st and 2nd, but 3rd, Pierce Baldus should have a huge gap. He has only a small one. Somehow, I think Galonia has gotten away decent, and indeed, the Birolard is still 4th.
2 sides to every story, right? You see Prestel all the way in the grass, into the mud, stuck with his race done, and for Galonia, who was on the outside, the driver who was going to be passed, he still holds on to 4th and well in this race, right? Still within a shot of a podium if he can get something. But let's take a look back at that replay. You see side-by-side contact, pops Galonia up in the air, sends Prestel all the way to the left, and there's no stopping that, Xander.
And just insult to injury right there with the tripod going down as he sees and then shakes his head. Tyler Prestel. Heavy damage there off the contact with Galonia. What did it do to David Galonia's Birolard machine? Right now, he still looks okay. 4th with a little gap to Baldus, but he's got Jacob Neary pressuring, or not Neary, sorry. He's got Stifler pressuring. Neary actually losing a spot there. Brant Estes had been on his heels most of this race, and he has now gotten past him. So the Eyes Up Racing driver moves into 7th now. 6th for Austin Queen. 5th for Anthony Stifler, still all over David Galonia and trying to see if he can't get past him. To then Baldus in 3rd, and the top 2 They have been just on a Saturday afternoon cruise here in Indiana. They will head to the white flag this time by. 1 car length separates them. Clay Settles trying to sweep the day. He needs to get one more good lap and a passing opportunity to open the gap as well here, because Andy Kutcher knows with 1 to go and the gap they've got, he could start to cover off the inside and protect. What does he opt for down at turn 2? Normal line here.
Tell you what, Kutcher has definitely found something, right? You look at the gap that, Settles had in that first heat race as well in qualifying to sweep, I guess, the first half of the day to the big turnaround for Andy Kutcher here at the end of the day. I mean, what a turnaround, right? To figure it out, to get on it, to go back to the drawing board and to try and, take Clay Settles a step down.
And to his brother Chris, up 16 spots. Once again, he has cracked the top 15. He's gotten over half the field, and Galonia is out. David Galonia is off in the middle of the shark fin, and the red flags will cause an early exit, and I would have to imagine that must have included one more from the battle for the 4th and 5th spots. Clay Settles might have been winding up for a end of race, last lap stunner, but he will be robbed of it as the KA Masters second heat comes to a close. I believe it may be Brant Estes, the driver, who has gone up and over in the infield. So I think realizing now that the officials may have wanted to send the Masters drivers into the scale line, seeing as it was the end of the race. I'm not sure what they will opt to do here or where they will send them around. But a red flag on the final lap of the KA Masters heat number 2. Believe we have at least Brant Estes involved. We saw David Galonia off to the side. That whole group was tightening up there all the way back to Jacob Neary. And not to go unnoticed as well, Neary had gone purple the lap before, fastest on the circuit. And John Bonanno, from the moment earlier on, he had clawed his way back up to 10th. It would be the worst session for him over the last, I think, season and a half. And for that to be your worst session here at top 10, that's still a really, really good run there. So you can see Miguel Mir checking in with team owner Fabio Orsolon for a bit of an update. What he saw, what he thought, Bonanno as well, and I think a lot of confusion. We'll get to the bottom of it all on the other side of this break, folks, here. Heat 2, KA Masters should be by the book, about finished. Andy Kutcher, Settles, Pierce Baldus, top 3 of the order at the time.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida
racers. You asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over 200?
Welcome back here as we get set to go green with your Micro Swift drivers for their second heat race. It was Lennox Lockhart in the opening heat race. And I would say, Alex, it's going to be anybody's game here for the second heat race. Here's your starting lineup. Dutch Westbrook, Lennox Lockhart on row number 1. Jack Katowski, who surprised everybody, got to lead of the race. And hearing his dad talk into the scales, one mistake was what cost him the heat race victory. He's starting alongside Brody Stoffel. Samuel Chavarri, Liam Francisco on row number 3.
Further back, you go to Michael Supka, Aiden Go, Caden Cladera, Dominic Nagel. Top 5 rows, top 10 drivers. Then back to Austin Taylor and Slate Harrell. Back to Bautista, Pugliese, Bo Stowers, Mason Brody, Zev Godchak, Enzo Ramos, Charlie Skirzapowski, Andrew Anastasio, Lincoln Wiley, your top 20 drivers. And as we scroll down to see the rest of the Micro Swift grid, a couple more here to talk about. Tristan Francisco, Bryson Barnett, Grayson Knifick, Liam Competiello, Jose Torres, Franco Schiavo, Spencer Height, James Fox, Liam Ostalas, Grayson White, Diesel Maxwell, Trey Sanders, and Brody Allegretta, the 33 drivers that make up this stacked Micro Swift field. From the heat number 1, Caleb, they had to go back a second time around. The goal here this time for the Micro Swift Stars is to at least get green first time around, because you know the rule for the Stars Championship Series is if you go around twice, they have the right to invert the front row. And it's not just invert, you actually go back to row number 3. So you want to get it right the first time so you don't risk getting it wrong a second time. Dutch Westbrook, nice and slow, waiting for the green light. Last time around in heat number 1, Lennox Lockhart timed to start perfectly. Does he do it again? Looks like Dutch got it a little bit better this time around. Inside lane, gets a pretty good jump. As further back, one spinner, the 48 machine, around in front of the field.
One driver goes around, 2, 3, 4, even more go around, up and over the 7, the 32, the 35, and another go around, and for the second heat race in a row. How about Jack Katowski to lead of the race?
A lot has happened here while we're watching further back. Katowski over Aiden Go, Slate Harrell again. In heat 1, he went from 12th to 2nd. In heat number 2, he goes from 12th to 3rd in 5 corners. Something has happened to Lennox Lockhart. He's fallen way down the order. Even Dutch Westbrook as well. Nowhere near the front of the field. He's up to 4th. All right. And then further back, it's another Bennett. That's Dominic Nagel from 10th up to 4th. And there's a huge gap back to Lennox Lockhart in 5th.
What a start to this race. Big mix-up, like we said there earlier, Alex. But, wow, Aiden Go as well up to 2nd to Harrell and more. Katowski a little wide. That's going to give a chance for, it looks like Slate Harrell. I thought it was going to be for Aiden Go, and a little bit of a half move there for Harrell. He's going to get slowed down, stay in 3rd. That's going to bring in Dutch Westbrook, who was your pole sitter, fell back to 4th. Good thing he has some help, though. Dominic Nagel right behind.
Whoa, Aiden Go off the racetrack. I don't know if there's some help there or just cold tires caught him off guard. Nonetheless, Harrell up to P2, and now, again, with the dirt all over his tires, Aiden Go loses 2 more as Dominic Nagel goes to 3rd. Westbrook back to 4th, and all this fighting is going to bring in the next group back into the mix. It looks like there's more shuffling for position. I think that was Skirzapowski there on the parallel, and up to 7th it is. Lockhart now fighting with Zev Godchak. What a start for Zev. Zev up 8 spots. Skirzapowski up 11.
What a move there by Zev Godchak. He gets clear on Lockhart. And again, it seems like the outside line, right? We saw Stoffel there on the outside. We saw Lockhart on the outside. It seems like, they're struggling on that outside line. And even, question for our pole sitter, right, who was there as well. He was on the inside, roles reversed. But even then, just a lot of things have been going on in that first corner that we're seeing changes for the lead of the race. There we go, the 06 looking to work his way through. That's Chavarri with Brody Stoffel right ahead of him.
Stoffel's been fast this weekend. I mean, the actual result won't show the pace he has. He finished 12th in the first heat race, but he actually reset track record, as far as I'm concerned, on the Micro Swift side of things. So the pace is there for the J. Howard development driver. He needs to put it together. And again, talking to his mechanic and coach, Phil Pignataro, on the grid just moments ago, he said, listen, the pace is there. We just got to, find ourselves in a little bit better positions. And that's all it takes around this place, Caleb. It's just track position and finding yourself at the right place at the right time, because it's really easy to be offline and just fall back, even if you're fast. Nonetheless, the top 4 pulling away over Dutch Westbrook, Nagel, and Aiden Go. And then this next group. There goes Stoffel on the inside of Skirzapowski. He's going to have to now defend from Chavarri, and that's one of the Nash Motorsports machines. I want to say it's Mason Brody down there. Yeah, it is. The 72 of Mason Brody now trying to get into the mix as well.
Yeah, the 72 of Brody has been looking to make up some spots. He's up 4 spots from where he started. You look back at Stoffel, made up another spot, but he's down 5, again, from where he started this race out. But even then, it's tricky, right? You talk about making the move at the right place at the right time as well, so you don't lose time, and again, so you don't lose spots. Either you're getting passed on the straightaway or throughout the corners. It's a tricky place to go around, and a place that it's very unforgiving. This time side by side. Stoffel looking to go on Gottschalk. Had to work for it. Stoffel is through.
Brody Stoffel on the charge, up 3 spots this lap alone. The pace is there. I said it a lap ago. He reset track record in heat number 1. He's on par to do more of the same here in the second heat race. A 1:19 flat, making 2 passes in 1 lap. That's the 3rd fastest lap we've seen all race long. He's going defensive now on Zev Gottschalk. If I'm Brody Stoffel at this point, the pace is there. There's not a whole lot of a need to make defensive moves this early on, as 2 drivers, one in the wall there. That's the 89.
Austin Taylor is in the wall, the MPG machine into the wall. How about a little bit of a change further up the field? Aiden Go gets by Dutch Westbrook and Dominic Nagel.
Yeah, great move there, and it actually was an opportunistic move too, because now the 2 Bennecks fell back way behind the Paralympic machine. So that's a 3rd place position now for Aiden Go. And Caleb, I mean, we told the story during the warm-up session, right? This is a driver that he only practiced twice yesterday, missed the first 2 sessions. Friends and family pitched in, again, to make sure that he can make this race, and essentially his 3rd practice was qualifying today. That's a really tough task and a tall order for a driver to do, and he's just getting better and better every single race. Look for the 79 machine to be one of the drivers to watch tomorrow for a chance at a win.
Yeah, I mean, for Aiden Go, he's had a really stellar performance in the past couple of weeks to, really break out onto the national scene with 2 national race victories back-to-back, as well for a couple of other drivers, right? We talked about Lennox Lockhart. He broke out on the scene this year. Zev Gottschalk with a podiums throughout the year, a pole position down in Orlando. For Stoffel as well, last year not even getting a podium to his name to this year. Regional race winner, national race winner over at Rock Cup USA, and even, this weekend contending and being one of the fastest, right? When you show up to the racetrack, these are the kids that everybody has the stopwatches on and that are timing whenever they are out there on the racetrack. So for them to just need a little bit of better luck right at the start of these races.
Yeah, and right now I got to say, these 2 drivers on our screen look to be some of the fastest on the racetrack. It was Brody Stoffel, Zev Gottschalk. This lap around, keep an eye on the lap times that those 2 are going to put down, because they are catching that trio of Westbrook, Go, and Dominic Nagel. And if anything, actually, Brody Stoffel is leaving the likes of Zev Gottschalk, and he's going to join this trio and make it a quartet momentarily. All the while, 3 and a bit seconds up the road is Katowski and Slate Harrell. We haven't spoken about them much, and it's for good reason. They've been working together all race long, haven't changed position once. And with a minute and a half to go, it's time to dance. Aiden Go inside and through on Dutch Westbrook. Dominic Nagel, I don't think he really wanted to go, but he had to, because Westbrook's momentum was slowed down with that move from Aiden Go. And all the while, here comes Brody Stoffel. Westbrook back through. That's going to slow up Dominic Nagel. Here comes Stoffel to 4th.
Yeah, good run in the last corner there for Stoffel to get through. He's clear on the straightaway. Nagel brushed the brakes. Just let Stoffel get in the line. Now they're going to set their sights again on another one of the Bennecks, Dutch Westbrook, with Stoffel separating him from his 2 teammates. And there goes Gottschalk looking through on Nagel. Gottschalk's through.
Zev Gottschalk up to P6 at the moment. Stoffel through on Westbrook over under, incoming for the 30 machine. The outside becomes the inside for green corner if he can hold it. He just couldn't. Now he dives down the inside. What a late lunge from Captain America. Dutch Westbrook back up to 4th.
Yeah, back up to 4th, and again, just got to be careful with how much they fight, right? There's a podium place looming for the second heat race. No hardware here on the Saturday at the Stars Championship Series. That all comes tomorrow, but even then, if you want to crown yourself the king of the castle, got to work together. You got to be smart through the heat races. We'll see if Stoffel tries again. Not yet, still in line.
They're just going to get to the timing loop in time to go for 3 laps to go, I believe here. Yeah, they're just going to make it for 3 to go. So now the clock's going to strike 0. 3 laps remain here for our Micro Swift Stars. And Aiden Go's the driver. that is going to have to defend from this pack of wolves behind him of Westbrook, Stoffel, and Gottschalk. There's not a whole lot you could do there. It's a freight train down the inside. He's doing his best to hold the outside. It's a solid effort there for Aiden Go to only lose 2 spots when it could have been 4.
Yeah, Stoffel was the one who actually didn't benefit from that at all. Gottschalk going to go through on Westbrook. Go is through. Nagel's through. And again, you saw Stoffel, a good run on that straightaway. Looked to get through. Couldn't get by, and he's going to lose 4 spots almost in the process, right? 3, actually. He was behind Westbrook, but even then, didn't go the way he planned. Looks to go through with Westbrook, but back in a line. And again, for Slate Harrell, for Jack Katowski, he made a mistake in the first heat race, but with 3 laps to go, 2 laps when they cross the stripe, it's going to be all to play for Jacko to try to get it done.
And now it's Zev Gottschalk out of nowhere. The pace has been there, but he has found himself now in the position that Aiden Go did to start this lap. He's the one that has to defend from the rest of this field. Gottschalk over Westbrook, over Dominic Nagel. And if you're Bennick right now, you're sitting here saying, please, guys, just keep it on the racetrack. Let's maintain this. We're on pace for a 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the moment. 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go for Bennick to hold on to at least a top 5 for 3 of their drivers. But we're going side by side through the dog leg. Gottschalk inside, Nagel outside. Go's going to follow Dominic. It might not be the best option. As Stoffel through, and Westbrook, I don't think he meant to do that, but unfortunately moves his teammate up the racetrack, and Dominic Nagel is going to stall that go-kart on the exit of turn number 2.
That was a good run this race for Nagel. Stoffel on the rear bumper of Gottschalk. He's going to lose a spot to Aiden Go. And Chavarri looking to go through as well, but man, what a couple of corners did we just see there. Lennox Lockhart now looking to go by on Gottschalk, but a lot of drivers have been brought right back into the mix.
Yeah, Lennox Lockhart has major issues on board that go-kart. I mean, I've been watching his times throughout this session, and again, yeah, just major motor problems throughout this entire session. He has been super slow. Straight away, and contact. Lockhart and I believe Aiden Go through cell tower.
Wow, Lockhart, your Heat 1 race winner here in Micro Swift.
Enzo Ramos?
One of the Paralyn machines that was involved there, but the battle continues. Yes, Skurzapowski was the one involved there. Aiden Go in the 79 still up there. But man, the last lap here has been, or the second to last lap we should say, has been chaotic in Micro Swift.
Here we go, white flag in the air. Who's now up to 3rd? Mason Brody out of nowhere for Nash. Brody to 3rd, Zev to 4th, Aiden Go still in 5th there. Westbrook's going to go high side. Stoffel's going to try to follow him through. You don't really want to be on the high side out of turn number 2. Stoffel with a great crossover move. This battle will continue to commence, and this train has grown even larger now.
Even larger, indeed. There's Alex. But this time stuck on the outside. Stoffel going to get moved up the road by Westbrook. Chavarri gets through as well. And again, they're further back. Enzo Ramos in the 16 looks to go. But wow, I feel like we have to catch our breaths after the second to last lap. This time up the road, Jack Katowski, Slate Harrell, 2/10 in between the two of them. And I think the second time of asking is looking pretty good for Katowski. You see Stoffel all the way on the outside on the rumble strips, but still an absolute dogfight for 3rd on back. This is the battle for the lead. Slate Harrell goes by on Jack Katowski. Harrell's going to steal it in heat race number 2 in Micro Swift.
What a run for Slate Harrell there over Jack Katowski further back. We have to wait 12 seconds to see who's going to cross the stripe in 3rd. Brody looks like he's got it. Chavarri, what a run. Chavarri from 8th to 4th. Westbrook on the inside of his teammate Zev. There goes Stoffel. Couple more drivers. That's the 20 machine of the likes of Tristan Francisco out of nowhere. From 21st to 9th, Charlie Skurzapowski rounds out your top 10. But there is a lot that we need to talk about here in this one, Caleb, because Slate Harrell, Jack Katowski got about 10 seconds of airtime all race long because the battle for 3rd was so intense. 15.5 seconds back, you go to Mason Brody, who made up 12 spots in this one. Samuel Chavarri started that final lap in 8th, crossed the stripe in 4th. Enzo Ramos from 17th on the grid to 5th. Westbrook, Stoffel, Gottschalk, Tristan Francisco, and Charlie Skurzapowski, your top 10 drivers, down to Caden Cladera, Pugliese, Stowers, Schiavo, Aiden Go. Started that final lap in 5th, crosses the stripe to end it in 15th. And you have to go all the way back to see where Lennox Lockhart ended up 2 laps down. Unfortunately, that was his race over with the contact of Skurzapowski to 32nd.
Yeah, how about your biggest mover, Brody Algretta? 16 spots gained in this race, across the line 17th for the Team Ferris Racing team, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of debrief into the skill lines here, Alex, of what went on from third on back. We'll see what these kiddos have to say to each other. You heard there from Slate Harrell looking over at Jack and saying, bro, we left them. And that's exactly what they did in that one. See debrief going on throughout the scales as well. But what a race for third on back. And again, for the coaches, for the team owners, for whoever's telling these kids to go, you hear 3 wide. I mean, all throughout that field, it's that was a wild one, Alex.
These kids found a way to keep the coaches busy for sure. I'm sure the debrief's going to last about 2 hours or more, because again, that's the last race of the day for these kids. So there's not a whole lot that they got to go and do besides watch some video and then have a nice hearty meal for dinner and get some rest before the pre-final in mains tomorrow for those young kids. But again, that's going to really flip the grid tomorrow on its lid. I'll be very curious to see where a lot of these drivers that we expected to see towards the front will start tomorrow. Nonetheless, it's time for Pro Masters and Pro Super Masters for their second heat race here, headed by Scott Presti and Tim Hollowell.
Go back to Evan Batt, Matt Machiko, the reigning champ, starting on row number 2. Robert Feig and Ryan Frank on row number 3, 5th and 6th respectively.
Jake Fetter, Morin Von Tock, row number 4. Morin Von Tock, the first of the Super Masters drivers. Back to Lance Lane, Frank Runco, your top 10. Further back, Hugh Templeman, Corey Matthews, row number 6. Jordan Musser and Brad Danoff, row number 7. 3 more drivers to mention here. Owsley Cheek, the 3rd. Michael Rivera, and then Kelly Johnson, the 17th and final go-kart that makes up the Pro Master and Pro Super Masters grid.
You'll see a couple of the Rock Power plants getting themselves in the mix. The likes of Morin Von Tock, Lance Lane, Danoff there in 14th, Mike Rivera, Owsley Cheek. Nonetheless, we get set to go once again in Pro Masters, Pro Super Masters. But Scott Presti has been perfect so far, swept the day up to this point. And again, with the new change for him on the Croc promotion this year, and as well for the new team for him in Presti Racing, bringing the likes of Vincenzo Saracino on board. It's been a good start to the team side of things for Scott. We'll see if it's a good start in heat race number 2. We look onto the lights. Scott Presti, Hollowell on row number 1. Who's going to get the whole shot? We wait for the lights. They're off. Oh, no. And Hollowell with a great start. Presti not good off the line. Machiko gets through as well. Evan Batt is through. Look back at Jordan Musser, looking to make up some spots, but Scott Presti with a lot of work to do so far in this race, already getting to work. Looking to go back by, make up a spot on what looked to be Frank. He's clear.
Yeah,
wow.
Like he just could not find a gear. I mean, when you drop the clutch there at first and you don't get the launch that you wanted, he looks like what probably happened, he was about to stall it. So when that happens, you got to throw the clutch back in, so at least it keeps the engine refired. But the problem is you're not getting any forward progress, right? And that's what I had to, if I have to predict what happened, I think it's exactly what happened to Scott Presti. Dropped the clutch too quickly, almost stalled it, had to re-get back into it. Kind of like if you watch any single-seater, whether it's F1 or any of that sort of thing, where you have kind of like an anti-stall, right? And it at least keeps the kart going, but the problem is you don't get any forward drive. So for Scott Presti, way to keep the kart fired. The problem is now you got to get to work. further back. Jordan Musser getting to
shot.
work early on in this one as well. Here's a replay of the start. And again, yeah, had to re-grab the clutch, looks down, at least keeps it in gear for Scott Presti, but frustrating probably for him because you know that the driver behind you coming up shortly is going to be Jordan Musser, and that's a driver that you really don't want in your tailwind if you can help it. So 6.5 minutes to go. Time to dance here with Matt Machiko early on.
Yeah, Machiko, again, the reigning champ, probably doesn't have the pace that he would have liked so far this weekend. Again, used to being up at the front. A little bit different this year. How about Jordan Musser already making moves up to 7th? 5 spots gained on the opening lap. Robert Feige, next on the list for him. The 6'11" is in 6th.
Let's see, Presti inside, thought about it, and now that's going to be out for Presti. I just saw the left front. It is destroyed. I wonder if Matt Machiko has any damage. It looks to be in a better shape than the 626 is. That front end is done. Scott Presti out of this race, and that's one of the situations where, again, in a shifter class, if you don't commit to the apex, don't get down to the inside of the corner too early, the guy on the outside doesn't know you're there, they turn in, and again, just unfortunate contact left front to right rear, and that tends to happen because the front end of the go-kart is a lot weaker than the rear axle.
That's going to throw a wrench into this class as well moving forward on the weekend. What a change, right? You have Musser now in a play. He's up to 4th. He's up 2 spots the lap prior, and again, that's thanks to the bad luck of Scott Presti, of Matt Machiko, who kept it running. He's still out there on the racetrack, but he's down in 14th, lost 11 spots in that lap.
Look at this. Battle for the lead is about to heat up. Tim Hollowell, Evan Batt. It was 4/10 last time around. It's a lot closer this time around. Does Evan Batt go for the move? He doesn't. He wouldn't have seen what happened to Scott Presti and Matt Machiko, but again, one of those situations where Cell Tower is one of the most inviting corners on the racetrack to go for a move, especially in a shifter, but if you mistime it, you could end up like the 626 and off the racetrack. So let's see what Evan Batt decides. But you do know, if you're Evan Batt, if you're Tim Hollowell, that the likes of Jordan Musser will be on the scene and on the scene quickly. He's 2.4 seconds back. But I will say, Xander and I announced this race, Caleb, for heat number 1. The last 3 laps, Musser was consistently 6 to 7 tenths faster. And there it is, on cue, 8 tenths quicker than your leader, Tim Hollowell, last time by, into turn 2, through. Jordan Musser up to 3rd.
Yeah, Musser pushing with everything that he's got to get himself up to the front, right? And again, he's had to do a lot of work throughout the heat races so far this weekend, but now he puts himself within a good spot to try and chase down Evan Batt, Tim Hollowell, and again, he might need a little bit of help here, Alex, with 4 minutes to go, but even then, Batt looks really good right behind Hollowell, and I really think that Musser can get there on pure merit and on pure pace. I think that little bit of help is just going to give him that last little bit that he needs to get up there.
He's got plenty of time here. A little under 4 minutes to go in this one, and Jordan Musser crossed the stripe at 1.7 back. It looks a lot less than that, Caleb, here. I mean, if I'm Evan Batt, the only thing you can really do at this point, you have 2 options, right? If you're quicker than Tim Hollowell, try to get around him. If you're not, I mean, you're pretty much the only defense between yourself, Tim Hollowell, and Jordan Musser. Let's see this time around. Musser, purple again, 107.3. The leader, 107.9 and 108 flat. Jordan Musser is absolutely flying. I'm with that PSL karting Brell Art here. And with 3 minutes to go, Caleb, 1.1 seconds to close at 6 tenths a lap. He'll be there in about 2 laps.
Yeah, my biggest question, right, is, for Jordan pushing a whole lot in, both of the heat races, trying to make up spots, trying to make up time as well. What is that going to look like tire-wise for him as well moving forward? I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Alex, they do get a new set of tires for the main event, or I'm not sure if that doesn't apply for the Masters, but for Jordan using a whole lot of tire throughout this race.
Yeah, well, who knows, right? I mean, maybe Jordan Musser just has this place figured out. We know this guy is probably good enough to maybe run in the pro class. We joked about it this morning. Maybe he just didn't want to run the full laps that the pro guys have to run.
And again, I was walking in the tent and he was talking about, I don't know if I can do, 20 laps, 25 laps at Newcastle Motorsports Park. These guys are young. These guys are in the seat every weekend. I have a business. I'm working, and I don't get to do many laps on a weekend. And again, I'm not used to this much grip. He's at a Dallas Karting Complex, a track that's been super, super slick as well throughout the evolution of it. But again, that track is improving and improving spots. Jordan Musser is up to second here, Alex.
What a move from Jordan Muster up to P2. And now if you're Tim Hollowell, it may seem inevitable. I don't want to speak too soon because obviously in shifter racing, it's not the easiest class to pass in, but on overall outright speed, there's no one that's been in the same realm as Jordan Muster. The only reason why he qualified so far back, if you're just tuning in and missed out on qualifying, is he had an airbox issue. It fell off on the out lap. He never completed a single lap. So for Jordan Muster, he actually saved some tire, if anything, because he didn't do any of the qualifying laps, but the pace has just been there all weekend for him.
Yeah, we'll see. He's going to get closer and closer to Tim Hollowell. We've seen he's gotten creative. He's had a lot of passing opportunities throughout different corners here on the racetrack. We'll see if turn 1 is going to be the one for Muster to go for the lead of this race. A huge charge up the field for him, up 11 spots. Not enough this time into turn 1. If anything, I think Evan Batch has got a little bit closer.
Yeah, Muster grabbed the curb on the exit of turn number 19, and when you do that, it just ruins your forward drive out the corner. You don't get enough of a launch, and so I think it was a slight mistake there from Jordan Muster. I will give Tim Hollowell credit here. He's picked up the pace. A 107.6, his personal best of the session so far. Only 0.3 quicker was Jordan Muster. So at that rate, Muster still should be able to get there. And at this point on the bumper, up the hill and towards Cell Tower, I wouldn't be shocked to see him move into this break zone here. Inside, door shut. Tim Hollowell holds on.
Yeah, Muster thought about it for sure. And, you know, good by Hollowell to slam the door in Muster's face to not lose the lead of this race. I don't think Hollowell's looked back, which is usually good, right? But if he does, he's going to see a whole lot of red right behind him. Jordan Muster definitely getting closer this time. Needs a good exit here on the exit of the last corner to try it into turn 1. I tell you, he got it, Alex.
Here we go, down the front straight. Clock has struck 0. Muster's got a couple more chances to make a move. This is one of them. Inside, late braking. He's got it stopped in time. Jordan Muster to P1.
Jordan Muster has worked at it. 12 spots gained to the lead of this one. Granted, had some help with Presti, Machiko making contact. That saved him some time. And now he's wasting no time to pull away from Hollowell.
Yeah, Jordan Muster now at this point, it's just keep it on the racetrack. Don't need to push too hard here in this one. But for Tim Hollowell, you still got to push pretty hard because Evan Batt has been flying the last couple of laps. He wants the inside. Door shut again. Tim Hollowell rolling enough speed on the entry of the cell tower corner to where Evan Batt's going to have to rethink about that brake zone there. And again, Jordan Muster, what a run for him all day long. He's on pace to most likely put himself on the front row, if not start P1 for the pre-final tomorrow. But still, I want to say 2 laps to go. I think they just missed a timing loop to see 2 laps to go here. And again, yeah, now it's 2 to go. Clock has struck 0. Tim Hollowell versus Evan Batt continues 2 seconds back by himself, Brian Franke, and then back to Robert Feige.
Yeah, looking at the points here, it would be unofficially P2 for Jordan Muster heading into the pre-final tomorrow. I think that would put Hollowell up on the pole position as well with a second-place finish, which could be 2 second-place finishes for Hollowell if he's able to hold on to this one. Again, 2.6 were in the air last time, but just has to hold on for a lap and a half. But for Jordan Muster, out in the lead, it's looking a little better if he wants to pull because Evan Batt just got clear on Tim Hollowell.
Let's see, now it's Tim Hollowell's turn to try and make something happen on Evan Batt. But, you know, again, it's tougher to pass than catch around this racetrack and in this class. And we know the dirty air is a big factor as well. So at this point in the race, it looks like Evan Batt, I think, just has the pace advantage over the TB machine. But if you're Tim Hollowell, I wonder what this will do to the overall order entering the pre-final tomorrow. This might change things up. I mean, it's going to be close between himself and Jordan Muster as white flag waves one more time around. And Tim Hollowell, at this point in the race, looks to be struggling with the rear tires there.
So again, just getting reports that as it stands, Hollowell and Muster will go into the pre-final tied on points, but the tiebreaker going to go the way of Hollowell due to the qualifying position. Again, you look back at where Muster started the heat races and where Hollowell started. That break is going to go the way of Tim Hollowell here on the last lap for tomorrow's pole position, quote unquote, for the pre-final. For Evan Batt, again, promising pace for him. I think he's going to be one to watch, who should start on the inside in third on that factory Fury GP machine, Alex.
Yeah, great run there for Evan Batt. He's been consistent all day long. So has Tim Hollowell. No one's been quicker, though, than this man, Jordan Musser, the 616 machine, rounding the last 3 corners. And it's been all smooth sailing for the Burrell Art chassis for PSL Karting. Musser back to the top. He wins heat number 2 here for the Master Shifter class. Evan Batt, Hollowell, Ryan Franke, and then back to Ryan Feige to round out your top 5 drivers.
Jake Fetter, Morn Von Tak, Lance Lane, Frank Runco, Matt Machiko slated to cross the line in 10th. And again, Machiko actually crossed the line 9th there. A little bit of a change. Runco seemed to have an issue. Fell back down the order, but what a race, what a drive for Jordan Musser. 12 spots gained in Pro Masters, Pro Super Masters, heat race number 2. More racing action set to come your way here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. We'll be right back with more.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
KA Junior, heat number 2 for Group B, rolling around the racetrack and getting set to go green here. Isaac Malcutt had a great run in his opening OKN Junior Heat. He had a great run in his opening KA Junior Heat as well. This will be the deciding factor. This is the point of the day where for the KA Junior and the KA Stars drivers, the metal really meets the road, or the rubber meets the road, and the metal really gets tested, I should say, because this is where when you've finished one heat, you know you need to get a high enough average to make yourself marked as safe to go to the main tomorrow by having a spot in the top 30 overall to get to the A pre-final. And it may cause some extra levels of aggression. Heat 1, done. Heat 2, green now.
Almost 4 wide there, further back in the field, out in front. Isaac Malquit with a good start, a couple of drivers off the racetrack. A good start there by Mad Max Weiland up to second. Antonino fell back to third. Madero still holding strong in fourth. You go back to Nate Golseth, running up your top 5. A little shuffling here for second. Antonino, Weiland side by side there for a bit. Weiland going to stay ahead.
Uh-oh, we got problems here. That is Jackson Baldus, maybe? It's one of the drivers on the Hotes DD camp, and indeed, Jackson got pushed off, must have been off the start further back. He cut across the infield. He is now trying to let the field by and blend, and whatever the officials will say, we'll, of course, see word as this session goes on, whether it's going to be handled on track or off after the fact. For now, on track, battling here for second, Antonino and Weiland side by side as they go through and over to the scale corner. Six and a half minutes plus 2 laps to go now here. 1 in the books. Isaac Malquit leads the way on the MDR Alent Kart. Weiland to Cole Medeiros now, who's going to get a late send from Antonino. Heads up driving there from John Antonino Jr. I talked about this, Caleb, a little bit earlier with Haley, the accordion effect. 2 karts are indeed better than 1, but 7 are definitely a bit worse because you have to account for the drivers in front to brake. Obviously to stay on the racetrack, see Austin Dromalev get shuffled wide. But a heads-up move by Antonino. He knew Medeiros was going to check up to not run in the back of Weiland. Weiland the same to Malquit. And he pulled the pin, released the brake, and sent it. And now he's gone to second, getting by Weiland there in the green turn.
And again, talking to Medeiros after the race, right, it's just been a dogfight all weekend long in the KA Junior categories. And, you know, we're seeing that here once again. Everything from third on back, fourth on back, even in the mid-pack. It's just, you know, like Haley was saying all day earlier today, right, pass or be passed. And again, oftentimes than not, you end up losing more time, you know, making moves, going back and forth through corner after corner. So we've seen that kind of fall away from some drivers where they're making moves, maybe some opportunistic moves where they don't work out. You end up falling back, and you know, at a place like this that's really unforgiving with the grass runoff that you lose so much time, you really got to pick and choose where to go.
Watching them all file down into turn number 2, keeping a tab on the radar, all clear, although again there's some cells down right near the Indiana southwest border, and for the moment that means, well, hopefully we are good to the end, but something to keep an eye on, of course, as it's been a factor every day this week. And speaking of being a factor every day this weekend here, Nathan Dupuis continues to march here in this second heat race. That was a move on Benham Abernathy. It'll put him at a net gain of 1. Abernathy was up 4 off the start, still up 3 right now. You saw Derek Wargo ahead of Nate Golseth. Those two got onto the scene just a tick too late in that opening heat race. Now they've got themselves a lot closer on the early stages of heat number 2, a chance to improve. And a chance right now looms for John Antonino and Isaac Malquit. In heat number 1, it looked like they might have had a real opportunity to break away from the field. But around this point, or maybe a lap prior, they began to dice it up for the lead. And I wonder, of course, if these 2 young superstars got a bit of mentoring from their individual camps. 2 teams with a long history in motorsport and developing talent, saying, hey, take your time, work together. It's going to be good if you just have a little patience, even if you think you're a tick faster. Neither one of you are faster when you're side by side, and now that gap is 8/10, and it will grow with more passes like that one there. It is Wargo now and Golseth getting by Abernathy.
I'll say this about the 2 drivers in the lead, right? Isaac Malquit, John Antonino, they've been in the junior class for quite some time, and again, you look back at 2023 when these 2 drivers were fresh onto the junior scene. you know, quote unquote, you want to call them veterans of this class, and they know what it takes, right, to win here. You need to be patient, you need to work together, and, you know, choose your friends wisely here as well. And I think they realize that, they know that, they're smart enough to, and you see them kind of working together, trying to push away from the likes of Dupuis, Medeiros, and Max Weiland as well from third on back. But again, you're seeing a little bit of the same thing from the drivers third on back, right? You're starting to see them slow down a little bit more and start to work together. You know, just you see that patience start to kick in heat race number 2 a little bit more. You can see two things, right? You can see desperate driving on one hand, or that little bit more of patience if you didn't have the best first heat race.
So with that, across the kink and into turn number 2, big move from Dupuis. He'll go to the inside and get to third, and that'll shake things up again. Nate Dogg was purple last time by, 72.98. That's 0.3 better than the race leaders. His gap up front still at about 0.8, probably with the pass, maybe 9. But if that pace is true, if it's not just a toe lap, he might be able to bridge the gap to the duo up front. If, again, he can convince the drivers behind of him that it's possible and that he's the one that can do it. He's been moving forward since the start. Now up a net gain of 3, and that will hurt things now. Max Weiland tried it, didn't work. Medeiros going to take advantage, he'll get 4th.
It's moves like that, right, and you know, a couple of the faster corners on the racetrack where you really can't afford to lose all that time, or you really can't afford to try and make a move, because you saw, you know, that really hurt their momentum. You know, Weiland trying to make up a spot. He lost 2 in the process. And now Golseth on the rear bumper. And again, he's been slowly charging back up the field after losing a couple of spots at the start of this race. He was down 2. Now he's down 1. And again, expect Golseth to waste no time as they go side by side. Weiland and Medeiros was definitely feeling the pressure from the Magic Kart machine. Dupuis stuck on the grass. A little bit of contact with Golseth, who was looking to work his way through side by side. Wargo, Abernathy. Wargo stays ahead.
Derek Wargo through the shark fin, gets back that spot, holds it, clovers off the inside there. Check out the group rolling up on this pack now. Valentino Santian, Asen Dramilev, Xander Malatesta, all at the edge of the top 10 in 8th and 9th, and then 10th indeed. Dramilev 11th actually there at the back of them. And then Ryan Mort's only a second away. They're getting closer and closer to that danger zone of outside the top 15. And of course, again, by quick math, outside the average or presumed average of the top 30. A big over-under there. And around the outside move by Santian. Won't happen. Dramilev through, Malatesta through, and just like that, Valentino Santian's hard work to catch the pack now has cost him a couple of spots.
Yeah, Santian was getting creative there, looking on the outside, and you almost feel like you have to hold your breath to hope they make it through. Santian finally able to go by on the 54 there of Malatesta. So for Santian, he's up to 10th. That time he's up 3 spots. Again, making good headway, but just getting stalled out a little bit there, right? You saw the move on the outside, didn't fall into his hands. He lost some time. Update on the leaders, a second and a half. There, Medeiros. That change happened with Max Weiland at the start of this lap, but Antonino, Malquit, we talked about the two of them. They're still working together, still pushing each other along, and that's the best case scenario for the two of them and for both of their camps.
Derek Wargo still looms a little bit further in the background right now as they run into the cell tower hairpin. A big send there by Nate Golseth on Medeiros. No change, net gain of 0, and that'll bring Wargo back a little bit into the conversation now. Out of the horseshoe they go. This time by, timer at 0. Hardly any laps left to really make up ground. It'll be a battle to the end of where they land, and right now Golseth, really good move there. Only maybe one of a handful that we've seen in turn 18 this weekend. He'll take back 4th, but the gap to Weiland is now up and over a second here as he tries to scoot away.
And again, on the other hand, right, for Max Weiland, he's going to get no help to try and close down to Antonino and Malquit. So 1.7, the gap to the lead of the race for Mad Max. And again, no help for him. Lone Kart, and he's not going to get it anytime soon because Medeiros goes right back on Nathan Golseth in a scoreboard.
Cole Medeiros, single file. Nate Golseth inside, side by side with the likes of Wargo. It'll be Golseth back in front again. A lap and a quarter remains now into the cell tower hairpin. Big lock up there and ascend to the inside. And the back and forth action continues here for these two. Around the outside, Nate Golseth's going to try and hang on strong. I don't know if he'll be there. He's going to try it anyway. Contact. Here comes Wargo. He'll get up to the bumper of Nate, and that will shove him through and bring himself as well. Medeiros back to 6th.
What a race for 4th. Nathan Dupuis getting closer. Dromalev right there as well in 8th. Abernathy not too far back in 9th. And Santien getting himself up into the top 10. White flag in the air. Last lap. Malquit, Antonino, still no change up in front. Golseth to the low side. Medeiros looking on the high side. He gets moved onto the grass. That's going to be it. It was a good drive for your winner in heat race number 1, but here we go. Battle for the lead. Malquit, Antonino, and a scoreboard.
They've waited for this the entirety of the 8 minutes and a lap so far. Antonino and Malquit back and forth there. Still not able to change the run order. It's little sizzle out in front with a half lap to go. Weiland licking his chops right now behind him as they go to the cell tower for the final time. Buddy's going to go to the high side. He'll get the crossover. Not quite. And over to the horseshoe. The final few sectors of the racetrack now. Last couple turns. Malquit knows his place like the back of his hand, but Antonino might have a nose, and he's got it to the inside in the scale tower with 3 turns to go. Now the run to the left. Weiland will close. Final couple turns. Can Malquit get anything there? It will not happen. Into the second to last out of 19. Antonino wins the scrap in Heat 2.
What a smart race by John Antonino and Isaac Malquit. I mean, played it perfectly, got away. And for Max Weiland as well, right, to be there. Again, I said it earlier, right, had no help, but he got it in the end from Antonino, from Malquit, which was a dogfight for the heat race victory. And again, just a race of attrition that got him right back up there within a shot to steal a second spot and, forcing Malquit to go low and to defend. But very, very well played by Antonino and Malquit to close that one out. First and second, Weiland as well. Nathan Golseth winning that huge battle that we saw back for 4th there, Xander, and Nathan Dupuis across the line to round up your top 5.
There's a look at the overall top 15. John Antonino over Isaac Malquit, Max Weiland, Nate Golseth, and Nathan Dupuis. Those two have been around each other all day. They end around each other for their KA Junior efforts in 4th and 5th. Asen Dromalev still 6th. Benham Abernathy, Derek Wargo, Valentino Santien, and how about Jackson Elefante? I wonder what happened to Xander Malatesta on the final lap. He hovered the top 10 for a moment, and he went out. The LN Kart driver, the only one failing to finish. And talk about a major swing and a change in less than a minute and a half from looking like you're safely through and hoping for a decent spot tomorrow to potentially being in the B pre-final. But this kid won't be. John Antonino, Heat 2, Group B winner in KA Junior.
All right, how about it for John Antonino? John, bring it over here for a second here, bud. You and Isaac have been kind of going after it all day long, really. You in OKN-J, you're back in KA Junior. How'd you get around on that final lap? Did you have that kind of planned in the back of your mind your whole time?
Yeah, I didn't really want to battle on the second to last lap. There's no reason to. I noticed that Max Weiland had gotten away from the group behind him, so I was just going to tuck in behind him until the last lap. I noticed that he left the door open down the straight, and I went down. Then he crossed me over right before scoreboard, and I kind of had to size something up after that. And then I got an over-under coming onto the back straight right here, and yeah, I was just done from that.
You've been quick in both classes. Is there different techniques to how you approach both classes, or are they roughly the same in how you race?
Roughly the same. Just in the OKN, I have to be a bit more careful because runs are very important in that, so yeah.
Lastly here, I mean, the pace has been good all weekend long, but has there been any sort of progression throughout the weekend, or do you kind of just come out the gate really quick?
I came out the gate pretty quick. I mean, there may be a little bit of progression, but it's been pretty simple.
All right, good job on the win.
Thank you.
KA Junior Heat 2 getting set to go green with Travis Pettit, Tristan Murphy on row number 1, Landon Boer, Oliver Najbert on row number 2, Nico Katowski, Callan Berghofer, row number 3, Christopher Yahtzee, and Parker Ives on row number 4. Ezekiel Height, Mason Berry on row number 5.
Row number 6, Darren Kidd and Easton Kubinski. It'll be Grayson Walcott and Tucker Tribe on row number 7. Sam Tutwiler and Owen Gacchione on row 8. Jacob Scheibele and AJ Stoner on row 9. Bristol Bourneman and Isaac Payne back on row number 10 of the 30-plus. That'll be here for Group A. They're already into the tram lines. They're ready to go. They'll quickly get down to speed. It was a horrific start for Tristan Murphy, the way that heat number 1 unfolded. He'll be looking to right that wrong here with trying to stay as even as he can with Travis Pettit, who has the field at a crawl. Let's see if he tries to catch him by surprise. He's rolling now and into the punch-off zone. It will get the green and a slow green, but this time Murphy was ready. He gets right down to the inside to cover things off and take second.
Yeah, he had just a car length really of space to slide his way through. One driver way off. I think that looks like Callan Berghofer. The driver started 6th. He was into the grass. Tutwiler goes wide. Ives in there as well. Wolcott in the mix. Tutwiler wide once again. Easton Kubinski had a checkup. A couple of drivers around, one of the Holtz driver development machines. One of the Berry brothers, Mason Berry, I believe, slowing on the back straightaway, but a good start up front, a horrific start further back.
Not ideal for the middle on back, again, right near that danger zone. So it's Travis Pettit in command now. Murphy to second, Boer third across the timing loop, but nowhere near there right now. That is Oliver Nabert in the 8.56 red speed into the 3rd spot. Boer leads the next pack, which is going to have some side-by-side action for what looks to be around 4th. No, that was for his spot in 4th. I thought it might have been for 5th, actually. Katowski now to the command of it. Boer to 5th, and we got 2 around. Grayson Walcott and the 8.28 machine as well. Oh, that might have been Ezekiel Height on the AEM karting entry.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Height, losing spots for Wolcott as well. He's had not the best of luck so far today. Unfortunate there for him, but for Katowski, a good drive. 3 drivers together in a turn 1. The 898, the 870, and what looks to be as well the 877. All drivers further back the order. Madison, I think, one of the ones on the LN kart. But man, turn 1, taking no prisoners here today, Alex. Xander, sorry.
Well, close enough. Travis Pettit by a car length to Tristan Murphy. Oliver Nabert still pushing him along, trying to keep the faith there. Travis Pettit, I mean, in qualifying, he and Isaac Malcutt were in lockstep, and they seemed as even as you could cut it. But in his own private group of heats, he has been a cut above, and I think this race might be proving that even more so. Granted, Heat 1, you could argue that a lot of the outside lane starters, like Tristan Murphy, were shuffled back so far that by the time they cut their way back to nearly neutral, he was long gone. But right now, albeit on the straightaways, they're able to close back up. They haven't been able to get by, and they haven't been able to really ruffle him at all. Travis Pettit, 2 laps at speed completed, 2 laps led.
Yeah, looking down here, a couple of the movers early on. How about Greggy, Homer Heeman, up 10 spots at the start of this race, all the way down almost in 20th, up to 11th. A good start for him, as well for Meyer Lewis, up to 14th, 9 spots gained for him.
On the flip side here, drivers that are way down now. Grayson Walcott, again, a net loss of 14, still going. Owen Gacchione, still going, 29, 13 back from his original starting spot. The big losers here, Tucker Tribe, Ezekiel Height, 31st and 32nd. They'll suffer a DNF. They started up inside the top 15. This heat race will hurt and could potentially put them in a place where they're going to have to fight for their chance to line on the grid tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, this second pack, Katowski to the likes of Boer and Darren Kidd. 4, 5, 6, and a little gap back to Christopher Yahtzee.
I will say here, Xander, we saw some smart driving up in front in the heat race prior, Heat 2 for Group B, and this time I think we're seeing a lot of the same for the second group that just hit the racetrack, right? You see Boer going for a move, but again, you're not seeing that huge dogfight that you saw in the heat race that we just did. We're going to see Katowski look to go back, and I think that's going to throw away anything I just said. They're going to start to fight for fourth, as well as Kidd looking, one driver way into the mud, looks to get it out. The 860, that's definitely not a good spot to be.
Up and through the bend now into the cell tower hairpin. Travis Pettit, Tristan Murphy, Oliver Nabert. Oh, big move there for Christopher Utzi trying to get by on Katowski side by side to the horseshoe. Still okay. He'll get back in tow, but both of them behind Darren Kidd, who's now got command of the trio. Landon Boer is safe and free and away to start to focus back on the leaders who have stayed together. Again, I got to correct myself. Tristan Murphy, Oliver Nabert, they are proving me wrong right now, keeping Travis Pettit well within striking distance as they push him along to build the margin up to 2.5 seconds back to Landon Boer and counting.
Yeah, Yahtzee with a good drive so far, up a spot from where he started. Darren Kidd, he's up 6. So that second group, again, just taking everything that's given to him, right? Making up spots, taking advantage of incidents up ahead, and doing a good job of it. As we look back on your leaders, still everybody single foul line. Travis Pettit has good run through the infield sections, but again, you get onto that straightaway, and that allows Tristan Murphy to close down that gap with the huge draft that has been a huge factor as well throughout the weekend. All the drivers have been talking about it so far.
Through the cell tower hairpin we go. And back out the horseshoe. Travis Pettit has led every lap of competition that he's been in for K8 Junior today. Will that stay to the checkers in the final session? 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. I thought that maybe Landon Boer might be able to break away from this group, but Darren Kidd continues to march. This lap should be a good one for the 865. Let's see if he's closed that gap back up to Boer. It was 8/10 last time. This time, down to half a second, as Boer really lost some time to the 3 out front.
Yeah, Murphy, again, being patient, and I think that's given, right, how Boer's starting to lose a little bit of time. They're fighting for fourth on back, and your top 3 just, single foul, pushing along, very mature race out of your top 3, and for fourth on backs, right, still just trying to decide who's going to be, at the helm of that second group to try and close down to the gap to the top 3, and we talked about the help needed to get up there. We've talked about it all so far this week, and I feel like we've covered it in depth already, and they're going to need a lot. It's just a matter of them themselves realizing what it takes to go out there and win. Heard from Medeiros earlier this weekend, said consistency was what it takes, and if you're inconsistent making moves lap after lap, the lap times are going to be inconsistent, not going to fall in your hands.
For sure. I mean, at this point, though, I don't know what else you're going to see from this race in the front 3 until maybe the white flag. I mean, maybe Oliver Nabert, kind of the variable in this case, who we haven't gotten to showcase on our coverage, fighting for major race wins on the national tour, is the one that could shake things up. And I take that back. Tristan Murphy wants the lead now with 3 laps to go. He is the first driver to go by Travis Pettit so far today in K8 Junior competition. He'll lead the way out of the shark fin.
And again, that's just the matter of Murphy wanting control of this race as well. Before we get to the 2 laps to go, we know, kind of universal rule in racing. You're patient up into the 2 laps to go mark, and with the timing board right on that front straightaway, it kind of gives you time to plan your race. You see the time, you see how much time you have left to go through with it, and Pettit going to go back saying he wants control. Nabert now going through for second. So Murphy wanting control. He's going to be, on the back seat, right, in third.
What a day for Oliver Nabert. What a day it could be if he could even steal this heat race win against 2 national race winners, 2 very proven drivers already on the circuit. Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy. High, low, he'll go to the outside in 18. That might be a mistake, and it will be. Murphy's going to make him pay. He'll take back second, coming to the white flag. No, 2 to go this time. Still, as we race up the hill towards turn number 2, what does Pettit do this time? He'll cover it off. Tristan Murphy tried to play it smart, Caleb, being able to see the time on the screen and realize that it's right before the double sticks if you're paying attention to it, and trying to catch the drivers kind of out of routine, right, as Nabert goes back to second. saying, all right, he's going to block once he sees the double sticks go up. If I can get ahead of him right before then, I'll be in a good spot.
I tell you what, Katowski's eyes definitely lit up whenever he got to the main straightaway, seeing that the top three were beginning to fight. But again, the move by Yauzi, Boer there as well, fighting for the fourth spot. That kind of opened the gap back up, and with the separation in the top three now, it's going to be hard for fourth on back to close down.
Down into the cell tower, Landon Boer covering off. That'll hurt the chances of them to go forward. You saw Nico Katowski quickly take his hand off the wheel to go, man, what are we doing? A little shrug towards Landon Boer, because I think he was thinking the same as you, Caleb, thinking maybe there'd be a shot for them to go and mess things up with the leaders, but now they're going to fight for fourth and make contact, and off they go, stuck together. Nico Katowski, Landon Boer coming to the white flag. Two drivers that were safely into tomorrow, well inside the top 5, deeply in the top 10, are now beached in the wet grass, and that'll do it. At best, they'll be able to get going at the end of the field, and oh no. Boys here, behave yourselves. And they're going to separate them, and it'll end their day with a sour note. Meanwhile, up front, by the way, Travis Pettit, Oliver Neighbor, and Tristan Murphy have separated, and right as it looked like maybe this was going to be a three-way fight for the win, well, they fought just enough for second to give Travis that chance. He's taking it, and taking it by the horns here, Caleb.
All right, we saw it, 2 weeks ago, right? He was given a chance, took advantage of it in 2 classes. And how about a chance to move up to junior a little bit early for Parker Ives? He's definitely coming to his own here this weekend. And again, has adapted so well. He's been racing over at Trackhouse Motorplex in the junior class all year long. And to be up in the top 4 in a national race, he had a good showing out in Charlotte. Good showing here once again. But for Travis Pettit, right, any day, any weekend, any race, looking good. Neighbor looking to go through, but just had to check up into the rear bumper of Pettit. Kept it interesting in the end, but Travis Pettit wins the second heat race in KA Junior Group A.
Neighbor will stay second, and with Parker's move, he'll join his teammate a little closer. Tristan Murphy third, Parker Ives fourth, Christopher Yutzi fifth, Sam Tutwiler sixth on the Mark Steele Motorsports machine. Easton Kubinski, AJ Stoner, Darren Kidd, and then Homer Heyman. Your top 10 provisionally at the end of this KA Junior Heat race here for Group A. And what a bummer ending for Nico Katowski.
That's good to see, though.
And Landon Boer.
Yeah, the officials getting there, right, making them shake hands and, putting differences aside. That's the biggest thing. You're going to race each other weekend after week, so we'll see what we can do as well further on in the weekend. But nonetheless, good show in there for Travis Pettit, picking right up where he left off earlier on today, and as well 2 weeks ago on what was a good weekend after a couple of weekends of bad luck to start off the year.
With KA Junior in the books here, Travis Pettit rolls it into the scale line. He'll get to celebrate this perfect day for a moment, but he'll be having to lock back in for that OKN Junior second moto. Great start here to the King of the Castle campaign for Travis Pettit at Speed Concepts Racing.
Travis Pettit, what a run here in the second heat for KA Junior, bud. How did this one feel?
It feels good. Put together some good laps. Finally broke away the pack of 3. Broke away, and we played a smart race, and it's good.
You don't seem too tired. You're running 2 classes. Is it physically tough out there?
Oh yeah, I work out every day and train for this every single day. I go to a school where I work out like 4 hours a day. So I pump, and I'm ready for the final, man.
Yeah, we have one more race to do for you today, OKN Junior for their second moto. How you feeling heading to that one?
Oh, I feel good. We were struggling a little bit with setup last session, but we made a couple changes. But it was just unfortunate on the start. Kind of got ran wide, but never get up from there and keep going.
All right, congrats, Travis.
Thank you.
So one more look back at the unofficial results from Heat 2 Group A. Travis Pettit, your winner over Oliver Nabert, Tristan Murphy, Parker Ives, Christopher Utze, your top 5. Tutwiler, Kubinski, Stoner, Darren Kidd, and Homer Heyman Jr. back there in 10th. But there'll be a lot of probably quick calculations by team owners and parents and drivers alike trying to figure out, okay, if these are the way the results stick, and then if this happens, if that happens, where am I in the points? Am I going to the A pre-final with a chance to fight for pole, or am I headed to the B pre-final with a chance to just fight to get into the main? And it'll be a lot harder for any of those, as you see at the bottom of the leaderboard, that had a D and F. Mini Swift, or Swift Stars, headed onto the circuit now, and their opening heat race, it did see a decent amount of storylines play, but it wasn't necessarily the traditional 15, 10-car lead pack craziness that we've become so used to when it comes down to this class. There is such a big impact that the draft makes with the 9-horsepower IME Mini Swift engines on this circuit alone, especially at 1.2 miles in length, but yet Enzo De Janeiro, Holden Myers, Jake Benaglio in qualifying, they worked together nicely, at least Francisco did, and Enzo worked with Maxwell Macha, and there wasn't a big gaggle there, and there wasn't necessarily a ton of one in Heat 1.
Get back when Gottschalk, Sancio Rioli starting on row number 4. We saw him and Nicholas Mose get together in that first heat race. Looking for a little better result this time out. Simon Jack Klein, Hudson Howard. Some good luck finally this weekend for Simon Jack. Starting alongside rookie Hudson Howard, Dominic Gaddis, Isaac Carvalho, row number 6.
Row number 7, Connor Lipka and Danny O'Gara, Comp Kart and Kart Republic back there. Paxton Romero and Will Feitinger make up row 8. Chase Thixton and Byron Borman on row 9. Camila Canache and Flynn Fallon will complete the first 10 rows for Swift Stars, 30-plus deep, as we get ready to send them around to the final couple of turns for this second heat. 8 minutes plus 2 laps for the young superstars.
Again, we'll run you down your last couple rows here in Swift Stars. A huge showing for them here this weekend. A huge showing for all the classes here this weekend. Nicholas Mose, Addy all the way back to Golnick, you're 33. That gets set to take the green flag in Swift Stars. We head into the tram lines.
Early pickup on the power, might be a bit too early. The leaders are trying to say they're trying to hold them back, but you can only do that for so long. Already through the start box, and oh my goodness, 4, 5, nearly 10 cars collide right at the dog leg, and we have got about 5 of them, 6 of them stuck on the edge of the racetrack in the grass trying to get back onto the circuit. But the multiple days of heavy rain here in Indiana have the grass here loaded up with all kinds of moisture and mud, and it's easy to get stuck out there, as we've come to know.
Yeah, very thick grass, very muddy out there as well. So that being said, Enzo De Janeiro in the lead of this race. Holden Myers, a good start for Wynn Gottschalk, started 7th. He's up to 4th early on in this one, so a good start for him, and already looked like we were going to have some moves. Manalio as well had a good one up a spot. We look there in 3rd as well, one of the Paralyn machines, Maxwell Macha, who's up to 3rd.
As they round out of the horseshoe here, Enzo De Janeiro leads a decent-sized train with lap 1 coming to a close, but only about half the field survived the first dog leg, not even really the first major corner. That was a half-pass attempt there further back, somewhere around Danny O'Gara and Isaac Carvalho. We'll see how much the leaderboard changes. We know it's going to shuffle a lot. Here they go across the line. Manalio into 2nd, Macha to 3rd. Cameron Johnson just turned 11 years old earlier this week, up to 4th, although he'll lose that spot. Wynn Gottschalk down the inside and barely finds a place in line there.
And again, credit to Johnson, right, brushing the brakes, and that's probably going to affect them even more. Francisco's going through, and you talk about being affected by the start of this race. Holden Myers started on the front row. He's all the way back to 8th, lost 6 spots on that opening lap for the Timmy Tech Comp Kart, who was pretty good earlier on today. But, that being said, I believe won the first heat race, and now a lot of work to do if he wants to get back to where he was.
Check out Holden Myers here trying to rebound from the way the start played out. He's going for a move further back. Godshock with another one. He'll take over third. Macha door-to-door with Jaden Francisco. No change there. And at the end of the group here, Simon Jack Klein on the move on the SLA Kart Republic. You've got as well right with him there, Dominic Gaddis not far away. Danny O'Gara, Laney Thigpen, they're about a half second back last time. Might be a little more, but as they string apart through the 90s, they'll tighten back up. Everybody is at least within, I think, the window more or less of the karts in front to pull them back together. And Jake Manolio is doing everything in his power to keep that from happening. A big shove to Enzo De Janeiro down the front stretch.
Yeah, Manolio being patient. Francisco going back on Cam Johnson. That time through, Francisco was actually up in a fifth at the start of the lap, and again, some shuffling sent him backwards, but him and Johnson have been going back and forth for about 2 laps consecutively, and now Johnson, pointing forward to Francisco, telling him to push along because right behind him, the fastest driver on the racetrack, Dominic Gaddis, is on his way, a 1:16.8 last time by.
That was a good lap indeed there, about a tenth and a half better than anyone else in front of him, if not more, except for Holden Myers. Keep an eye on the white helmet on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. Back of this group, he'll close right in to Maxwell Macha as Godshock takes over second. And while Jake Manolio played it right, so did everyone else behind to close up to him and Enzo. And now as they crest the hill, it'll be 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go when they get to the start-finish line. A short, again, heat race for the Swift Stars drivers to close out the afternoon. 5 of them all in frame. Jaden Francisco trying to march back to the leaders here with halfway already just about eclipsed.
Yeah, there you go. You saw Macha have a peek on the inside of Manolio. He's going to get the help from Myers. How about Win Godshock at the place he got his first national race victory a year ago at USPKS. He takes the lead for the second heat race here in Swift Stars.
This kid has come along really well in the last 12 months, and could the boy from Curacao end off his Saturday on a high note? He's going to have to do it against Enzo De Janeiro, who was arguably the hottest driver in the winter stretch of 2025. Against Jake Manolio, who has been even better in 2025 in his new colors with Ryan Perry Motorsport and Nitro Kart. Maxwell Macha, who has been like a fish to water with the Paralyn USA squad, and Holden Myers, who's already got a couple big moments this year alone. But Manolio there is going to lose a little traction now, having to go up onto the curb, jam on the brakes to avoid contact with that pass attempt for 4th, and that could bridge the gap to his teammate in Jaden Francisco behind. Let's see if Francisco can continue to try and bring that gap down. It was 1.5 seconds last time by. With Godshock at the helm, is it any smaller? 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. It'll be 1.7. It opened back up a little bit.
Yeah, Godshock, really good pace so far. But Enzo De Janeiro, with help from a new teammate, Maxwell Macha, going to get the help that he needs. He goes through. Myers looking to go through as well for that 3rd spot. He gets clear of Godshock, and again, all the work that Godshock had to do to get up to the front all comes undone in one corner. 3 drivers going through, and now new lifeline for Manolio to get back. This is going to help him out even more. Godshock back to 3rd.
So that move right there, that change of hands, gives Maxwell Macha the opportunity to fully focus on his Paralyn USA teammate. And what will he opt to do? You would think at this point in the race, he could burn another lap, waiting to try and make a bid for the lead if he thinks that there's a chance he and Enzo could break away. And Win Godshock had a great corner there, maybe realizing that, is already locking back in. Myers holding off Manolio. All the while, Francisco and Cameron Johnson continue to go. You saw the Franklin Motorsports Merlin hanging on the edge, hanging loose back there in 7th, trying to dig for more.
Yeah, everybody kind of testing the limits out here. And as well, you saw the leaders, right? You saw De Janeiro look back. Macha give him that signal forward. De Janeiro's like, all right, let's do it. Let's work together. Let's work our way up. We'll see if Macha holds on to that. And if he's true to his word, he is going to fall in line. But that's going to trigger a move by Win Godshock to go up to 2nd. And, we talk about pass or be pass. You want to play the team game up front. Godshock's going to be there to put a stop to that.
Win Godshock now only a car length away from Enzo De Janeiro with plenty of life left to hunt him back down. Behind the main group here, it is now Santiago Orioli into 9th. He started in the 8th spot, and among many on the outside lane today, fell way back in the first few corners. He has charged his way back close to the lead group. He is leading his kind of teammate and alliance partner there in Danny O'Gara. We'll see if they can't close up a little on this leading quintet, maybe leading 7-pack if they trade the spots enough. 40 seconds and counting down. It'll be 3 laps to go this time. Nothing in through the horseshoe. Enzo De Janeiro, as much as we've talked about everybody else, is still at the front and has led the most laps so far.
I feel like he's led the most laps this year, Xander. He's always up at the front, whatever series, whatever racetrack that we go to. And again, this weekend, talking to him early on, just struggling a little bit on the setup side, goes out in qualifying, puts it on pole, has been up at the front throughout the heat races. But again, everybody else catching up, right? Gottschalk missed it in quali, only 7th for him, but has been up and well in the fight for heat race victory so far today. 5 drivers in the mix here, but I think more going to join in. You see Francisco, Cam Johnson. They're about to join the party here.
Jaden Francisco now is 2 car lengths away as the pack begins to fight for the inside to protect and maybe make some over-under moves as well. Holden Myers catching Maxwell Mach off guard. That'll send the 174 back 1, 2, maybe 3 positions as Enzo De Janeiro gets a little bit more of breathing room. Here's Cameron Johnson now. He points forward at Macha. Does he go in the cell tower? He will not. He'll wait there, keep the pack close, give himself a shot for more than just 6th place. Orioli, Gaddis, O'Gara, they've reeled in Dominic. They've gotten past him, and now they're trying to just keep an eye on the pack up front as Macha is door-to-door with Jake Manolio. He'll get 5th back.
Johnson looking to go through as well, and Manolio couldn't get that done, and you know, the scale house corner is a hard one to go 2 by on one kart, but Johnson able to work his way through finally. That time by him, the 2 laps to go. Gottschalk gonna be patient now. And again, given the gap he has further back to Myers, I think it's a smart move by Gottschalk to just wait 1 more lap to try and go for the lead.
What a patient display this race has been for Jaden Francisco. The 130 has been lurking all race long, putting in good laps, hoping for more of this. Win Gottschalk to the lead now over Enzo De Janeiro. Francisco's up to 4th. And again, Holden Myers as well. Hasn't been making fireworks or hero moves yet. He's about to have a chance to do some, though. He'll close in on that Timmy Tech comp cart. P3, P2, P1, nose to tail to the cell tower as Holden's going to try the outside. Maybe a crossover. Nothing at all is available there as he goes back to the outside again. And in just a matter of 3 turns, blocking the inside, Francisco is going to pop into frame. And so will Macha with new life.
Yeah, this is perfect for Jaden Francisco. You saw De Janeiro fade low, trying to defend from Holden Myers, who has no intention to pass yet. Again, they don't want to let Gottschalk run away with it here. 2 car lengths the gap. But again, you talk about draft here in the mini Swift class. That's been the factor all weekend long. They're going to get it coming to the white flag.
They're going to get a huge run. Win Gottschalk knows it. They're going to get there almost before he could even cover the inside off. Now into turn number 2, I-70. Big wide arc for Macha. He'll pull alongside Francisco, trying to close him off over to the shark fin as they go side by side for 4th. He'll complete it here at the end of turn 4 through 5. Gottschalk has been perfect so far. He'll still need to cover it low. De Janeiro the same. Myers to the outside, no room there. 3 wide, De Janeiro in the middle will get bogged down. Holden did find space, and he's got the lead for all of about a moment. Side by side, Holden Myers rips the top side, takes the lead, and there's now 8 deep in the main pack.
What a surprise by Holden Myers to get that move done. Orioli now joining the party. O'Gara at the back. Gottschalk locks up the brakes, goes for the lead. He gets it side by side. Here comes Macha.
Maxwell Macha wheel to wheel with Holden Myers. Nothing he can do but maybe cross him up. Coming on to the final time to the short shoot. Wins Gottschalk with a great quick recovery to get back the lead. 2 by 2 behind. Danny O'Gara around the outside and Santi Orioli as well. Gottschalk low into 18. That allowed the door to be open for Macha now. Into 19. Final time. Gottschalk wins the heat race and Myers second. And that right there, what I mentioned on the outlap, Caleb, that was a traditional mini Swift Stars race. 9 drivers within a second at the checkers. Phenomenal.
We say it week in, week out, right? Some of the best racing that we see all weekend long is in mini Swift. You know, and what a turnaround as well from what we saw 2 weeks ago for these drivers, you know, to recollect after that weekend, to come back, mature a little bit in the span of 2 weeks, to calm it down, and for the top 9 to cross the line with no incidents on that last lap. I think that's the biggest takeaway from Cincinnati coming to this weekend here, and a huge round of applause to all these drivers for providing some good racing action for everybody at home and for everybody on the fence line.
Hopefully everyone enjoyed that as much as we did. Hudson Howard, by the way, snuck his way into the top 10 to get back to even. Simon Jack Klein behind him. Cameron Johnson fades all the way down to 12th in the final couple laps with the fast lap of the session, mind you, to show how evenly matched they all were. And how about it for Lainey Thigpen, picking up 10 spots for the young lady with the Simitech crew. She goes from 23rd to 13th, a big improvement from the qualifying effort that she had earlier this morning. Other big movers here. You look back to Trip Golnick. He picks up 12 spots from tail end on the field at 21st. And Ishan Jitavipan moving up into 22nd. 10 spots for Ishan going forward. But how about it for Wynn Gottschalk and Holden Myers? That was fun to watch, and that was a heck of a move for Holden to get the lead on the last lap. It just ended up going the way of the Curacao kid.
Hold on.
Al principio el motor no andaba nada.
OKN Stars out onto the racetrack now. Alan Isambard, a good showing for him in the first of their heat races in Group A. Looks to have an even better showing here in the second one. Try and keep his Rocket Racing Company machine up in front as well. We talked about the bad luck for a couple of others. Eli Warren, not the best luck for him. He's starting on the second row here once again. Hopefully all the wheels are tight for him this time around. Caleb G, again, good showing for him. And for Jared Clark, your reigning race winner over at the Queen City Gambit, starts on row number 2.
Row number 3 will be Drew James on the inside, Zach Frank on the outside, and the Eyes Up Racing Tony Kart. A couple of small budget operations punching well above their weight class in this field. Ben Lyda the same, Anthony Rivera, Davin Roberts, and then Enzo Vidmontien on the SLA Kart Republic, completing the first 10 starters.
Go back to Ryan Crouch, Sam Abruzzi, Andrew Hamill, Lorenzo Kaufman, Will Steele, David Baker, TJ Coyen, Justin Music, David Morales, and Chris Harrower. Your top 20 starters, your top 10 rows. Last couple of rows coming your way all the way back to Mauricio Hernandez in the 999, starting 27th.
Long way to go for Mauricio. Let's see how many spots he can make up. This class, just like KA Junior, split in half. You've got to get yourself in the top 30 in the points going into tomorrow to make sure that you're not having to lose sleep tonight of whether or not you get to race in the afternoon. Alan Isambard leads your field to green, and a good start again for the Holtz boys. Both second and third get away decently well. Let's see if can everyone get through the first turn. Vidmontien is off. Lorenzo Kaufman stuck with him. They'll drop about maybe 10 spots apiece.
Yeah, unfortunate start there for Enzo Vidmontien, and a good start by two of the Holtz CD drivers, Caleb G, Eli Warren. And again, Jared Clark getting past, Drew James going through, Ben Lyda, as what we talked about him, feeling old with a field of pretty young drivers, only 22 for Ben. That's younger than you, Xander, but even then he's showing the young kids how it's done.
Yeah, he is definitely in a class with the average age well below his, but still KA Stars has some veteran experience up front. Eli Warren's got himself a couple of years now at the front of the KA 100 senior fields. Caleb Gaffera the same, and Alan Isambard, well, he's raced in senior categories of just about everything. And it was a good fight between Caleb and Alan in that opening heat. Eli was going to be there until he wasn't. He needs a really good result here to make sure that he's at least got something decent to fight with in the pre-final tomorrow and put himself back in contention at what is the home racetrack for the Kentucky native. Behind him, 5th place going up for grabs. Jared Clark side by side, and he'll lose the spot to Lyda.
Yeah, good move up there by Ben Lyda to get clear. That time around, your top 3 still close together. And again, we saw it in the first heat race. Caleb G, Isambard happy to work with each other. And, you know, Warren wasn't too much of a factor in that first one, again, given the mechanical that he did have. But this time it's going to be 2 against 1, right? 2 Haute CD drivers against 1 Rocket Racing Company machine. And then further back, it's, you know, the Kart Republic of Drew James, who, again, partial schedule for him. You see him at the racetrack wrenching for all sorts of people. And this time back in the seat and back to the lead of the race for Alan Isambard.
Just like that, Drew James will get a chance to get himself back into the tow range of the leaders. Alan Isambard pushed Gaffera around for the first lap and a half, said, all right, that's enough. I want my purple and navy and black in the front of the field. So Isambard on the Rocket Racing Company LN kart to the point. Behind him still, the whole top 15, top 11 or so are single file, so the gaps aren't huge yet. They could become bigger or smaller. With a pass up front, that will bring them closer. Eli Warren to second.
Yeah, Eli showing he wants to control and, you know, see what the race looks like with him up there, with him potentially going to lead of this race. I think he's going to want to go back by on Alan Isambard as soon as that opportunity arises. But again, vice versa, right? You have the likes of Drew James starting to close in with moves like you said there, Xander, and again, wasted no time. Eli Warren, as soon as he got close, made the move to the lead of the race.
So, just like that, Drew James gets even closer now. And look at Isambard. How about that kind of send there in the cell tower? Hairpin deep on the brakes to get back to the lead. Warren is going to go side by side with Caleb, and that will keep them both a little bit away from being able to counterattack Alan for now. But they blended nicely. They're right back there, and so is everybody else. Drew James, Ben Lyda, loving this. Watching the leaders all go high and low and offline, most notably. If they can keep the pace up, they'll be there. And so will Davin Roberts, up 3 spots already on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. It's 6 deep, and now it's a Hotes DD 1-2.
Yeah, we're about to see this race spice up here. More drivers becoming factors. Drew James, I think, for him, gonna have to go for third, right? If you want to put yourself in contention, gonna have to make a move at some point.
Yeah, you've got to, once you get there, keep that momentum flowing. If you start to wait and be a bit too patient, sometimes your momentum can stall out, and you'll end up losing what you feel like was an edge that got you to the top 3 pretty quickly, and the drivers behind will eat you up. So let's see if Drew James can capitalize on Alan Isambard, maybe being a little vulnerable off the pass on the front stretch. I don't think the draft's going to be anything for him, and he's not quite there to surprise him at the end of the horseshoe or down here in the scale corner. 6 still in a line, and then next up, the round 1 winner, Jared Clark, having now gotten by Zach Frank for 7th. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Eli Warren leads on the timing monitor for the first time today.
Yeah, still single file this time around. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see a move from Isambard for second. Stayed in line. A good run for Eli Warren up to turn 1, and you see Davin looking back, looking over his shoulder, seeing what the gap looks what the gap looks like back to Jared Clark, Hamill, Crouch, and Frank, who are just the second group on the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, Zach Frank, last time by, going from 7th down to 10th. He's going to have to recover. The good news is he's got a decent margin back to TJ Coy. And how about that move there by Caleb Gaffera with 2.5 minutes to go? He'll take over the lead now. A flip of the teammates, but nothing else. Well, until this. Isambard now back to second. Meanwhile, Clark, Andrew Hamill out of the small Georgia-based DPC Motorsports camp. Then Ryan Crouch completing a second BJR in the top 10 here in this heat race. Just back there lurking. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Warren drops a tire. Let's see if that hurts him at all in this corner. Turn 18. A little wiggle. It'll hurt him most onto the front straightaway. It could leave him open to a challenge from Drew James. Let's see if Drew takes it. He's going to get a big shove from Big Ben Lida, and there he goes. Looking, got it. Turn 2, Drew James up to 3rd, and Warren goes back to 5th.
Yeah, you saw that rear kick out a bit for Eli Warren as soon as he got through the last corner, and that really opened the door for Drew James to go on by. For Ben Lida as well, right? Taking advantage of moves like that, you got to take what you're given out there on the racetrack, and Lida did exactly that, got himself up to 4th and within a really good spot for Warren. And for Caleb G especially, right, having the help, having, a little bit of a fallback with Warren there. Same for Warren with Caleb G. He's not going to have that anymore, and Caleb's not going to have that either. So for Alan Isambard, it's a really heads-up battle. But again, Eli, we talked about him moving back. Lida's now going to drop a tire. That's going to, really allow Davin Roberts to try and fire away on Ben Lida.
Up and over the hill, Caleb Gaffera, Alan Isambard, Drew James, side by side. Davin Roberts down the inside of Lida. Clark couldn't go, just as you called it in the last race as well, Caleb. So tough to get any more than one position changed in that scale turn. But again, just going off line there, left Lida vulnerable here. And while the leaders will stay single file, he's going to have a freight train looking low. Clark, Hamill, trying to follow his Ryan Crouch. I don't think he'll be with enough momentum to complete it, so he'll tuck back in.
Yeah, there you have it. Again, I would say not too tame in between these guys, right? Still fighting, keeping it respectful. Crouch now looking on the inside of Ben Lida in the scoreboard. He gets through, and again, it's push me, pass me, here, there, everywhere really, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, for Zach Frank, Ben Lida, Andrew Hamill, and the entire group passing all around. Now there's more here. Clark and Hamill back and forth. That won't change the spot yet. That'll give Davin Roberts a lot of room, though. He's probably the only driver in the top 10 that can just focus at this point. Maybe you could argue the same for Eli Warren. He's broken back a little away from Drew James. But coming to 2 laps to go, this time by.
Yeah, and I feel like almost, right, whenever that group starts to close in, it's almost like everybody's kind of biting their tongue a little bit, deciding when to go. And I think myself and yourself have been in the position, right, where you kind of need a plan. You need to decide when to make moves. And at times you kind of have to sit back, right, and be patient and really choose and plan laps ahead.
Well, you have to be so careful at a track like this with so many big passing zones at the end of long straightaways, especially if you're not going to be really pulling away from someone before you complete the lap and have to go down that 1,100-foot front stretch, because when you're in the middle of the pack, you're not going to have an easy slipstream pass, and you don't want to do something that's so painful that you lose the draft of the car in front. At this point, that's what's got to be going through the heads of the 3 packs, the 5 packs. It's nothing that Alan Isambard has to necessarily worry about. But when you're 3rd or 4th in line, yeah, you've got to be really, really careful. And I think it's almost less when, as more of where will the opportunity arise, and is it good enough that I won't lose touch with the next car? Because here, a couple of moves for 3rd have allowed these 2 to break away, and since then, nobody's caught them. Eli Warren is doing everything he can. He's all by himself. Caleb Gaffera, Alan Isambard, 2 drivers that broke away in Heat 1. It's deja vu with a flip of the script. Gaffera by a car length here at the white flag.
I will say, again, for viewers at home, Caleb G was able to take away that first heat race, but a DQ and post-race tech puts him on the verge of the pre-final B to try and race his way into the A main. Again, it's been good on the racetrack, just has to limit, everything post-race. That being said, for Isambard, he's in a good position to race his way into the pole position side by side. Davin Roberts, Drew James. Roberts going to get the spot for 4th.
It's not over there. Jared Clark now coming into frame. So Alan Isambard, realizing that, I'm sure, knows that at this point, a 2nd place in this heat, whether or not things turn out the same in the A group, he's going to be sitting pretty for tomorrow morning. Caleb Gaffera, this heat race win, if he can close it out over the next 3 corners, should put him, depending how the points are calculated in the A pre-final, but it won't be in by much. But it's all you can ask of your superstar driver to go back out and do it again. He'll win Heat 2, Group B, and behind for fourth on back, Davin Roberts steals that spot from Drew James on the final lap. Ryan Crouch able to get around Jared Clark and Zach Frank. Enzo Vidmontien gets by Big Ben Lida for 9th. And then it'll be TJ Coyen on the best cart in 11th, up 6 spots from a weekend as he described, albeit a bit frustrating, but he's still getting to enjoy time with his family. His father, of course, on the wrenches. And a busy on and off track scene for TJ has him continuing to make some strides as the days drag on with that new best cart program along with Paul Montopoli. Both of them had really good showings in Charlotte, and hopefully today there's some more things to be learned to improve on their spot for tomorrow. Andrew Hamill, the DPC Expree, was in the fight there for a lot of this race. He falls to 12th. Vrutski, Harrower, Anthony Rivera, the top 15. Justin Music, off a rough qualifying, he improves to 16th here, 2 spots up. With penalties, he might be a little bit better, and safe for wear further back, harder to say. Isabella Simpson and Peyton Klein were the only 2 drivers from the opening lap that were unable to continue the rest of the field. Did make it through turn 2 and to the finish beyond Tristan Rogers in the 9.23. So this time, Caleb Gaffera, if it's all good through tech, it should be a happy ending to Saturday.
Down here at Scales with Caleb Gaffera. Caleb, listen, all smiles so far for you, but the joke is kind of, let's see if we can go 3 for 3 on the DQ. Let's hope we can get out of that this time around.
So, yeah, I mean, we got DQ'd yesterday, but that was just on a different end. But, I mean, I can't blame it on nobody. I mean, it just happens sometimes, but fixed everything. Should be fine now. So.
Kart was pretty good for you there. How would you kind of sum up that heat race?
Oh, I mean, it was pretty solid. I knew me and Eli needed a good finish because he got a DNF and I got a DQ. I was like, we need a good, top 3 for sure, and he ended up with a 3rd, so that was pretty solid for the team.
Heading into tomorrow, let's say you can avoid the LCQ. I mean, how are you kind of feeling heading into that race knowing you're going to have to start towards the back?
I mean, to be honest, it'll be fun because, I mean, I've done last to first here before, and it was amazing, so I'm going to try to do it again.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you.
A race like that will put a smile on anyone's face, but to be able to be smiling after the weekend he's had to this point and to be staring out a starting spot like that is a testament to the right kind of attitude that you want out of your driver. Caleb Gaffera, he'll have an uphill battle, but it sounds like he's looking forward to it. We'll get to watch it tomorrow with the pre-finals in the morning. More heat races to come today. KA Stars Group A on deck.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final heat race on the day. There'll be 3 Mazda Motorsports Pro Show motos to follow before the afternoon is all wrapped up. 4 races that should all pack a mighty punch here. And this race in heat number 1, or this group, Peyton Phillips, Colin Lloyd, Oliver Hodgson, Chase Buscaglia, it delivered, Caleb.
For sure, they definitely showed us some great racing action there in between them all. Cash Perkins, again, standout here this year. Josh Campbell as well on row number 3. Cole Wilson, William Motelier on row number 4. Mateo Rubio working his way through the field as well, all the way back to Cami Pfister. 27 drivers getting set to take the green flag.
Ready for action, the black and yellow OKN Motorsports Tony Kart out of a U-Haul trailer this weekend alongside the Velocity Racing Sodi of Colin Lloyd. Peyton Phillips is on the power, and we're green for the final heat race in the semi-pro divisions.
You have Mateo looking for a spot on the racetrack to work his way through. Everybody gets through. Turn number 1, clean start. Clean start up front as well for Peyton Phillips, Colin Lloyd. Oliver Hodgson gets himself up to 3rd, a couple of movers further back.
Good start for the middle of the field here. Looks like Mason Surgener's got away nicely. He's right on the cusp of Cash Perkins on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Meanwhile, Phillips now to Hodgson as he's already found his way past Colin Lloyd. Up and over. Back to 4th now for Lloyd on the Velocity Sodi. With Josh Campbell slipping by. Buscaglia 5th, Perkins 6th. Surgener 7th, and a shuffle for 8th there. It looked like it might have been Mateo Rubio Luengo getting back around Emery Lida, and then it should be William Botillier, but Phillips still leads as they get to the end of lap number 1. He and Oliver Hodgson have been around each other quite a bit this season, with Oliver having a KA100 focused effort so far in 2025 outside of the Rotax Max Challenge events as they round that final turn and head onto the front straightaway. We'll put a lap in the books. Let's see what the Brit wants to do. He'll fade high, look low, and Phillips knew it was coming. He covered it off.
Yeah, this is going to stack him up. Buscaglia looking by on a fellow Florida native in Colin Lloyd. They're going to work that out, get back in a single file line, but Peyton Phillips holding Oliver Hodgson at bay. That's bringing Rubio Luengo back into play. Emery Lida. Wilson is Hodgson looking by and scoreboard. He gets through. Phillips stuck on the outside. That allows Campbell to go through as well.
All on the inside through the green corner behind Oliver Hodgson as he is able to just get himself a nice launch and a gap to try and go back to the regular groove. Rubio Luengo on the move here looking low. Here's Buscaglia trying to take the pole sitter back, and it'll be Colin Lloyd getting by both of them to get to 3rd. Phillips will fall to 6th. And now Rubio Luengo wants 4th. An aggressive couple opening laps for Mateo Rubio Luengo. He'll get up and into the top 5 comfortably as they trade the 5th spot again. And it looked like off of the back of Chase Buscaglia's comp cart, he just lost the sprocket guard.
Yeah, not good there for Chase Buscaglia working his way through. There's going to be no protection for that sprocket. It's going to be exposed. Surgener drops the tire. Wilson looking to go by. But what an opening lap. We talked about Rubio making moves. And as well for Cash Perkins. 2nd year, I believe, in the senior ranks, making moves.
The black and yellow Franklin Merlins are easy to pick out on the racetrack. Emery Lida followed him through. He'll lose his spot now to Chase Buscaglia. Peyton Phillips still behind the 919 machine. And behind him, Mason Surgener, Carson Sauter are going at it. There's still more. Henry Taylor wheel to wheel with it looked like maybe Ben Gaunt and Chase Adams. All the while the leaders are quickly stringing apart. So Peyton Phillips with just a couple of corners ends up in a bad spot for when the pack really breaks and disperses, and now he's way back as that was the 972 all out of shape. Cole Wilson with a big slide in the cell tower.
Yeah, it's an absolute dogfight there in the mid-pack, just inside of the top 10 and just outside with Wilson being 10th at the start of that lap. I think he may have lost a couple. Buscaglia looking to go back by on Perkins. Looking to go on the rookie. I think he was able to get clear. We'll look at it this time, and he was. So Chase up another spot. He's up to 5th, gained 3 spots in that lap alone.
This pack goes deep right now. You can connect the dots all the way to the TKG Bureau Art of Logan Mueller back in 20th, but it really is starting to fall away from the top 4 And now this will only kind of lengthen that as they accordion against each other through the shark fin. This is Hudson Brown looking for the move on the 943. That's one of the Racing Edge Motorsports entries of Botillier himself. That was for 14th or 15th. Meanwhile, Buscalia now over Emery Lida, Peyton Phillips. He's gotten one back, getting around Cash Perkins. That would have been for the 7th position.
Yeah, a couple of good moves, and already looks like the drivers further up starting to connect that a little bit more. Looks to be your top 5. Hodgson, your leader, back to Colin Lloyd, who took that 2nd spot. Josh Campbell, and Mateo Rubio Luengo with Paul Massimino on the wrenches for him here this weekend. And again, given the success that Paulie has had in 100cc categories, I think Mateo's in good hands here this weekend.
Yeah, Paulie's been a threat, a near unstoppable force at the front of the field this year in the 100cc races he has competed in, and it's only been a limited schedule to this point. Oliver Hodgson, a limited touring schedule, but his accolades speak for themselves. Colin Lloyd, this year, well, this is the most action I think he's seen in a long time, especially in such a short period. And he has taken it to the former Miami International Final champ and the multi-time Team USA Rotax Grand Finals member, Oliver Hodgson, back to 2nd. Velocity Sodi leading the way now here in the final heat race of the afternoon. But how about Mateo Rubio? A little look there. His teammate Josh Campbell now behind him, and another driver who was one of the biggest, I would say, impacts in the micro and mini ranks back in the era of the likes of Brent Cruz and Ben Mayer rolling through the U.S. touring scene nearly 8 years ago, and now back having some fun, racing in the senior categories. He's linked up with BJR after the fantastic headquarters they have built for themselves and following at Trackhouse Motorplex. And now, on his Stars debut, he's lined up with Hodgson to go to 2nd. Lloyd back to 3rd now as he falls behind Luengo, and Josh Campbell will pull alongside and then give him a break there. He'll let him in.
Yeah, back in a line, and Mateo Rubio to the lead of the race over Oliver Hodgson into the shark fin. Single file, Colin Lloyd looking to go back for 2nd. He gets through. Josh Campbell side by side now with Hodgson. They're going to continue to fight that one out. But speaking of Colin Lloyd earlier on this weekend, I haven't seen him with that much confidence in quite some time. Again, talking about the chassis, the change for him earlier this year, saying this weekend they feel like they finally figured it out. They feel like they finally got it dialed in, and I think it's showing on the racetrack.
Through the horseshoe we go with this 4-pack, giving a little bit of a gap now to Mateo Rubio Luengo. A minute plus 2 laps to go. And as they'll crest over the hill, head through the 90 and over to the grid corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Peyton Phillips. He thought he may have had his race already done and dusted with the way the opening few laps have gone, but he has clawed his way back. And now, just 1 or 2 more moves up front, and he'll be there. Into turn 2. Josh Campbell trying the low side. Hodgson slams the door shut. And that will open up a little bit of room for Lloyd to attack on Rubio Luengo.
That was perfect for Phillips as well to close down his gap. That's even better, right? For Peyton Phillips, side by side, Buscalia, Campbell. That's going to help Phillips out even more. Buscalia goes through for 4th.
Chase Buscalia ahead of Josh Campbell now. A little gap to Oliver Hodgson. Up the road, 3 or 4 car lengths worth. They'll head through the double rights here and up and over towards the cell tower hairpin. Colin Lloyd staying patient, but the patience for everyone should be running low with 2 laps to go on deck. And now with Phillips there, with Emery Lida, Cash Perkins, and Carson Sauter looming, along with Mason Surgener, who is having a very quiet but standout day so far on his MPG Kart Republic in 10th. 2 to go this time for Heat 2, Group A, and Mateo Rubio Luengo leads the way.
Colin Lloyd had a look over his shoulder as they were going into the scale house corner. I think that's going to tell him everything he needs here because Hodgson is definitely closing in. But again, I would have really expected to see Colin Lloyd go into turn number 1. For whatever reason, thought better of it, stayed in line. And again, just waiting for that last lap. We'll see for Colin Lloyd, but I really think it's any time now here, Xander.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd on the Velocity Sodi, half a car length back. as they exit the infield corner to the green turn. He has played this one with a lot of restraint. And comparing to the results of heat number 2, it's not a bad play. Rubio Luengo didn't have nearly this good of an opening heat race as he's on track for right now. But he'll have a chance if he wants to take it. If not, Oliver Hodgson might try to take second from him. He has to be careful. Out of the horseshoe. Here he goes. Hodgson for second on Lloyd. Got it. Rubio Luengo with a little more space now. Final time coming up as they close back together. Josh Campbell back to Peyton Phillips. He got to the bumper of him. He couldn't really do anything. They'll head to the white flag. Rubio Luengo, 1 to go, and he's got Hodgson breathing down his neck a car length away.
Yeah, Hodgson closing in on the main straightaway. Rubio looked back, saw Hodgson was right there. For Colin Lloyd, right now, going to have to sit in third, and I think he's going to be kicking himself after this one, right? If he finishes in third and Hodgson comes away with it because he didn't make a move, and indeed, right?
It might be worse than third. Buscalia now into the top 3. He'll cover off low. Lloyd back to 4th. Josh Campbell 5th. At this point, though, if you're Colin Lloyd, you've committed to the conservative strategy. You need to play by it. If you have to get aggressive and the drivers are getting aggressive with you, you could run the risk of what we witnessed in the KA Junior Heat races, where drivers in the top 5 on the last lap or last couple laps threw away a good starting spot, fighting for a better one. Out of the cell tower hairpin for the final time. We're headed to the place where Hodgson was able to make a couple quick moves already. But now only 4 90-degree corners remain, and Rubio Luengo will begin to cover them off. Hodgson knows he's got a teammate behind. He'll cover that for second. Can he find a gap here? Turn 18, turn 19. Mateo Rubio Luengo wins Heat 2 for Group A.
What a drive by Rubio Luengo to come away with this one. Oliver Hodgson across the line second. Chase Buscalia. Back to Colin Lloyd, who, in my opinion, had really good pace and really good position to go out and win this one. But again, just that conservative strategy, like you said, Xander, finds himself back and forth. Josh Campbell, your top 5. Peyton Phillips, your pole sitter, back in 6th to Perkins. Lyda, Sauter, and Surgener, your top 10.
Yeah, there's a look at it as they finished up. Henry Taylor on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart there in 11th. Cole Wilson, Addison Ianello, Hudson Brown, and Chase Adams, your top 15 for Group A in KA Stars. Back from them where it starts to get a little ugly and a little more frantic with the calculators. To be fair, all 27 crossed the line to finish the final heat race of the afternoon. Back to Kami Pfister and Callahan Peter right there. Brock Knowles, what a turn from Charlotte Motor Speedway, 25th and struggling here based on the way this heat race transpired. But all good for Mateo Rubio Luengo, your Heat 2 Group A winner.
Down here at Scales, Mateo Rubio Luengo. What a run for you in the second heat race. Kind of describe that race for me.
Well, obviously, the inside at the start got to shoot wide. And after I shot wide, everything just kind of went right. And I just started plowing through the field, and then I got up front, and I just decided to try and keep it, you know. And he almost got me at the end. That was scary. I had to kind of shut the door a little bit. But, no, overall, a good race. Everybody was very like orderly, you know. So that's what racing is, you know. It's supposed to be action, but at the same time, stay safe stuff, you know. So
is that how it's been for most of the weekend so far, or has there been some dicey moments?
Well, during the weekend, especially during the first heat, there was a bit of chaos, but after that, everything just sort of lined up, and we got to where we are now.
Walk me through the progression of your go-kart throughout the weekend. You started the weekend pretty quick, but it seems to be better and better as the day's gone on.
Yeah, we were just struggling with setup yesterday, honestly, and then today we finally found it, and it's just been going right so far. Quali was a bit of unlucky. We were alone, so P17 overall, but we just work up and we show that we have pace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Short break in the action here from Newcastle Motorsports Park, but a break from Charlotte and back to it with OKN-J. Indeed, Moto 2 is ready. Max Weiland and Royce Vega on the front row. Isaac Malcutt and Cole Medeiros on row number 2. The first of our 3 sessions to close out Saturday afternoon. John Antonino and Travis Pettit back on row 3.
They rolled up.
Looking for green. Moto 2, OKN Jr. Green flag in the air through the dog leg and down to turn number 2. Side by side through the field. Overall, oh no, big contact. 4, 5, 6 cars, and it'll be Jude Thermalaswamy. Nathan Dupuis still trying to continue William Kim. There was one more as well collected.
Troy Ferguson there.
Oh, middle of the pack, and it explodes on the final session of the day, and unlike the KA classes, no onboard starter. They are done once they come to a halt. So it's Weiland back to Antonino now, taking over second.
Yeah, you see the carnage there just on the outside of turn number 1. Mad Max Weiland, a good start for him. Back to John Antonino, Isaac Malcutt, 2 drivers who again showed maturity, showed level heads in the KA race that they had earlier. And they're showing, they look to be showing the same here in this one, to work their way up to Max Weiland, who's in the lead of it.
Yeah, he's got about 4 to 5 car lengths back to John Antonino, or back from John Antonino, then to Isaac Malcutt, a car length there, back to the likes of the LN Kart of Marco Samet. What a great launch he's had. He's up a net of 5 off of lap number 1. Nico Kotowski all over him there, putting some heat on the back of the 175. Cole Medeiros 6th. Now 7th as Tristan Murphy has gone by. Tyrone Kemper Jr. Lap 1 already up 10 spots. Ahmed Mostafa up 13. The 2 drivers on the tail end with the benefit of all the carnage. Leo De Silva, Jude Thermalaswamy, Troy Ferguson, Nathan Dupuis all out on the first corner.
Yeah, huge for some, and then again the exact opposite for others at the start of the race. Look at this battle. They're third on back, Isaac Malcutt. As there goes Kotowski looking on the inside into Cell Tower. He's able to go through side by side. Malcutt going to lose another one to Tristan Murphy, who muscles his way by.
So Tristan Murphy, oh, little hiccup there from Kotowski. Can Murphy get another one? Wow, he can. And another drop tire for Kotowski. The Sharks are swarming all around him. Malcutt is trapped there. Travis Pettit's in the middle, and already Tyrone Kemper Jr. My goodness, the 100's in the top 10, and it's only lap number 2. Long way to go, but with all that, there's a long gap to the lead now. Grayson Walcott to the wayside as Malcutt gets 1 back into turn number 2. It'll still be only 7th right now for Little Sizzle, and even still, Grayson's getting his elbows out, and he gets a little love tap there from Travis Pettit. 2 by 2 as they exit the shark fin, and Isaac Malcutt will get the worst of it along with what looked to be Royce Vega.
Yeah, Royce Vega was able to get some moves done there, got through as well. Another one of the Speed Concepts machines working their way through. That looked to be Arthur Barbie, I believe, the 126 making moves, and indeed it was. Malcutt just continuing to lose spots at this stage of the race, and at some point, right, just wants to stop, wants to, you know, catch his breath for a second here, but I don't think anybody's going to let him do that.
I don't think so either. I think they're all trying to take advantage of how close they all are right now. They know how fast the LEM Tony Kart has been today. Isaac Malcutt dominated the latter half of Moto number 1, but in the first third of Moto 2, he's already under heavy fire. Lots of positions lost, lots of time lost, and look at him now. He's got Sebastian Rist on his heels. He's actually gone all the way back outside the top 10 to 13. This is a troubling beginning, but in terms of tomorrow, leaning on Moto 1, he'll still start decently well. And for the sake of the entertainment factor here, when you look at drivers like Cole Medeiros, who were going to be second in Moto 2 and now are still in a good spot in Moto 1 and a good spot in Moto 2 following a DNF in Moto 1. We could have a lot of fast go-karts starting middle of the pack in the main, and that again is just a recipe for a very action-packed final.
And already, I mean, that's provided a lot of drivers to work their way through, right? You talk about Mustafa already up 12 spots for William Vitor as well. He's up 6, and again, more moves. Murphy, Medeiros, Katowski. Murphy was able to get through on Medeiros that time by to get up to 4th.
Tristan Murphy, let's see if he can make this one stick. He had gotten to 4th moments ago, then been shuffled back. Now, an opportunity to begin to really focus forward. Marco Samet is about 1.5 seconds, pushing 2 seconds up the road. With a lot of laps still to go, though, and even still, Murphy that time by, he even closed in on the race leader as a big moment there for Cole Medeiros. He'll lose 5th in kind of a weird way to Nico Katowski. It looked like he almost just ran out of steam, and there was a big moment over the curb as well.
Yeah, Katowski was flying on that straightaway and just took to the inside, got through. And again, we talked about it all this weekend, right, Xander? But the biggest thing for me, we talked about gearing earlier on today, and I think Katowski on that straightaway just has a little bit more than Medeiros.
Yeah, he seems to just lack a little in the slow stuff, but based on what we just witnessed, maybe the benefits at the end of the stretch, trying to play to the power band of how they've got their OKN-J tuned up and how their driver and go-kart are working. You can see how good Cole was through the horseshoe section. But as they rocket up and over the hill here, you see the side-by-side cam down to some of the OKN Stars drivers gearing up for their second moto as well. Pro Stars will close out the afternoon. 2 more races remain here from Saturday from King of the Castle, and that was another moment for Nico Katowski. He's already had that left rear tire off the edge of the track twice, now 3 times. It'll hurt him a little bit in turn number 2, but the long straightaway burned a good amount of the dirt off. And back up front, Max Weiland, another driver like Medeiros, going out in Moto 1, looking for a comeback drive in Moto 2, and he is in prime position for it. Although John Antonino Jr. is close, Buddy has been only about 4 to 5 tenths at the best. Last time was 4, this time back up to 5, trading lap times here with the Magic Kid.
Yeah, for Max Weiland, right, a huge boost of confidence for him, for his morale, for his team as well after, you know, taking that first national race victory at Trackhouse Motorplex. And ever since then, right, that's really translated to his demeanor, to the way he walks around the paddock, and to the way he's driving out there as well. That showed a lot, I think, here in that second heat race, right? You go back and, you know, in the first heat race with a DNF to turn around in the second heat, into the second moto, I should say, to, you know, turn around and put it up at the front. That's huge. That's a huge turnaround for Max, and as well for John Antonino to be consistent, you know, in whatever class that he's been racing this weekend, be up at the front. Again, that shows a lot to his maturity throughout the years and, you know, his understanding of the package as well compared to last year.
No doubt. I mean, this is just another part of the development journey for Max Weiland, and where things really start to click. And it seems like it's been that way across the board for him in 2025. And you talk about the development. How about jumping straight into the deep end? Marco Samet, 3rd right now on the Brandon Jarzakrak Racing LN kart. A consistent day, a good day here for the 175, especially with lap times and the overall pace of the package to back up how good he was in Charlotte, and for an engine that I think is really like no other, and how you have to attack it. Of course, straight up how it's built and how it operates. He's been very good in his first few times with it on screen. Tristan Murphy behind is still closing in. He is probably the biggest variable right now, the big factor for the top 4. Another personal best time, that time by for Murphy. It was 1.5 tenths, pushing 2 tenths better than Weiland. It was nearly 4 better than Antonino, and it was about 1 tenth better than Samet. As Tyrone Kemper Jr. now is starting to slip a little bit. He had that phenomenal start to charge through the field, but his pace is not quite there to keep the good times rolling. Travis Pettit's gone back by, and that is William Vitor on screen. He's now up and into the 8th spot.
Yeah, you talked about jumping in the deep end as well, right? William Vitor started this year off in the mini Swift categories in mini racing still in cadet, and then next time we hit the racetrack, right, he's already racing in juniors, so that move up for him just that little bit early, as it's going to speed up his progression, his learning as well. Like you said, just diving right into the deep end, just barely knowing how to swim.
Yeah, and still looking like he's been doing it for years. Travis Pettit and William Vitor, last time by, both of them running lap times comparable of what's needed to hang at the front of the field. Let's see what this time will be when they hit the loop. It will be decent. It won't necessarily be as good as the front quartet, but good enough to probably continue to build the margins they've got behind. And Royce Vega the same. You see the baby race suit for the JHD driver. He's been a world traveler, a globetrotter in 2025. And for Royce, as he exits that shark fin, the gap back to Travis Pettit. Last time by, he put an extra 10th on it, but he did lose an extra 10th to Nico Katowski up the road, who has started to fall back from Cole Medeiros. This is probably the most spread out race we may have had so far today. I feel like everywhere we've looked, albeit maybe outside of the Masters shifter division, has been pretty fun to watch and pretty good battles through the field, if not for the race lead. But when you look on the leaderboard, everything's kind of shuffling out with gaps of a half second, opening up to a full or more. I think maybe you have to go all the way back to Sebastian Rist to really find some movement coming. He just went at a 68.71. Tyrone Kemper Jr., the last lap around, was much slower, but he's now gotten past William Vitor to shuffle Vitor back to 10th. And so while Vega gets away and Pettit gets away, this trio might be the next battle that we've got, or maybe one for second in a lap or so. Samet is closing towards Antonino as we see Sebastian Rist send it on the inside of William Vitor.
Yeah, he's able to get through into the shark fin. As well moves further back, like Walcott was making a move there further back at the field. But the biggest thing that I think that we've seen so far this weekend, especially with the races starting on that main straightaway, I think the start is really dictating a lot to the amount of action that we see later on, right? If you have a big pileup in that first turn, that field, I think, is going to spread out even more with drivers all mixed up, all shuffled up, and you're going to see the huge spread that we're seeing right now, right? It's a second in the lead, a couple of tenths in between second and third, another second up to third. Medeiros as well, he's 2 seconds back from fourth, so I think the starts are really showing us a lot, or previewing a little bit of what we're going to see throughout the race as well.
And maybe just a testament to even the lap times not telling the full story, that a good start versus a bad start can really just keep you locked in the positions that you end to lap number one, or that kind of area. Rarely are we seeing drivers make up major time. Again, Kemper Jr., prime example. On paper, he'll be up 10, 11, maybe 13 spots at the best, but he got almost all of them on lap number one, and since then it's just kind of rode around the bubble of the top 10. But here, similar story at the front. Tristan Murphy with the closing gap down to Marco Samet. Samet down to Antonino. All drivers able to get away cleanly through the I-70 corner. That'll be just something that they all have to be wary of. No matter how long the race is tomorrow, you need to survive the start, and hopefully you got a good spot to start from, period, or at least a spot that can get you up a few positions for the first lap clears. But we'll have the math on that soon enough, because this time by, Max Weiland should be seeing the double sticks. Antonino to Samet and to Murphy. 2 to go, three-way fight headed our way here for second as they crest the hill and go to turn 2.
Yeah, Samet looking to have a good run on that main straightaway. The same goes for Murphy, who closed down a whole lot on that main straight to get up to the rear bumper of the BJR LN Kart. This time by, I think for Samet, he's going to have a good shot in a scoreboard. Does he take it? No, because Antonino, it looked like he went a little low there to the bottom of the racetrack.
But again, that corner's slow enough. They all really didn't have much of a difference, and now Murphy bogs it out of the green corner. He'll lose ground. Samet could open up if he really wanted to here in the cell tower, but even still, he's not quite there to be able to fight with John Antonino. So as they go to the horseshoe now, Marco Samet, only a bumper back ahead of Tristan Murphy. Can Murphy get there? He cannot. They'll head to the white flag with no change, and Cole Medeiros
in the background trying to put some good laps together. He's matching them now, just a little bit too late for the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. 3 drivers in lockstep, 1 to go here for OKN-J in their second moto of the weekend as the white flags waved on the front stretch. And the first change here, first move made, Tristan Murphy gets by on Marco Samet.
Yeah, a huge turnaround for Max Weiland. Again, not able to complete that first moto. Gives them fresher rubber coming into this one, and then as well ending it, right? I think that's showing the pace that he still has. Late in this one, 2/10 quicker than second on back, which is why we see Antonino fighting with Tristan Murphy, who's now up to third. Samet looking to go back, still in fourth, and go side by side.
Marco Samet, high and low, nothing there. Over to Murphy as they head to the cell tower. Final time, John Antonino Jr. to the bottom side, and still nothing. Marco Samet, a late look there into the horseshoe entry. He will leave himself open for maybe an attempt by Medeiros. It won't happen there. And as they go to the final 490s, this should be all set in stone. And up front, nearly 3 seconds away, Max Weiland wins Moto 2 for OKN Jr. Talk about a comeback. And John Antonino to Murphy, Samet, Cole Medeiros, your top 5. Nico Katowski with a solid run in 6th. Royce Vega, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Sebastian Rist, and Travis Pettit, your top 10 for OKN Jr. Max Weiland and Magic Kart. Well, that's a great start to bring him back up the points, both in the championship and the overall grid for tomorrow with the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show mains. They'll be leading us off along with OKN Stars and Pro Stars. And both of those classes are on deck to go next. The final 2 sessions from Saturday here at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the King of the Castle, the second round of the 4 Stars Championship Series events in 2025. And 4 drivers from OKN-J will sadly have to ride the recovery vehicle back to pit lane. Nathan Dupuis, Troy Ferguson, Jude Thurmalaswamy, and Leo Da Silva. More racing when we return.
Max Weiland, I see the smile on your face, bud. What a comeback, right? From a poor Moto 1 to a great Moto 2. How'd you get it done?
I realized that after I crashed in Moto 1, I have to get a good result. A P1 would really help a lot. I put my head down, put down some laps, and got a big lead.
Tell me what the guys back in the tent are telling you. What did AJ, what did Robbie talk to you about after Pro Moto 1?
They told me in the green turn I was struggling a little bit, so they gave me some tips for there. I was able to clean that up and put my head down.
So with the pace you showed here in Pro Moto 2, you feel pretty confident for tomorrow?
Yep, I just need to put my head down, be consistent, and be able to do what I just did.
Thanks, Max.
Thank you so much.
OKN Stars ready to go, and a bit of a moment there for Maverick McKenna trying to get off the line for Moto number 2. Our second to last race of the day. Alexander Searle, you've been buried in the pit lane all day long. What do you have for us here as we get ready?
Thank you, Xander. I was able to catch up with Blake Nash, and he let me know that in between motos 1 and 2, they were able to change an axle. He said he was feeling incredibly fast, but with this tweak, that should be all they need. Alex.
Thank you, Haley. Spoke with Austin Olds. I said, listen, I mean, what happened in that race? He said, you know, Kart feels really good. Just didn't get my elbows out enough. Got pushed back to 16th. Made his way back to 6th, but the pace feels good. He thinks he can regroup and get a win here in Moto 2.
Well, Caleb, I burned you at Trackhouse, so I guess I got to burn Alex now. Yeah, he's a little bit, I was expecting someone a little bit less, I don't know.
Oh,
Alex is a pretty cute little guy, you know, actually. I'll take that back.
There you go.
I'll be nice to him. It's been a long day. He's done a great job. Haley's done a phenomenal job, and our crew has done a phenomenal job. And the OKN Stars, hopefully they give us a lot to work with. They definitely did in Moto number 1. Check out the Skycam. Austin Olds, Paulie Massimino into the start box. Ready to go green. And they've got it. 12 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And we're underway for Moto 2. Can they all get through the I-70 corner? It's going to get really narrow at the end. They're still 3 wide, and they've managed it so far into the shark fin. It's Austin Olds to Diego Ramos and Massimino to 3rd. And look at the launch James Overbeck did, going up on the banking to make sure he had a nice run to the left, and it's got him 4th. Now it'll get him 3rd as Blake Nash drops a tire out of P3.
Yeah, Blake Nash slowing, and I will say a much better start for Olds, but Diego Ramos as well, looking to take the lead of this race. Already a couple of corners in, and Austin Olds going to go low to defend James Overbeck. I think the best start he's had so far this weekend, and the best pace that he showed so far this weekend as well, already up to 4th.
Diego Ramos right on the bumper of Austin Olds, half a car length away, a car length to Paulie Massimino. James Overbeck right behind as they go through 1, 2, 3, 4 through the 90s. Over and out to 1 lap complete this time by. And it will be a 4-pack with about 2 car lengths back from James Overbeck. Maybe Blake Nash right there with Gassiet Lee. That's enough room. I think he can open up for 2, and he will. In fact, most of the pack will. Taking advantage of the fact, and all keeping in mind this is a long moto, just like in junior. A lot can happen, and oh man, off the bat, Chase Gassiet Lee with a problem, and the Coastal Link Nash machine comes to a halt in the infield of turn number 3, 4, and 5. A slowing number 31 will sideline the rookie.
Yeah, he was looking down to see if he can see an issue, but I think more than anything, that's going to be internal for him. Look at the gap now. Something big changed for 2nd because Diego Ramos is all the way back to 5th. A huge change. Olds with a huge gap, and Henry Wheeler, who used to be teammates with Diego Ramos last year in this power plant, is now getting by his old team and his old teammate.
Austin Olds by a car length and a half back to James Overbeck now with a huge lap he's had already. What a start for the number 48. Paulie Massimino cruising along there behind him. Blake Nash and Henry Wheeler and Ramos and Finn Bailiff now with an opportunity to try and go by on the number 2. Let's see what he can do with it as they go down to turn 2. All of this changing while we were able to just keep in a little bit on Chase Gassiet Lee. He was only on camera and off of the leaders for about half a lap, maybe a quarter of it, and it's changed dramatically. And there, Ramos to the inside on Henry Wheeler. Finn Bailiff through. Wheeler is fighting hard with Jacob Kolar, but the Vice Racing driver keeps his elbows out to take that spot.
Yeah, Jacob able to work his way through that time by, and now Diego going to have to get back on it. Right, we're still here we go. I think this is exactly what happened to Diego Ramos. Looked like side by side, Paulie just into the side of Diego in a shark fin. And again, Xander, I'll let you have it here on this one.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's just cold tires and aggressive moves there. I'm sure they'll have a word about it after in the scales. Those two get along pretty well, but yeah, just hard racing, just like this right here. For the lead and for 2nd and for 3rd and back and forth we go. Austin Olds back to the point again. Blake Nash trying to get through, he can't. All of that still with only 3 minutes elapsed. We were hoping for some fireworks. I don't know if we expected them this early from the OKN Stars, boys and girls, but we've got it. Although it could end up going to the wayside. Blake Nash overcooks turn 2. Now he's got to leave something in the tank to run back up to Austin Olds, or the Indiana native is going to be able to cruise through moto number 2. The gap is already really building now as the 64 tries to regain.
Yeah, you saw Blake already, a good showing for him. Again, just that little mistake in turn 1 brought this pack a lot closer together. You see Diego right behind Overbeck, Finnegan as well in the mix, Bailiff getting close, and Jacob Kolar as well, finally getting that breakthrough here this weekend that he needed to get up into the top 7. But this is all the while Austin Olds has gotten the breathing room that he needed. A change for third. Overbeck goes through on Paulie Massimino.
James Overbeck moving past. Massimino back. Now off the racetrack goes Diego Ramos. Finn Bailiff trying to help him pass and follow him past Paulie Massimino. Watches his fellow Biro Art go all the way into the grass. And this crazy second moto continues. And for the second time, Diego is shuffled down to the bottom of the top 10.
Yeah, you were seeing earlier on in the weekend, everybody said Austin Olds had a couple of tenths better than the rest of the field, and he's shown that in this heat race. And for Paulie, a race that was not too good a couple laps ago is definitely getting a lot worse. Bailiff goes through. They're going to lose a whole lot of time now. Still side by side once again. Paulie goes right back on Finnegan, and on that straightaway, lifted a hand up in the air, and I don't think the two were too happy with each other as well. They just continue to fight here.
Yeah, this is not going to be a happy Diego Ramos in the scale line. He's probably already got a list going, and it may include Henry Wheeler, because the number 18 continues to defend and try to hold back the reigning vice champion. And as they come out of the horseshoe, now there's 3 more lined up behind Ramos. He's got the likes of Aiden Fox, Cameron Weinberg on the Hoots, D.D. Gillard, and Aiden Lorenko all lurking there. So back to the 12th or 11th position, 12th position potentially with Remy Andriatos not too far behind. So Ramos takes a deep breath, makes a radiator adjustment, lines up, and gets the inside done there in turn 2 on Wheeler here.
Yeah, I think Diego showed a perfect display of setup here. Little thumbs up behind Henry Wheeler. I think he was happy they didn't waste too much time, so looking to work his way back through. Again, Bailiff going to be up the road for him. So Ramos back up to 7th, and single file line for the Fox and Sun drivers. For Cameron Weinberg is on his return to the seat here this weekend. Aiden Fox having to go into the green corner. He's through.
The gaps are closing back up front as Ramos now has a little bit of time to start logging some laps and closing the margin to Finnegan Bailiff, the driver who was trying to help him and ended up helping him get off the racetrack back here at the scale turn. Top 3 all tighter this time than they were last time, and it looks like it'll be the same again this lap around. Austin Olds had the advantage to start the weekend with a pole by a massive margin in Friday qualifying. And in Moto number 1, we couldn't really see what he was fully made of, because in the opening lap, he was sent all the way down to the bottom of the top 10. Now, getting away cleanly with the lead. Could he have broken away? Well, Blake Nash has made sure that's not going to happen. Even with the mistake when he got by Paulie Massimino and the gap opening to nearly a full second, he has tracked him back down. We are less than 3 tenths between our top 2. And James Overbeck, who was flying under the radar in Moto 2, got into 5th at the very end of the race. He's right there as well in 3rd.
Yeah, it's I think the best drive that James has had. Again, speaking to him throughout the weekend, right? He said it's been hard to adjust to the package. He's kind of lost as far as the setup goes for him. Just different to the KA package on what he needs. And he said my feedback needs to be better, and I think it's gotten better, because for him to get up to 3rd after being a little bit off the pace earlier on today, he's shown some real promising pace as well. A 1:08.1, the fastest lap of the race for James, I believe, in the 2nd consecutive moto. Is definitely good for him to turn around the weekend, right, and to recollect and to put everything together again. It's huge for him. Just went faster this time by, and you see the gap visibly closing down to Blake Nash.
That lap around, 68.079 for James Overbeck, 68.156 and a 1.25 for Austin Olds. As we watch them with the overhead shot of the shark fin. That was your leaders. Then 4th, 5th, and 6th rolling in. Jacob Kolar, Paulie Massimino, and Finnegan Bailiff. Kolar, after getting by Pauly through all the chaos, is starting to fade a little. Massimino was better by 4/10 last time by. That could change here any minute, as could any of the spots inside the top 3. And I believe, well, it may or may not have already between Massimino and Kolar, and indeed it has. Pauly is by. Finn Bailiff next up to try and get to the top 5 and hopefully get there before Diego Ramos can get to him, if there's going to be any payback for the moment that happened by the scales.
Yeah, not sure, right? I mean, again, the two on Royal Art Machines pitted just right next to each other, only split up by their haulers, so we'll see for Finnegan Bailiff and Diego Ramos. That continues to go on. Pauly finding pace late in this one, a 1:08.050. Fastest lap of the race for Pauly, who's, you know, like we've said time and time again here at Newcastle in no man's land, but for Blake Nash, finally found the pace, found the time to make the move on Olds, and so did Overbeck. He goes up to second.
Over-under attempt from Austin. It'll pull him even, but it'd be smart to back out. He does not want to. Back to the inside on James Overbeck. Overbeck will answer him and send Olds into the marbles. Puts him in a bad spot, and now the number 50 is going to be compromised for the next couple corners, but arguably so will James Overbeck. And all that hard work that he put in to follow Blake Nash forward now gets just about erased, and a big-time gap will open for the 64. And behind him, here is the next battle looming. Jacob Kolar, Finnegan Bailiff, Diego Ramos, a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go. This is the fight for 5th. Kolar really backing things up now through turns 18 and 19. Just trying to survive to the end of this second moto. I don't know if there's anything he'll be able to do about it. He's a sitting duck now. Bailiff looking, Ramos following, and there's going to be contact, and Diego will get an over-under out of it and won't have to do anything to even make a clean pass on Bailiff. He'll do the work himself, and Kolar continues to park it, trying to just get some solid points in the bag.
Yeah, Kolar keeping the momentum up there to hold it around the outside. That was huge for him to hold on a position, right, to hold on to points as well before we go into the pre-final tomorrow. But even then for Diego, that's just a step back in the right direction, considering where he was at the end of, you know, the first couple of motos, and at the end of the first moto, I should say. Again, just in his standards, I would say subpar for him here in Moto 2.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Diego Ramos, Jacob Kolar, Finnegan Bailiff, the entire quartet here, they're only going to be 4th at best, maybe 5th, depending how things shake out. Ramos now back at least to P5, but Pauly is going to end up probably being scored around 2 seconds up ahead of them, maybe more. Oh yeah, a lot more. 3.5, try that one on for size from the number 2 to the number 40. So Kolar back to work of where he was 2 laps ago with Bailiff on his heels. Finn, little moment there. It's going to leave him with Henry Wheeler trying the inside of the shark fin. And the number 18 moves to 7th.
Yeah, good move there by Henry into the shark fin to get clear. A little update on your leaders. James Overbeck lapping about a 10th quicker than Blake Nash at this stage of the race. So not sure if he's going to have enough time. That gap's still at a second here, Xander. So it's make or break for James Overbeck if he wants to come away with a moto victory here at the end of it. You see that gap pretty significant here. I will say Massimino continuing to close down 2 tenths quicker than Austin Olds.
Yeah, and Olds, I mean, this lap around, he looks like he might be closing the gap back up a bit to Overbeck, but the times will tell the story. 2 laps to go at the start-finish line for the top 4. Here's a look back to Wheeler, Bailiff, and Cameron Weinberg back in the spotlight once again in 9th on the Holtz DD Gillard. Remy Andriatos leads the next pack. He's gone ahead of Aiden Fox, and the number 32 has cracked the top 10. 2 to go. It's down a good bit. I mean, James Overbeck, he did get it within 8 tenths as of last time by the loop. That was a decent chunk taken out of the gap to Blake Nash, but still it's a long shot to get there by the checkers. We're watching as well new colors for Theo Corelli this year with the Maranello, and in the middle, Aiden Lorenko behind his Fox & Son teammate in Aiden Fox, and 14th right there in frame, Satvik Sarathi on the Dan Devereaux Racing Kart Republic. A little ways ahead of Maverick McKenna. He was the driver who had the problems getting off of the grid. The number 17 riding at the edge of the top 15 right now. All 20 are good, minus Chase Gassiet-Lee for 19 running. And what in the world has happened to Blake Nash? His lead has crumbled. James Overbeck now headed to the white flag, 2 car lengths away, and he's got a serious shot at this thing.
It was a 1:08.6 the last time around, half a second for James Overbeck this time by, and you see that gap staying pretty stagnant on the main straightaway. James going to continue to close in on the exit of 1, so again, just has to stay on it, but it's new life for the BJRLN Kart here in Moto 2.
He just needs another good run through the corners, out of the shark fin, and down into the infield. Blake Nash got a much better exit there to make up for a little bobble on what would have been the penultimate lap around, lap number 12. It'll be 13 in total. Overbeck sent it deep there in the green corner. It looks like it stuck pretty well. He'll have to really send it into the cell tower to even get close enough, but it's going to be enough to force Blake to defend and go offline, and now there's a small chance. A sliver here for Overbeck. Does he take it? He'll get to the end of the horseshoe. Nothing there. I think this should be okay for the 64. Oh, a big close run there for James. Not quite. Final couple turns. Blake Nash and Nash Motorsports trying to hang on, and they will. Moto 2 winners here in OKN Stars. Overbeck second, Olds third, Paulie Massimino fourth. Diego Ramos rebounds back to fifth, but he will be far from happy about the way that the opening third of this race transpired.
A little too close for comfort there for Blake Nash. In the last couple laps of this race, he still comes away with a Moto 2 victory. James Overbeck across the line second to Austin Olds. A much better turnaround here for the second Moto. Paulie Massimino as well. Talked about his pace, wasn't confident with the car in the first Moto. We'll see how he's feeling here later on tonight, but Diego Ramos running up your top 5. And again, 2 drivers that were, I think, some of the best in that first Moto now find themselves 4th and 5th. Jacob Kolar, good turnaround for him in Moto 2 to finish 6th.
And beyond, Nico DeFillo, Mason Kuhn, Alex Sharma, Mingnan Zhu, your 19 finishers from OKN Stars. Chase Gassiet-Lee, a DNF for the number 31 Nash Motorsports entry in Moto 2. And he'll have to hang his head on that one until tomorrow. Warm-ups in the morning for the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show classes in combination with the semi-pro warm-ups. Pre-finals then roll, and then the Pro Show divisions kick off the afternoon rotation. James Overbeck, so close, but a lot of momentum for the number 48 going to tomorrow. And Blake Nash, Moto 2 winner, and he cut it close as you can, but he got it done.
All right, Blake, you spoke with Haley before the race. Said you put an axle in it. Yep. It seems to have worked.
Yeah, we made that change after yesterday's qualifying. Just was struggling for a little bit of grip yesterday in the rear and threw it in for this morning. And yeah, right out of the gate, it was definitely way better and way more comfortable to drive. So got to thank my team at Nash Motorsports and Mega Power for the great engine that I've been able to run all week. And yeah, hopefully we can keep it up top.
2 to go, you kind of lost a bit of time. We didn't really get to see it on our cameras. What happened there?
Just rookie mistake. You'd think I would have done enough of these races to not make mistakes, but yeah, look back, saw Overbeck, and then just hung a wheel, and after that I kind of just held it together on the last lap. But
after qualifying, you had some confidence, even with being 3/10 behind Austin Olds. From there, the pace has been good. I mean, did you guys find anything overnight, or you just got better and better?
Yeah, like I said, I feel like the power plant has just been really strong all week. I haven't really had to work on it too much, but yeah, we've just been lacking a little bit of rear grip, and I think that changed with the axle that we made overnight. Kind of woke the car up, and I haven't really touched it since. So,
thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
And with that, it's time to shift gears to the only Pro Show class that does shift gears. Pro Stars, and what an opening moto it was. Mateus Morgado and Gavin Bailiff, and a tale of 2 different days so far for your front row. Let's hear it down from pit lane for a few final thoughts.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Xander. Spoke with Billy Musgrave. I said, listen, this is an uncharacteristic thing for you. Usually Newcastle Motorsports Park is a track that you know and love and are very quick around here. And he said, listen, I'm scratching my head. We're just slow. The power plant is fantastic. He said he actually reached 95 miles an hour entering the I-70 corner. But pace-wise, he just is struggling with rear grip. The kart's sliding quite a bit. And he said, listen, from last year to this year, they are 4 PSI lower than usual. And that's actually pretty much across the board, across all teams that he has spoken to as well. So he really is struggling to wrap his hand around this tire. He said since Cincinnati, it's been the same issue. Too much front grip, not enough rear grip.
And with that said, I mean, that's something that we have witnessed, especially in the longer sessions that the Pro Stars and Pro Shifter drivers have had as a part of their race weekends. He's got to find a way to be able to keep the tires underneath him, to have something to fight with and push on at the end of the races. And if not, well, then at that point you lean into your strength. We saw how good he was out of the gate. Maybe you just try to go the opposite way. Instead of working on your weaknesses, build on where you are strong and where you may have the advantage and open the gap up. But that, again, is risky because you don't want them to line up and try to keep you either behind or, more importantly, keep you in eyesight, knowing that. Let's check in with the gym lead on board. Gavin Bailiff in the number 3 plate had an engine expire on him, running inside the top 5 and chasing the top 3 spots in Moto number 1. He's on the clean side of the racetrack, but Morgado had his number in the first start. Let's see if Gavin can get the better of the pair off the Truck Systems North America lights. It'll be 25 karts that they pull into the grid lanes. And Mateus Morgado, Gavin Bailiff, AJ Myers, Justin White, Adrian Reneden, and Jay Irwin are ready with the field. Moto 2 Pro Stars, the final on-track activity from Saturday for King of the Castle. And we go to the lights for the final time. Let's see it for the Moto on the day. Oh no, we've got 2 stalled right in front of everybody. Marinello's got 1, maybe 2 off to the side. I think 1 would have been maybe Gage Korn or David, no, not Carmody. Billy Musgrave up in the air. Musgrave goes wide in turn 2. 2 more went off as well. And I think it may have been maybe Frankie Iadavea, but I'm not 100% sure which drivers we lost in the middle.
That's what it looked like there, Xander. I do believe it was Iadavea with a stall, unfortunately, on the grid for Billy. A weekend that started bad has really gone on worse in Moto 2. But how about Gavin Bailiff to the lead of the race? You see Vincenzo Saracino, another one of the Marinello machines, and CJ Bowman, it looks like, driver who was in 10th at 228 out of this race early.
So there you go. Some shakeups for the grid tomorrow. And Gavin Bailiff driving it like he stole it here as he gets away with the lead. Coming out of the horseshoe and up and over the hill for lap number 1. Morgado to Myers. Great start once again for Justin White. And this time he's been able to get away without as much pressure from the Frenchman Adrian Reneden. And then there's Ian Quinn. Look at the bad start on the other end, though, for Jay Irwin, trapped behind a fellow Beryl Art, down in the 7th position. The driver who was hunting down eventual Moto 1 winner Mateus Morgado is outside the top 5.
There you go, a good start for Justin White as well here in the second Moto. Already up to 4th. Ian Quinn, you talked about him, and Charlie Steins and Eli Fox. A good start for the 2 locals to get a good start. And again, looking at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, nobody in front of Gavin Bailiff, but you got to follow along on how your leader is driving the racetrack.
Yeah, look how steady the hands are. Even, oh, little moment there for Gavin. Dropped the left rear tire, showing that he's on the limit still here early on in this moto. But again, the lead is good enough. He'll be able to hang on for that for now. In fact, the battle once again remains between Mateus Morgado and AJ Myers. Just at this point in the moto, it's for second. And Justin White is right there. And talk about what a change it has been through this year for Justin. He was able to keep close with them for a good chunk of the Winter Series, but when they really began to roll, he just was a bit back, not far, and closing the gap over the last 12 months. And now he is there. A serious threat here this weekend is the Carblos Racing Engines Marinello, and he is all over AJ.
Yeah, great showing for Justin White here in the second moto. And again, talking to AJ earlier this weekend, he was saying there's new factors, right? It's not just your usual suspects like we saw last year, right? Everybody getting better, everybody improving. And you have, the likes of Josh Conker, who won a couple of weeks ago, and the likes of Justin White as well, who's picked up the pace, and Quinn, and the list goes on of new and rising stars, we should say here, Xander.
No doubt. Just like the kid on screen there, Charlie Steins on the Factory Fury GP kart. He's right at the tail end of Irwin. Eli Fox not far behind at all there in the 9th position. Andy Rule up into the top 10, about a second and a half away, as Bailiff leads to Morgado, Myers, White, and Reneden. Adrian Reneden not as strong out of the gate here in Moto number 2. He said the big thing that they needed wasn't more speed out of that Velocity Racing Sodi kart. It was just a better start. But I think right now they are either hoping for the race to come to them and the long run speed to materialize, or that they can find something overnight, because at the moment you can see he's protecting from Ian Quinn and Jay Irwin. He feels like he doesn't quite have the speed to drive up to the next 3.
I will say this here, Xander, right? They were pushing pretty hard in that first moto, and to me, the question of tires going into the pre-final, I think is probably one of the biggest factors here every year. I remember back to my first weekend down on pit lane in 2023, tires was the biggest thing that everybody was talking about with the degradation around here, especially on the left-hand side of the tires. It's huge around a place like Newcastle.
Yeah, and you saw at the edge of the frame there a moment for Jay Irwin dropping the left rear off. I mean, so many corners are off camber, either on exit or through the entire way from entry through center. So that's extra added load, whereas going the original direction at Newcastle Motorsports Park, the banking like this here favors you. I mean, these corners are pretty cut and dry, but the rest of the circuit, it's meant to go the opposite way. And so now you're working the tires harder than even the original design was meant to be, and that's put the ultimate test on these drivers. It's what's made the Stars National layout fun to witness over the years here at Newcastle, and it could provide some more storylines for tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have much of one here right now. Gavin Bailiff with a fresh piston or maybe a backup motor. He is walking away from everyone. A second and a half out in front from Morgado and Myers.
Yeah, this is a huge turnaround for Gavin, right? He's talked about, the lack of luck that he's had. You look back at MCC, his home racetrack in his backyard, a track that never treated him well and, didn't treat him well out at SCUSA. And again, you look back here last year, missed out on the Circle of Champions at SCUSA, and a place, that's taken a lot from him is giving him a lot back here in Moto 2.
Well, when they say you're due, sometimes you really get it in spades, and AJ Myers probably feels that way. He's now gotten past Morgado, but Morgado knows Justin White is there to put pressure on as well. He'll follow AJ down to the inside, and everyone will defend behind them. The fresh power plant for Gavin Bailiff is being put to good use and through the ringer, but this time it is all because of his driving and nothing from the outside factors, because it's 2 seconds and gaining for everyone back from the leader. Myers to Morgado to White to Reneden, Quinn, and Irwin all close.
Everybody stacked up here, and again, given that move from Myers, brought them all closer together. White, Reneden, Quinn. Looked like he was going to have a look here into the cell tower corner on Reneden, but just Reneden closed that door there pretty quickly. And for Irwin again, I remember Alex asked him after the heat race, you were giving it everything out there for the first moto. Do you think you have enough for Moto 2? And I think, we're seeing the answer here on our screens.
I agree. I think AJ Myers, Mateus Morgado, Justin White, I mean, really all of them, they have stepped up tremendously with a totally different racetrack. You think about how hot it was in the middle of the day today. It is now past 6 p.m. for the Pro Stars drivers. This is a crazy change. And you heard from Blake Nash that the adjustment they made, a big swing with the axle stiffness, obviously paid off for him. I think that's partly why we're seeing different drivers showing strength versus weakness, or speed versus the lack thereof. Morgado, phenomenal in the latter half of Moto 1, and in Moto 2, he just is not really having anything to work with, and instead he's playing defense to the best of his ability. White, Reneden, Ian Quinn, Jay Irwin, all on his heels.
Yeah, everybody working their way through here, and kind of quiet so far in the middle stage of this race for Gavin up in the lead of this race. He's pushing 2.3. The gap back to AJ. And again, to me, I kind of look back at how we were talking about AJ in that first moto, whether he was lacking pace, and now I'm starting to think more on the other side, whether he was conserving tire, whether he was saving his stuff up for a better result in Moto 2. And, you know, it kind of just leaves us to think that, you know, either, you know, we were not thinking outside of the box, and AJ had just a little bit more than what he was showing in that first moto.
Maybe, but at that same point, I would have expected he would have been able to break away from this fray. But instead, when you compare the lap times for the entire group, I mean, there really isn't much change now that Myers has gone to the helm of it. Gavin Bailiff has everyone covered by a full 1/10 of a second. Mateus Morgado, better than AJ last time by. In fact, this whole pack's just kind of been stuck. Outside of the first change we've just witnessed just now, Ian Quinn has surrendered the 6th spot. Jay Irwin has gotten past the Steel Motorsports Darth Vader blackout machine.
How about some of the biggest movers as well further back? We talked about Annie Rule. She's already up into the top 10 in 10th. Talked about earlier, a good start for her. Little change here. Rennerden finally able to go by on Justin White, and he's starting to pick up the pace because the fastest lap just went his way.
And that goes on to the fact of why you want to be able to have a good kart at the end of the races here. You know the starts are crucial. Rennerden pointed it out at the end of Moto 1. That's when the tires are cold, low air pressure, and you're able to attack drivers because no one's really at premium grip levels. The middle of the race is a lot tougher. Everyone's already at the limit, and at the level that everyone's driving at, it's tricky to make up time, to make up ground, and to make positions or look for mistakes. But Adrian Rennerden with a big swing on trying to really be there at the very end for Moto number 2. In the setup, it looks like it's just now coming to term. As they'll hit the line, it'll be 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Morgado may have a bit of a second life, a second wind forming on his Birol Art, but it'll need to form really fast because I think Rennerden is going to go even better this time by. Let's see it. To the line, Bailiff, a 66.29, and indeed, Adrian Rennerden, 66 flat. P4, and Morgado looked back. He knows it. It's time to find a way past AJ Myers, or he's going to 4th.
Yeah, talking to Adrian as well earlier on in the weekend, right? He was saying that they were looking for just that last little bit, and you know, for him to find it, they're doing major and drastic changes to the chassis, to the setup throughout the weekend. And you know, after the morning warm-up, said, I think we found it. I think we're in a good spot to what we need. And the long run pace for him already, you know, halfway or at the closing stage of this race, I think he's going to be one of the favorites into the main event as well. But again, everything changes whenever you do put on new tires. That's the biggest thing that AJ said. But we're a long ways from that, right? We still have a pre-final tomorrow morning. And for AJ, he still has to focus on holding back Mateus and Adrian Rennerden, who's been the fastest driver on the racetrack in the closing stages of this race.
Morgado had a little wiggle there going through turn number 16. He's lost touch with AJ now. He'll need a big run on the front stretch. 3 laps to go. Rennerden continuing to close. Another purple level lap for Adrian Rennerden. And AJ Myers now at this point will begin to focus on full defense here. The number 1 plate, the reigning champ, needs to keep the points out of the hands of Morgado at every opportunity here. He cannot afford to give Mateus the luxury of 2 phenomenal points hauls before we get really into the nitty-gritty part of the year, into an unknown at Quaker City Motorsports Park and the night fight at Trackhouse Motorplex.
This is huge here. The battle for second, again, still going on. Justin White falling off here in the closing stages of it. I believe there was a couple of moves further back in between Jay Irwin, Ian Quinn. There was a shuffle, and indeed Irwin able to get ahead of Justin White. Ian Quinn still in 7th. Charlie Steins, Eli Fox just falling off in the closing stages, but this time by 2 laps to go for Gavin Bailiff, who's absolutely ran away with this race here, Xander.
Broke away early, a little bit extra tire as well. That'll help, of course, along with the fresh power. But it will all even out tomorrow. It's already begun to even out now, as Bailiff, last time by, was 400 slower than Myers. Myers 100th slower than last time by, half a tenth from Bailiff to Myers. And then Myers a little better than Morgado. Renardin only matching the two in front. But he's also, again, got to adjust his line. He can't go in the way that he wants to because there's a red number 262 go-kart right in front of him, blocking the way, maybe having some different braking markers or different lines and different turns that he's got to try to navigate. And up until now, he's been unsuccessful. Does the white flag change anything? Does he want to force the issue anymore with 1 lap to go for the on-track activity? There was a big moment for Adrian, just a little bit of dirt kicked up, and that might give Mateus the room he needs to make one last charge at AJ because he got a good launch out of 19.
Just a battle of consistency, right? I mean, you have 3 of the best drivers in the world. I mean, Adrian coming over from Europe, a world champ there sitting second, who actually put a foot wrong there, it looks like, on the exit of 1. That's going to bring Adrian a little closer. And for AJ, right, that multi-time U.S. national champ. So, again, still battling. Rennan looks to have a look at scoreboard, one of his favorite passing zones here at Newcastle. Just couldn't get through, and I think AJ is going to be released here on the final lap.
He should be okay. It'll be Morgado versus Renardin for third. Mateus knows it. He's already protected once this lap. He should be okay into the cell tower corner. Jay Irwin now finally freed up from the pack that he was stuck behind. Justin White and Ian Quinn. Those two are having a good little scrap on their own for the 6th spot, and it should be all good to the end now. Separated and even for these 3. And for Gavin Bailiff, it's exactly what you have to do when you are faced with adversity. You overcome and you find a way to win. Moto 2 goes the way of Gavin Bailiff and TKG. AJ Myers second, Morgado third, Renardin, Jay Irwin, Justin White, Ian Quinn, Charlie Steins, Eli Fox, and Jonathan Ocasio. Your top 10 here as the Magic driver is able to get around Annie Rule late in the going.
6 spots gained for Jonathan Ocasio there to round up your top 10. Annie Rule, again, she was up 7. Back to Truly Adams in 12th, Billy Musgrave 13th, Ashton Henkel and Vaughn Beasley, your top 15 drivers here. That's a good drive up the field as well for Vaughn. I believe he had to work for that one to get up to the top 15, but nonetheless, I think the biggest story coming out of that one, Xander, Billy, again, just we heard from Alex early on today, and to be 13th at the end of it, coming this weekend to find something before he gets a championship weekend in a couple of months' time. I mean, scratching his head at the end of it.
Well, I mean, again, remembering that he went off in the way that he did off the start here in Moto number 2 for Billy Musgrave. His lap times, especially at the end of the race, were not far off. They weren't where they needed to be, but they were, again, closer from Moto compared to Moto 1. Moto 1 was better than the warm-up and qualifying. You can't expect a guy that works as hard as he does to stay that far off. He'll get it figured out, and he's inching closer. Gavin Bailiff, though, that one. A bit of redemption. Couldn't have said it better.
I mean, you kind of put it perfectly, right? No better way to get redemption than to go out there and win Moto 2. How'd this one feel?
Yeah, it felt good. The kart was on rails, got the tires warmed up in the first couple laps, and then after that it was just putting down consistent laps, which I think I did a pretty good job of. Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be really good come the final, and I think we've got pace to win this thing.
You're huffing and puffing a little bit there. I know tomorrow we got about 39 more laps to do it. I mean, are you feeling pretty good?
Yeah, no, I feel good for tomorrow. My hands, I don't know what was wrong with the wheel, but my hands were slipping around, so I was really having to adjust my grip. So I'll figure that out overnight too, just to make sure that we're fine for this final.
You kind of have a decent idea we're going to roll off tomorrow, right? You have a DNF and a P1. You feel like you can make some moves around this racetrack?
Yeah, I feel pretty confident. I think Moto 1, we were making moves on people, and I think just running through these couple guys that we're going to have to get through to get to the front. It's a long race, so I just got to be there endurance-wise, and I think we're there to win.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Let's take a step back here. Let's talk to AJ Myers, the number 1 plate. AJ, I don't want to interrupt you here, but I'm going to. You said after the qualifying yesterday into the Moto 1, right, the pace, you made a mistake in qualifying. The pace really wasn't there in Moto 1. You feel good after Moto 2?
It was definitely a step in the right direction. I mean, you can see the pace of the back half of the race is still there. Do I need some more for tomorrow? I would like it, but a step forward, and we keep going for that.
a step forward, but what do you think you're still lacking to the guys up front?
I mean, Bailiff had the fresh tires there. Once he was in the lead, that was kind of, yeah, it was his race to win. But after that, it's really the race of the same tires back here, and there's definitely some quick guys behind me that might have more pace. So those best of the rest, but need more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow me down here, Haley. Let's go one more. Mateus Morgado. Since putting it on pole, it seems like maybe struggling a little bit throughout the day. Is that how it's felt for you?
No, first race, last 5 laps, I was driving 50% of what I could. Now, by the first time, I mistake the starts. And I think this costed us a bit, but still, Gavin had newer tires, and this track makes a lot of difference. So yeah, very happy with the speed. I think tomorrow will be a great day. We'll be tight, have some drivers really fast. So we'll give my best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That will conclude it, folks, from Newcastle Motorsports Park. The Pro Stars division wraps up the on-track activity for the day. Gavin Bailiff will end as the unofficial winner, and again, makes up for Moto 1. A bit of redemption indeed for TKG Bureau Art USA, but tomorrow is still all to play for with a number of drivers and moments and storylines from today that we will build upon and probably have plenty of time to talk about. We've, of course, got plans to chat with a couple of the superstars from today's action in our post-race presser. That'll be free to view later on. For now, though, a lengthy day with a lot of racing. And thankfully, with it all, everyone's safe. And the racing on the racetrack as hot as it got and as hot as it did ambient temperature-wise. Well, it did stay dry and good enough, even though it was a bit damp and a bit slippery in the morning. From Newcastle Motorsports Park and Kart Chaser and Stars Championship Series, thanks for watching so far. 300 drivers ready for battle for Sunday.